love Israel? Israel number one. No politic here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. 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 Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7. You are Hamas. No politics here. No politics here. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. This is so funny. Today is Thursday, Thirsty Thursday, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're live. We're alive. I'm Hasan Piker. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. It is Thursday, January 15th, 2026. Where's Kaya? Kaya's locked out currently. And it's so funny. She's locked out and she's looking at me and wagging her tail every time I turn around. Every time I turn over to her, I just... Is there a camera that I can show this to you? Hold on one second. Let me see if I can flip this one real quick. Hold on. Look at this. Look. Look. Kaya. Hello. Oh, fuck. God damn it. Anyway, whatever. I'll fix that in a second. We're alive, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, this is where we're at. This is hi, checking in from Minneapolis. Haven't been here as much lately. My girlfriend lives a few blocks north of the last night shooting. Okay, you want to come inside? She's literally like, I have a job. I have a job. Like, this is my time. I have to work. Same hat 2 days in a row. Damn, Hasan, you're falling off. Yeah, I know. I'm falling off. Who's your friend watching your stream from the kitchen? That is my producer. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue. I'm live. I'm alive. And this is the part of the broadcast where I will tell you about my personal news. Oh my God, you guys are so fucking unbearable. I know I can't.
What's going on, betas? Giga Chad.
I know I can't ever show you anything from beyond what you see on the screen because you get incredibly parasocial and weird. Anyway,
How many mugs do you think you got? 1 million. Okay, so personal news wise, for all the parasocialists out there, why are you wearing this hat? Isn't it stinky? I wear the hat for like a couple hours a day. Why would it be stinky? And I wear it when my hair is super clean, like right after I take a shower. And for people asking what happened to your cheek, I don't know. It smells great. Anyway, where was I? I've been feeling extra tired lately. I don't know what it is. Eczema? Maybe it's eczema. Stop picking your skin. I will never stop picking my skin. All right, so as I was saying, personal news. I don't know if I haven't been sleeping good or not, but yeah. Ended the broadcast last night, and I tried to carry the flame. Tried to read a little bit more Mao, but couldn't. And watched some Jujutsu Kaisen. Finished season 1. I'm rewatching Jujutsu Kaisen right now, and it's just like so well drawn. It's kind of crazy how well drawn it is. It blows my mind. I'm like, damn, like this is how all anime should be. Like, Low Kirk. And other than that, going to the gym. Going to the friggin' gym. And that's pretty much it. All right, I have to show you this. At the gym I was scrolling on Twitter, and this is pretty funny. I'm just going to blast off real quick, and I'm going to get right into it because there's a lot of news to cover today. There's a lot going on in the world. We got Dr. Abdul Sayed in the building. Dr. Abdul Sayed in the building. Ladies and gentlemen, later, he has like a Pod John fundraiser thing going on here in Los Angeles that they reported on, if you recall. And while he's in the town, I was like, yeah, pull up. You already know what's up. My door's always open. And, we'll be hanging out. We'll be hanging out with the boy. Get him to take a look at your cheek, bro. He's an epidemiologist. Okay. So unless this is a novel virus that's developing on my cheek, I don't know what kind of new things he can say. What's going on with terrorists today? This is what I mean. I'm over here talking about having a senator, like a potential future senator on the stream, coming to my house in a little bit. And this guy's like, you're a terrorist because a guy who doesn't know anything about anything, like a drama slop tuber told me you're a terrorist and a bad guy. Like, how can we exist in these dual realities at the same time? Okay? We are existing in dual realities. There is 2 separate realities. Maybe even more than 2 separate realities, but like, it's pretty funny. It's pretty fucking funny to just have this kind of attitude and not even like think for a second. Serious questions, you fuck Jonathan Greenblatt's mom? I don't think so. I think what happened is Jonathan Greenblatt, it's worse than that. I think Jonathan Greenblatt, I suspect, and I don't have any information on this, but I suspect he has like a younger relative or something that's a HasanAbi head. And I know that they don't want to say it in here. This is all suspicion. Okay? This is all suspicion. The reason why I'm saying it is because there's no other reason as to why he would be so dialed in on me. Okay? I think there is a younger relative that, went through a transformation and became an anti-Zionist Jew. And this bricked Jonathan Greenblatt. And he just spends every waking moment making sure that this never happens again. It's his biggest fear because like it seems so personal with him. I will not be outing who this person is, but if you are in here, you know, I see you, I feel you. Keep up the good work. Like he talks about me more than like he talks about me in a way that I've only experienced people talking about me when I've had like a podcast with them or something and they felt wronged by it and then they like lost their minds, or like I collaborated with them at some point and then they lost their minds. Like he talks about me like a scorned lover. Like he's up there with Epstein and Ethan Decline. Anyway, second ICE shooting as things take off in Minnesota. Is the Iran strike off? Will Trump take Greenland? Take Greenland and implode NATO. Trump threatens Insurrection Act. Dr. Abdul. What's Abdul El Sayed's Twitter? Oh, God, I can't at people on Twitter. It's so weird. Okay. Anyway, whatever. Abdul El Sayed in the building later. Get in now. Okay. Do we have a blast off? Meme? You mean the Home Alone cameo guy? Okay. Do we have a blast off meme? He joked about taking Iceland too, and Icelanders were not happy. Oh my God. He's doing it. He's doing the damn thing. He's going to do what I said jokingly yesterday. He is going to on Twitter, I see you following so many pro-government propagandists. I'm scared to get your info from them. Not saying you endorse them, but Reza Pahlavi time and time again said he does not want a monarchy, wants to have a free election, a secular democracy, but a sheer mention of him, you say he's a monarch. Oh my God, you do this every day. Like look, Samira, I hope you can appreciate my assessment here and be as charitable as you possibly can be. I know tensions are high. It's totally understandable. I'm not anti, people protesting against the Islamic Republic. I am, I understand why people are very frustrated with the Islamic Republic. I get all of that. And I want the Iranian population to, wait, where is this? What is this? Save image as F ICE. I want the people of Iran to live the best possible lives they can. Okay. Reza Pahlavi is a charlatan, okay? Even if you don't assume that he is going to be a Western puppet that will be a monarch or will continue the line of succession in some way, he is a charlatan. He is a grifter. He has no real viable movement. He has no succession government. He has no opinion on how to maintain Iranian sovereignty. He's got nothing. He's just got Lindsey Graham. And he's walking around wearing a Make Iran Great Again hat. And that's pretty much it. Like, this is not there's no real movement or mobilization behind him. I mean, there is one in America, but that's pretty much it. You know? And we've seen this game be played before. Whatever takes place next in Iran, and for the record, I think it's an interesting moment where this is another circumstance where like the realities on the ground are not matching what we see on Twitter, and by that I mean like there have been atrocities, 100%. The government has been ruthless in its crackdown in Iran, right? All of this is real, and it's getting increasingly more difficult for them to maintain their legitimacy in any capacity, and it will inevitably collapse if things keep going the way that they are, right? Something's got to give, as I've said over and over again. But like no one is taking into consideration what, you know, the day after looks like. And I understand why no one is taking into consideration what the day after looks like, because people are more focused on the immediate ruthlessness that they're experiencing from the government, right? So there's no care or consideration for the succession plan here. Okay? Like, my assessment on this is one, that I don't trust Reza at all. I don't believe in him at all. I don't trust him at all. I know that Iranian people might actually want to gamble on him, even though I don't think there's enough Iranian people that want to gamble on him regardless. But like the worst, I mean, it's not the worst possible outcome, but like Iranians don't have any good options in front of them as it stands currently. Like, the one option is the Islamic Republic continues, okay, and is just as ruthless and increasingly more ruthless, as a matter of fact, in order to maintain what they consider to be control, right? What they consider to be stability, order. To maintain order, they must keep stamping out any sort of discontent, even more aggressively than they have so far. And it's clear that like the brutality is getting worse every single time. Okay, that's option number one. Option number two, either through Western intervention, which of course there will be Western intervention here, Jakarta method style, and not even Jakarta method, but Vincent Bevins' new book actually, and I do need to read this instead of like the summarizations that I've seen of it, but talks extensively about the Arab Spring and how Western forces take advantage of real existing chaos and anger and resentment in countries in order to foment not a real revolution, but one where there is a puppet state that they can implement or take over movements in general and then use them for their own personal ambitions. And the likelihood that this is like a better option for Iran, for Iranian future, is not likely. I mean, yeah, sure, you get rid of the Ayatollah. That's what everyone is focusing on. That's what everyone wants. By the way, I did call this yesterday. Just want to say I do believe this reporting from the New York Times, but you know, my predictions might not be great, but my analysis is always sound, and you can fucking see it. I'm going to talk about this in a little bit too. But in any case, let's say one of those options with like regime change comes with Pahlavi. They drop ship him into fucking Tehran. He needs to have constant supervision, constant security, because there's a lot of fucking armed forces that are going to want to kill him, right? So now you got American boots on the ground. You have to have American boots on the ground, because he can't just like fly into Tehran and then the next day he's like, all right, we're going to I'm just going to be the transitional monarch that takes on a leadership role here, and then we bring about a secular democracy, right? Like, that's the greatest outcome that you are presenting, right? Like, you keep telling me Iranians want this. This is the best possible option here. And you know, they come in and he's the transitional monarch that will bring about secular democracy. He's honest about this statement. He genuinely wants what's best for the country, and this is what he wants to do. This is what he's going to do, right? And they come in, and then you have the IRGC, or what remains of the IRGC, armed to the fucking teeth, weapons, bombs, guns, and also tens of millions of people that are going to be very frustrated in the same exact way that, you know, an even larger percentage of the population is very frustrated right now with the Islamic Republic. So then those guys are going to start fucking fighting, right? They're going to start killing people. And then in order to suppress those protests and that discontent, the now newly minted, constitutional monarch that is trying to oversee this transitional secular democratic republic in Iran is going to have to take matters into his own hands. Maybe re-implement a police force, not dissimilar to like what you have as the morality police or whatever the interior security looks like. Now you have Savak once again, or whatever other formation it is. Now you got the same exact process that was happening under the initial Shah puppet state, and then the same exact process that took place in the aftermath of the revolution, where the Islamic Republic started doing very similar things, right? Neither of these paths for the Iranian population look good. This is my analysis on this situation. It's a very complicated and very awful situation for the Iranians, and it's not made better by the sanctions, the corruption of at the head of state, and the possibility of a civil war that is imminent. So, no good options here. So the least bad one would be the option where there is at least some semblance of stability, where the actual relinquishing of ownership or scaling back of repression comes from the existing government. I love Israel. Stop talking shit, bruh. True. But there is no, Hasan just endorsed imperialist intervention already like a real leftist would. It's more complicated than that, though. It's not a one-to-one. Like there is definitely real appetite for revolution in the country. That much is clear. When you got fucking people who are desperate enough to take up arms and start killing cops, start killing security officers and shit, like we're not there yet in the United States of America. Let's be real. But when you get to that point, that means it's like this is no longer just outside agitators. Okay. It's not. And it's definitely no longer just like the anti-Islamist movement, even though there is definitely a little bit of an anti-Islamist slant in the protests overall, which is understandable. If the only expression of cruelty that you have ever experienced as a young Iranian comes from a country or a government or a regime that justifies its existence under the banner of Islam, you are going to develop a lot of resentment towards Islam. That's how it goes. The problem is you're discrediting one of the paths to offer immense liberation for the Iranian people and trying to water down the Ayatollah's regime to make it acceptable within Western society. It isn't. It's a hypocritical fascist theocratic regime. You claim you're not under the thumb of Hamas and backpedal and whitewash Iranian fascism by calling it a republic. Wait, what? Brother, that's just the name. Like, what are you talking about? Are you all right? It's like motherfuckers getting mad when I say Democratic People's Republic of Korea. It's just, that's the name of the country. What the fuck? What do you mean? I mean, I say regime too. I use it interchangeably every now and then. What the fuck? It's like saying North Korea versus Democratic People's Republic of Korea. I don't have like messaging discipline. I don't have like a content Bible here that I'm following. It's just I'm using these terms interchangeably. That's crazy. You're picking at strings that don't exist and assuming that I have some sort of like cynical or some sort of sinister purpose here. Anyway, so, but to also not burn mosques, right? Both things can be true. I mean, yeah, this is happening because of what I just described to you. It's not just outside agitators that are pushing for this, even though there are, of course, outside agitators that are pushing for this, right? But it's not because of that. It's because, from what I understand, at least for a lot of Iranian youth especially, their resentment, like it's no different in many ways to why the Islamic Revolution happened to begin with. The Iranian Revolution was exactly built around the resentment that people had towards what they perceived as an unjustifiable and repressive, brutal fucking regime. Okay? And at the time, that unjustifiable, brutal regime was a Western puppet state led by the Shah, right? And so it had an anti-Western slant. This time, all of the cruelty that they've experienced since the revolution has come from a government that justifies its existence, that legitimizes itself by claiming it is following the letter of the law when it comes to its own interpretation of Islam, which, for the record, is not even, and I'm not a very religious person regardless, but as a Turkish person, a very secular Turkish person, I'm not even Shia. So that's like the other side of the story that a lot of people get fucking, that a lot of Westerners don't understand, where they look at me and they're like, classic, you're fucking Islamist, dude. It's like, you're not even doing the right kind of racism if you say stuff like that. Okay? If you say stuff like that, you're not even doing the appropriate racism, where I'm not even Shia. Like, unless you are accusing me of doing taqiyya as a Shia Muslim who's secretly hiding that they're Shia Muslim and saying that they're Sunni Muslim. But even then, it doesn't make sense. Hasan, you got to understand, Iran right now is a monarch with Khamenei as kings. The Republic is just marketing for Westerners like you, so you think they have free elections? Wait, what? No, oh my God. Why is it that people don't understand what I'm saying? Yes, I understand. Okay? I know. I literally just said that. I said, one must ask the question why the revolution happened to begin with. The reason why the revolution happened is because people looked at the Shah and said, the fuck is this? Okay? The fuck is this? This is bullshit. They're ripping our fucking fingernails off of our fingers. They're torturing us in torture chambers. There's mass suppression. We hate this. We don't fuck with this at all. Okay? And now, in this modern iteration, the way that the people interpret their own personal repression is exactly the same, except this time, instead of this revolution taking an anti-Western slant, because the secular monarch or whatever was a Western puppet, this time it's taking an anti-Islamist slant, because they see the oppression that they're experiencing and the repression that they're experiencing from a regime that legitimizes itself in the eyes of the base of support by following Islam. Okay? That's what I'm trying to explain. I'm saying it's not all that different. Of course, the difference in this circumstance is that there are a lot of outside forces that are trying to take advantage of it. I think no level of restraint from the current government would be enough to ease Western hostility. That's what they are fed up with. They feel pressured and constrained by the West, and they blame the regime for provoking the hostility in the first place. What Iranians want is what a normal, stable relationship with Western countries. You know what's really ironic about that? Something the regime is fundamentally incapable of providing. You want to know something really funny about that? People are going to get mad at me for saying this, but that is quite literally what the fucking Ayatollah has been trying to do. And in many respects, has not been able to force project enough as a mechanism of deterrence. Like, and that's precisely the reason why they just keep getting fucking ritualistically humiliated in the region. You either have sovereignty or you don't. Okay? So what people are saying is they are desperate, and so desperate due to all of the fucking sanctions and due to all the repression that they've seen, that they would rather have Iran become a Western puppet. And what I'm trying to explain is that if Iran became a Western puppet, it would not have stability. Unless you purge the entire, like, you know, fundy population, unless you purge like tens of millions of Iranians somehow and then like ship them off somewhere else, like the people that are, you know, the ones that go to the fucking square and go, I love this shit, please Ayatollah, you are a legend, you know, unless you somehow, dispose of those guys. And that's like at least 10 to 25% of the population. There's no sustainability. There's no sovereignty. Those guys are literally going to do it again. They did it last time. I don't think you're wrong. I'm just not sure how significant what you describe is. I legitimately believe the monarch advocates want that. You gotta stop talking down to Hasan just because you're Iranian and you think that makes you an expert. I'm with you that every nation to be sovereign, they need to have nukes, but I personally don't trust Khamenei with nukes when he mows down thousands of his own people with military-grade machine guns. Okay, first of all, given his foreign policy is very different in comparison to his internal repression, he's not gonna nuke Isfahan, right? He's definitely not nuking anywhere. And this is why I say he's a fake demon, where these guys are far more ruthless to their own people than they are to people that may or may not deserve it. Okay. And the reason why they have to play this, this tightrope is the reason why they have to play this like delicate tightrope. Wait, what is this? Did not hear your name? Was it about you? Mama and Baba's reaction. Is he Turk? Is he famous? I saw a post about, he posted it for like, he posted a 4-minute. My husband and I got excited seeing you on his podcast. We believe your voice needs to be heard and seen by more people. Wish you the best of luck. Thank you. Love how the guy defended you and said you are not IR. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. Wouldn't Iran becoming a Western puppet make Israel less valuable and an ally to the U.S.? No. Iran wants to play like a regional actor, but they don't just have the resources or internal support to actually do this. Seems like most Iranians want to focus on internal growth. No, I think there is a I am not a committed and I am not a committed believer in the idea that like the Islamic Republic's foreign policy as a regional actor is done simply to like fuck with Israel because they hate the Jews or some shit. Okay, no, they're doing that so that they can one day have internal stability as well. I mean, part of it is because of internal stability, because there's plenty of Iranians who want that, right? But Iranians overseas, in fact, Middle Easterners overseas, people who were born there and never lived a day in the Middle East should shut the fuck up, dude. I'm tired of these clowns yapping about, well, I'm actually Iranian. No, dude, you're a clown living across the world and don't care about how many people died to achieve your dumbass regime change. Iraqis in America did the same before 2003. Yeah, it's so crazy. Look, I'm going to say my people here for a second. Like, I'm Turkish, but like the MENA region, there is definitely, there is a consistent historical through line here where every single person in the MENA region has historically thought we should look to the West for help. They will treat us as peers. They will treat us as equals. White supremacy be damned. They will know what we are worth. We have thousands of years of history and culture. And one day they will give us the respect that we deserve. That has never happened. Okay? It's just never happened. It has literally never happened. And it's so funny that like every single time there's regime change and instability that comes in the aftermath of said regime change, Arabs, Iranians, people in the MENA region, every single time go, this time it'll be different though. It was bad the last time, but this time it'll be different. It's never different. It's always the fucking same. That's it. There has never been an instance where like this has worked out, okay? Khamenei does gain legitimacy by challenging Israel by being positioned as an opponent to Zionism. It strengthens Khamenei's hold over Iran, whether they are a paper tiger or an actual force against Zionism. Sure, that's true. But I do think that it's a genuine, I do think that if he was just a paper tiger and he did not genuinely represent a threat to Israel in the region, then they wouldn't be so actively trying to destabilize the place. It's the same as Assad. Assad had no fucking legitimacy at that point. I mean, he he had such little legitimacy after so much civil war, years and years of fucking civil war and Western and also, you know, Iranian interference, Russian interference, right? That like they deposed of him almost overnight. And this is a very different situation than Assad. This is a very different situation than Assad because, like, in comparison to Assad, Khamenei does, whether we like to, admit it or not, or whether we appreciate it or not, does have a base of support amongst the Shia world, but definitely a base of support internally in Iran, a very sizable base of support, and an entire military structure, a parallel military structure that literally is a repressive force internally. Anyway, as an Iranian, all I want is a democratic and secular Iran. Being an enemy of Israel is pointless, in my opinion. I can't be bothered to care about Palestine. Dude, Iranians are so funny because they just Iranians that say this are so funny, by the way. They literally are just like, can we please be like the Gulf states? No, they're just like, can we please be like the Gulf states? Now, they'll get mad at me for saying this because they'll be like, oh, what? I said secular. I said democratic and secular. How dare you say it's like the Gulf states? That you literally, the second part of that question is unironically the Saudi position, the UAE position. The UAE position is even worse than the Saudi position, let's be real. But like, and it's such a funny time to say this because you look at a country like Qatar, and Qatar has been shot and been damaged more consequentially than fucking Israel, as opposed to Iran. It's like, how can you make this calculation after the last 2 years unfolded where you're like, it's fine, dude. It's fine. We're gonna be fine. If we just make nice and play ball with Israel, we'll be all right. Yeah, being against genocide is pointless. Yeah, we want Formula One, we want WWE, we want to be able to sell the oil and have some kind of regional prosperity. It's just like, all right. Also worth pointing out, the Gulf states, especially KSA, probably do not want their Shia populations in eastern provinces wilding out when such a destabilizing thing is entirely optional. Wonder if this played a role in them lobbying Trump to pump the brakes. Maybe I'm off base, though. No, you're not off base. I think the real reason for Saudi Arabia also petitioning the government not to fuck around with Iran, especially right now, is not just the Shia population rising up. Like, that's not as significant of a fear, I think, but because they don't want their fucking oil refineries going out with a bang, okay? This is the reason why I fucking told you. This is the reason why I told you, don't just like lean into shit that you see on Twitter. This was a very interesting time on Twitter. The last couple of days was very interesting. Make no mistake, what I'm about to say is going to come across, if you think that I'm like biased and I want like the Ayatollahs to remain in power and I love them because they're pro-Palestine or whatever, everything that I'm about to tell you, you're going to get mad at. So I'm just telling you ahead of time, this is not the case, okay? This is not my belief structure at all. I'm going to do pure analysis here, and I hope you can listen to what I have to say and maintain charitability instead of getting understandably frustrated, because it is a very chaotic time. And it's also, if you have family members that you haven't been able to reach in Iran, right? And you don't know if they're dead or fucking alive because the government shut down the fucking internet. Yeah, you're going to get, you're on edge, and it's understandable that you're on edge. Okay. So here it is. Number one, the last couple of days, especially because Iran is the Iranian government is like understandably not only just repressive, but also is like shutting off the internet and shit like that. The last week or so has been a carnival of some of the most insane people just saying whatever the fuck they want about what's going on the ground in Iran. And I think that has caused people to believe, it's caused people to falsely believe that it's over for the regime, like the regime is falling apart, and that and that you know, any day now the Shah is gonna sit on the throne and bring about like whatever their own personal thing is, right? Like all this speculation has run wild, okay? And not only has the speculation run wild on Twitter, which has played a fairly significant role in manipulating the conversation around this stuff. And it's so funny because, like, I'm seeing people that were formerly called Islamic Republic supporters literally telling people, dude, no, this is a real thing. This is real discontent. And I'm seeing people like Yashar Ali who have been called, you know, Pahlavi supporters telling other people, mostly Israelis and people who are pro-Israel, to be like, no, the Ayatollah is not going anywhere. Shut the fuck up. Okay? This has been a festival of diasporoids fighting amongst one another, fighting everybody, mostly a lot of fucking Zionists too, either Persian Zionists or just like Israeli Zionists, American Zionists. Just like everyone's taking a swing. Okay? Everyone's been taking a swing. And I think it led a lot of people into falsely believing that it was over, right? The regime is done. It's over. It cannot come back from this. And while I do think that it's true that this that you know it's only going to get worse from here on out, unless something changes, right? Like a dramatic change. That the next time an uprising takes place, it's going to be even more violent because now you have thousands of people whose family members were killed. You have thousands of people who had to go to hospitals, go to morgues, go to the fucking streets and try to identify their immediate relatives, okay? That means you have hundreds of thousands of people who are even more angry, who will take arms, who will fucking throw Molotov cocktails at security forces, you know, who might say yes this time around if someone comes in and says, hey, my friends from across the pond are going to ship us some shotguns. Do you want to take up arms against the fucking government? You might be less reluctant this time around, right? Because every single time this kind of death and destruction takes place in the hands of a repressive government, there are going to be more people that want to take up arms, that want to take up revenge. The understandable need for revenge will grow. Okay? So in that regard, yes, you killed this many people. You killed as many people over and over again. Like, something's got to change. Either you have to fucking somehow figure out economic prosperity instantly and start instantly focusing on development and you know, immediately start doing reforms, or you're fucked. Okay? That's it. The only other place where I can think of like this level of death toll from in the hands of a government that has ended up being stable in the long run is China. Okay? Tiananmen Square, not the actual square, but all of the violence that unfolded in the aftermath. That is the only other instance where I can think of where it's not an American ally, because like South Korea has done this. All these other fucking countries have done regular ruthlessness, regular cruelty to its populations. But I'm talking about outside of the, like a non-ally nation that has been able to maintain stability in the aftermath of killing this many people. Okay? The only country that I can think of that has been able to successfully do that is China. Okay? All of these other countries, people say, oh no, Pepe laugh, but like, it's not like the Chinese government has gone back and forth on recognizing the death count at, you know, in the aftermath of Tiananmen Square. It doesn't matter. Okay? I don't care. Like I'm doing serious analysis here. Tiananmen didn't happen. No, it just didn't happen in the way that you think it happened. Okay, in the way that it was presented in fucking Western media. Calm down. So, what about Turkey? Erdogan mowed down people with tanks, brother. I said outside of the American security umbrella, okay? And non-aligned or anti-American nation, an anti-Western nation. Do you think Turkey, the second largest standing military in NATO, is outside of the American security apparatus? It's not. Okay? That's why I said China is the only one I can think of, like with That's the reason why I brought up, you know. So, in any case, where was I? I think you'll see in the upcoming days a lot of discontent from Iranians in diaspora that recognize that Donald Trump doesn't give a fuck about Iranians, by the way, which will be a surprise to no one that knows how Donald Trump operates. But you'll start seeing that as well. Like, you'll start seeing people get mad at Pahlavi as well, to be like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you're so incompetent, because it's true. He is incompetent. He's just like a Western puppet that I'm not even so certain wants this job. Right. So, they're gonna start getting mad and realize that they don't have any real allies overseas either. So ultimately, I think, we'll see what happens. But my interest always is like how information travels, right? And I think that this last media bonanza was very interesting. It was very interesting because, like, there were so many people that believed that it was over, right? So many people that believed that it was totally over, it was totally done, and it doesn't seem like it's totally over and totally done, right? Asman is pulling you up right now. Hey, chatters, I have a real question for you. Do I have to know about that while we're doing like serious analysis? We got, we'll make fun of Asman in a little bit, but like, you guys don't have to fucking inform me every single time Asman Gold looks at me. And then come in and be like, Asman Gold owned you again. Many of you don't understand. If you personally don't feel embarrassed to say this out loud, that's more so just that's a self-own rather than anything else. The whole liberalization movement in China was a long time coming. Like, it was built up for a decade with not that much success. Okay, we're not going to talk about China right now. So, as I said before, the reason why I don't think Trump was, going to engage militarily with Iran was because of all the different factors at play here. Number one, Saudi Arabia and all the other Gulf countries not wanting to destabilize the region further. Okay, that's a huge deal. That's the reason why Saudi literally said publicly, you cannot use our airspace if you want to strike Iran. Okay. They're cowards at the end of the day. They're vassals at the end of the day. But you have to understand, like, if they put their foot down, there's a reason for it. Okay. Israel itself also, seemingly, according to the New York Times is reporting on this, urged Donald Trump not to strike Iran. Yet, this is new from the New York Times. Netanyahu called Trump yesterday. By the way, when people say, like, Asman Gold owned you, look, Edward Wong is a New York Times diplomatic correspondent. One must ask the question why guys like this follow someone like myself if I am if I'm at the same intellectual playing field as someone like Asman Gold, okay? Anyway, new from New York Times. Netanyahu called Trump yesterday and asked him to hold off on attacking Iran. During the June war, Iran hit Israel with many missiles, killing some civilians. Qatar, Oman, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt have also asked the U.S. not to attack Iran. And I think the reason why they don't want this, yet is important. The reason why they don't want this yet is because, for Israel at least, it's because they just don't have the fucking smoke for defense. Okay? If Iran retaliates by unleashing another barrage of missiles in the direction of Tel Aviv, Israel is fucked. Okay? Because the Iron Dome is paper dome. And we know that. And that was another cope moment for a lot of people who are pro-Israel. They literally looked at the 12-day war and acted. They looked at the 12-day war and were behaving as though like Israel totally dominated Iran. And there is some truth to that. Like, obviously, we found out that Iran has no capability of stopping Israeli espionage from taking place inside of its own boundaries. But in terms of missile for missile, missile to missile, lobbing missiles across from the Iranian soil directly at Israel, they couldn't fucking really stop missiles from hitting Tel Aviv. Okay, they went ban for ban, and they depleted the shit out of the Israeli missile defenses. They did. And that was with cruisers and carriers in the region. So they had American defenses. Right now, there aren't enough. There's no carriers in the region. There aren't enough. There aren't enough cruisers in the region that will also help with the ballistic missile defense that Israel desperately needs. And even with all of that, Iran was still able to punish Israel, and Israel only responds to military deterrence. That's it. We know that already. So Alex B. Ward, national security reporter at Wall Street Journal, says President Trump was advised that a large-scale strike against Iran was unlikely to make the government fall and could spark a wider conflict, U.S. officials said. And for now, we'll monitor how Tehran handles the protests before deciding on the scope of a potential attack. The U.S. would need more military firepower in the Middle East, both to launch a large-scale strike, protect American forces in the region, and allies like Israel should Iran retaliate, that advisors told Trump, the officials said. The U.S. officials and Middle Eastern partners told the White House the regime was unlikely to fall after a massive bombing campaign, which could instead spark a broader conflict. So that's it. So all of this stuff, when the adults actually make the assessment now, when the dust is settled a little bit, is very different than the attitude that was presented a couple days ago. Everyone was like, intervention now, it's time, opportunity. Now, obviously, I'm a non-interventionist on principle, okay? But even outside of that, I looked at the situation and I thought, I don't think that, I looked at the situation and I covered it, as you guys know, or I was like, I don't think this is the time where it will happen. Outside of the fact that even if it were to happen, if you were to somehow turn Iran into Syria, it would not be good for the Iranian population anyway. Do you see what I mean? So I think it's good to make these assessments with a cooler head and not rely on shit that you're seeing on Twitter, is what I'm saying. I like to receive a diversity of opinion on here when I'm using this fucking website, and it goes from the barrage of Zionists, the barrage of diaspora Persians, okay, and on top of that, people who are non-interventionist, or people who have been called falsely, in my opinion, sympathetic to the Islamic Republic. Like, I look at Yashar Ali, right? Like, there are plenty of people whose information I rely on when I'm making these sorts of assessments. I'm not always going to get it right, but I think it's important for other people to also be a little bit more restrained in their commentary, even if tensions rise. And it's totally understandable that you would be passionate in this circumstance, especially if you have fucking family members down there and you don't know if they're good or not. You don't know if their situation is good. Do you really think people would just go on Twitter and tell lies? Yeah, I know. My mistake.
They're lying.
So yeah, if you want to, Lindsey Graham, if you want to know what I think about the recent developments in Iran, watch this clip. He says, Seamus has a take on it. Seamus says, I've never seen a man so unbelievably depressed that Iran wasn't turned into glass last night.
There are a lot of headlines out there that are, in my view, not accurate. President Trump's resolve is not the question. The question is, when we do an operation like this.
Oh my God, he's so bummed. He's so sad. Oh my God. How could you make little old Lindsey this sad? You should have glassed Tehran just so he could be Isfahan, somewhere, you know? One fucking city, not even a little bit, not even a baby nuke. Look at how sad he is. He looks like he looks like he put the farm on Polymarket, dude. He looks like he put the family jewels on Polymarket. Trump will definitely strike Iran tomorrow. And then it didn't happen. And he's like, I'm so sad. I lost everything. I lost everything. I put everything on Israel. I thought to myself, Israel, Israel, chai. Pahlavi, how could you lie to me? Bro's parlay did not hit.
Should it be bigger or smaller? I'm in the camp of bigger. Time will tell. I'm hopeful and optimistic that the regime days are numbered. There are a lot.
Hold on. Anyway, that's funny. That is hilarious. Like the bloodlust. Oh my God. I support war with Iran if we deploy Lindsey Graham and only Lindsey Graham. Yeah, let's launch Lindsey Graham into Tehran, okay? Actually, not just Lindsey Graham. Anyone that keeps saying like we got to keep intervening, we got to do intervention. Let's just paradrop them. Let's just put them in a fucking plane and drop ship them directly into Tehran. Let's see. Send Ted Cruz tactically. Send John Bolton down there. Mr. MEK. To the Iranians in here, I apologize. I know you've already suffered enough, and now I'm entertaining even additional suffering. I know. You have suffered enough already. You're stuck between a rock and a hard place. You got a regime that you don't like that is, jailing your friends, sometimes killing them. Okay? Enforcing ridiculous rules that you don't appreciate. Your economy is dog shit. And now I'm suggesting sending a tactical Lindsey Graham. And I know you don't want that. I know. But think about how good it would make everybody else feel. Tactical Lindsey Graham. Hello. Anyway. So we got the Bonzer analysis on this as well. But yeah, we're before we get into the Insurrection Act and stuff like that here, we once again start off the day by talking about Iran. Oh, also, I don't know how much truth there is to this, but former President Hassan Rouhani and former Foreign Minister Javad Zarif have been placed under house arrest according to unconfirmed reports. These two individuals negotiated a nuclear deal with President Obama. So here, let's actually, you know what? Let's look at this. All right. So a major attack on Iran, I already covered this. Major attack on Iran would also require that any wary Gulf partners have an appetite to host CENTCOM. It's only been 6 months since the 12-day war and 4 months since Doha was bombed by Israel. New from The Guardian, Trump's options are limited. He talked up military intervention against the Iranian regime with no military prepositioning having taken place. There has been a drawdown in the last few months, reducing military options further. The U.S. had no aircraft carriers deployed in the Middle East since October, after 2 years of near continuous deployment following the Hamas attack on Israel. Having moved out the USS Gerald R. Ford to the Caribbean in the summer and USS Nimitz to the U.S. West Coast. The U.S. would also have to ask permission to use bases in countries such as Qatar, Bahrain, Iraq, and the UAE, Oman, and Saudi Arabia, perhaps even the UK's Akrotiri base in Cyprus, and protect them and their host countries against retaliation. Even if they aren't used, according to the New Guardian report citing a former head of UK NGSC, even the cyber options are limited. Most cyber attacks risk harming the civilian population more than anything. One possibility, according to them, would be an attempt to restore the internet in Iran. There's nothing at Diego Garcia, not even a Strato tanker. And so it like on the one hand, Donald Trump is talking a big game like he's going to fucking pummel Iran. And he still might, because this is America that we're talking about, right? Like America has numerous different strike capabilities, right? Like they can pull off bombing anywhere around the planet from even the continental United States, as they've demonstrated before, right? Like, so the reality is, like, it doesn't, they can do it even without all of this stuff. But the problem is, if they do it without all of the there is one thing that you can always count on, though. He will suck Israel's dick. So if they're not bombing Iran right now, it's probably because Israeli intelligence is saying, don't bomb Iran yet. And I assume the only reason why they wouldn't bomb Iran is for the same reasons that I mentioned. Why are the phones down, newsboy? What do you mean? Oh, you mean the Verizon? I don't know. Yeah. I also think that what took place was potentially a feint. Okay. Couple things I want to mention here. Without access to the internet, okay? Yeah, this was yesterday. Without access to the internet, there's a couple problems here. There's a couple of reasons why this initial bombing campaign that was supposed to happen didn't happen. Because, like, yesterday there was supposed to be a bombing campaign. Planes were flying over Iraq, and people were reporting that, like, we had movement. Like, it was possibly going to happen. You got NOTAM, right? Travel advisory to Iran, all this stuff. And then no bombings happened, right? I think there could be two reasons for this. One, Israel wanted to see what the initial defenses were going to look like with a feint, have their guys on the ground observe, take note of the mobilization that takes place with anti-aircraft weaponry, so that next time when they actually do a bombing operation, they're ready to activate their guys, because there are guys there, right? I think they faked them. That could be one reason. And I said this yesterday as well. The other reason could also be, so there are Israeli infiltrators in Iran. Yes, everybody knows there are Israeli infiltrators in Iran. Okay? The other reason why they might have stopped their bombing campaign before going through with it is because of the lack of access to the internet. So when you don't have internet access, you can't activate your guys. Okay? You can't communicate with your guys. And if you can't communicate with your guys, there might be an issue with coordination, and you don't want your guys in an internet blackout to go out and try to, like, sabotage anti-aircraft defenses, because then you give the game away. Then the Iranian government can just go, oh, there it is. This guy is a fucking Israeli spy. Boom. Killed. Done. Over. Right? And they can engage in apprehensions. They can extract information out of them. But I think the major reason as to why they didn't want to bomb Iran this time, they're using SATCOM, not internet, bud. I mean, they have jammers all over. Like I know that there's like different ways of communicating, but like you do realize the Iranian government is not fucking the Iranian government is not like this backwater, you know, monolithic, not monolithic, sorry, this backwater fucking no technology having ass country, okay? Like they intercepted the Starlink stuff, and not only, yeah, it isn't monolithic, I was saying Neolithic, but they not only do they intercept the shipment of Starlink, but they also not only have jammers, but they also have surveillance mechanisms. So if you are literally surveilling the entire population, and there's an internet blackout, that shit's gonna light up like a beam when you have someone out of nowhere capable of reaching Starlink, okay? You have to think about this kind of stuff a little bit. Like from the government's perspective, they could just as easily keep the internet blackout, okay, to see who is reaching out from where. Do you understand? Like to bait them, to make sure that they are to make it easier to surveil the masses, to see who is capable of getting through the fucking blackout. There are many different ways that you can draw out spies. There are many different ways that you can draw out collaborators with Israel, for example, before like a bombing campaign takes place. But I think the ultimate reason as to why they didn't do this, the ultimate reason as to why Israel didn't follow through with this, is because they did not have sufficient defenses without America, Big Daddy America being in the backyard. Okay? Not gonna lie, sounds cool as fuck, like a movie. Brother, this is what movies are based off of, real world events. So that's, I think, the major reason as to why Israel was reluctant to strike Iran. And here is some reporting from Axios. President Donald J. Trump is delaying the decision on striking Iran as the White House consults internally and with allies about the timing for such an operation and whether it would meaningfully destabilize the regime, according to 5 U.S., Israeli, and Arab sources with knowledge of the situation who spoke to Axios. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke to Trump on Wednesday and asked him to wait and to give Israel more time to prepare for possible retaliation from Iran. An Israeli source said, in addition to concerns about retaliation, the current plan by the United States includes strikes on security forces targets in Iran, but is not seen by Israel as strong or effective enough to meaningfully destabilize the Islamic regime. This is Barak Ravid's own reporting, so I have no reason to believe that this is not coming directly from Israel. When Barak Ravid reports something, just know it's Israel saying it, or it's directly Benjamin Netanyahu saying it, or it's Benjamin Netanyahu wanting you to hear that this is what his assessment is. I am a spy from Israel, and I was about to bomb Iran before you said this. Thank you. Yalla, let's go. Frankly, I read this to mean that they're not ready yet and are waiting for the aircraft carrier to steam in. Yeah, no, that's what I think as well. The U.S. would need more military firepower in the Middle East to both launch a large-scale strike and protect American forces in the region, and more importantly than all of the American forces that they need to protect in the region, protect fucking Israel. Okay? That's it. That's why it didn't happen yesterday, I think. That is the major reason as to why it didn't happen yesterday. All right. I'm obviously going to talk about Jonathan Greenblatt in a second, too, because he had a very funny moment. Apparently, he's still very mad. He's malding about me. But before we do that, let's get back to the American regime. Ladies and gentlemen, the American regime is alive and well. Our very own mullah, our ayatollah, our very own Shah, our very own monarch, the great, glorious, golden boy, Donald Trump, is doing the damn thing again. Last night, his Gestapo forces shot someone, once again, in Minneapolis, in a in a neighborhood in northern Minneapolis. And of course, people were very frustrated by this because there's already a lot of protests that are taking place. And Burger Tola, Burger Shaw, all of that, our burger monarch, he's very frustrated. And he said he's going to throw in the Insurrection Act. He's going to invoke the Insurrection Act. What does that mean? Let's take a look. CNN will explain now.
Is now making a new and serious threat after protests in Minneapolis grew even.
Like, I can't understand how you go from Iranian people, rise up against your masters. You have nothing to lose but your chains. Throw Molotov cocktails at the police. To like the next day be like, I will use the military to kill you dead if you rise up against me. I will use the military to kill you dead. It's awesome.
More chaotic overnight. And there was another shooting involving a federal agent. This agent allegedly ambushed. The president posting this, we'll put it up for you, saying that if Minnesota's politicians don't obey the law and stop the professional agitators and insurrectionists from attacking the patriots of ICE, I will institute the Insurrection Act. So that could lead to him deploying U.S. troops on U.S. soil in that state. Elena, let me start with you. This has now been taken to a whole new level by the president with this threat. What are you hearing about this?
Yeah, this is a very big deal. And I should know that this is something we've heard President Trump, of course, threaten in the past. He did so during his first term, particularly around the George Floyd protests that had erupted in 2020. But he also recently did it as well when talking about, wanting to crack down on, different types of protests, but even more specifically, maybe having the military help with law enforcement and trying to crack down on crime and deportations in cities like Los Angeles, Portland, and Chicago. But part of the reason this is such a big deal, let me just break down what the Insurrection Act actually is. It is a 19th century law. It's normally considered a last resort for presidents, but it gives presidents the authority to call on active duty military. So you could see potentially people like the Marines or soldiers, National Guard included in that, going into the streets.
Oh, is the audio fucking up again? Hell yeah.
Of U.S. cities for law enforcement activities. And it's normally used only in certain specific cases. It can be used at the objection.
Megaphonics, how have you not fixed the CNN audio yet? What the fuck are they paying you over there for? What are they doing?
Of local leaders. And so that carries its own weight here. Now, in my conversations with Trump officials, this was true during the first term, but even more so now, I should argue, in the president's second term, they have essentially told me that this is something they do not want, that they've been very hesitant to essentially go there despite the president threatening this. Some of that is because of the legal complications, but even more so because of the political ones. And having this type of law enforcement, military in the streets, of course, would potentially escalate things so much further. And so this has all been a calculation behind the scenes. Of course, our goal today is to figure out how serious the president is actually about this and whether they're actually making plans potentially to do something to invoke this act, Kate.
Absolutely. Elena, thank you so much for that.
Joining us now, Andrew McCabe, the CNN senior law enforcement analyst and former deputy director of the FBI. Andrew, thanks so much for joining us. Last night, as you know, Minneapolis saw yet a new wave of very disturbing protests and clashes with police. 1 week ago was the ICE shooting death of Renee Good, and now the president is threatening to invoke what's called the Insurrection Act. 5 years ago, Minneapolis was rocked by violent protests after the police murder of George Floyd. Andy, is Minneapolis sitting on a powder keg right now?
Absolutely, they are, Wolf. And I think you saw that very clearly last night. I think the chaos, the escalation in violence, the overly tactical.
I think you guys are forgetting when Walt said he was going to call the National Guard. He literally said he was going to call the National Guard because he was worried the protesters would get out of hand. He never said he was going to call the National Guard to defend the citizens. Okay?
Way that law enforcement responded to that assemblage of protesters. They're all very obviously related to the fact that the law enforcement team on the ground having to deal with this situation is not one that is trained for or equipped for or experienced in dealing with large crowd control. These are federal agents. They're not police officers. There's not as many of them as you would need to handle a large crowd. Think about the way that we've seen effective law enforcement responses to large crowds, large protests, whether they be over the George Floyd death or whatever. You typically see a massive number of police officers in riot gear, not carrying shoulder-fired weapons, but rather carrying shields and sometimes batons, less than lethal weapons. And they basically move together in a very systematic.
Can't believe a fucking cop has to correct Wolf Blitzer that ICE are not law enforcement. Yeah, because Wolf Blitzer is a fucking agent of the regime, just as Asmongold is. You know what I mean? Like, these guys are all just repeating whatever the regime is saying. The Trump regime says jump, they say how high. Like, that's the automatic position of all mainstream media. And it's also increasingly become the automatic position of many people who are doing regime media independently. Okay? That's it. And like, liberal media has no other speed. They will defend the status quo. Or even if they are like critical of what's going on, they'll still do it in a way that is like normalizing. That's why I sometimes joke and say, like, sometimes I'll joke and like cover what's happening in America in the same way that like CNN would cover what's happening in Iran, right? And if you were to do that, if you were to even it out, you would understand how fucking ruthless and how cruel the Trump regime has been. It's just that they don't do that. Their job is to normalize the violence at the domestic level coming from the state, and overemphasize the violence taking place in other states, especially foreign adversary states.
Way to regain territory and disperse the protesters. Right now, you have a much smaller force, totally focused on a tactical response. Half of them are carrying M4s and other very heavy shoulder-fired weapons, rifles. This is a powder keg, and last night you saw it just about go off.
Yeah, it's just not good all around, right? And now you have the president threatening this morning to invoke what's called the Insurrection Act. He said, quote, if the corrupt politicians of Minnesota don't obey the law and stop the professional agitators and insurrectionists from attacking the patriots of ICE who are only trying to do their job, I will institute the Insurrection Act. Let's remind everyone of what the Insurrection Act is. It allows the president to deploy the U.S. military domestically and use that force against citizens. It can only be employed if there's an insurrection or interference with state or federal law. So, Andy, as a former deputy director of the
For the record, I just want to say something. I know a lot of people misunderstood my point that I was making before. But this is precisely what I was talking about when I was saying that, like, this is, you know, what the Trump administration's goals here are to basically keep up the intensity in this pressure cooker scenario, so much so that, like, eventually someone takes matters in their own hands in an act of self-defense, and then, you know, and then they do this, and then martial law, right? Because this is the one step. The Insurrection Act is basically a de facto martial law in the area that they're operating, but eventually it'll turn into a full-blown martial law around the country when other states also get mad and they start protesting, they start fucking pushing for it. So that's where we're at. I wasn't saying that because I was like, oh, you should stop resisting or you should stop protesting or anything like that, which is how some charlatans read what I was saying. But I said, it's clear to me that the goal here is to keep escalating until something gives and people push back, and then use that as a means to implement martial law and engage in mass repression. Minnesota is a testing ground. But this is what I was talking about. You know, cancel the elections. Sorry, we have martial law. Nothing you can do about it. I think that's what the game plan is. That's why I've been saying over and over again that these guys are moving like they don't care that there is going to ever be another election. Okay? They are moving, the Trump administration, the Trump regime is moving like they don't care that there is going to be another election ever again. This is what I mean. This is what I fucking mean.
FBI and acting director, do you see any grounds to legitimize the use of the Insurrection Act here?
No, absolutely not. I think there's a lot of indicators on the ground that point towards the need for a much better and very different law enforcement response. This is, we have had, unfortunately, violent protests in this country for a number of...
Like, low-key, not to get, like, Maoist third worldist up in this bitch, but if America was too busy having, like, its own military engage in domestic repression, this could present an opportunity for every other third world nation to do a bank run in American military bases that will remain unoccupied at that point. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. If you're deploying the American military on American soil against American citizens and there's mass chaos and mass discontent, you got 800 fucking military bases around the world that are looking like prime real estate with a shit ton of weapons. Okay? With a shit ton of weapons. That's all I'm saying. Perhaps this is something that the American government should take into consideration before they move in this weird reactionary way. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. Dude, it's like, hold on. What is it? I want everyone in New York. It's like this. Hold on. It's like this. Wait, where is the fucking, is this it? Oh, God damn it. I can't find it in.
If you're near a convenience store right now, any type of 24-hour store, go into the store right now and put your hand in the cash register for no reason. Their money is your money as of right now. Somebody just pushed their album back. I don't know who. Push it back. If you're near a convenience store right now.
If you're near a forward operating base right now, I want everyone to hear me in the third world. If you are near a forward operating base right now, any type of American military base, go to the base right now, put your hand in the ammunition, put your hand in the armory and grab whatever rifle you can. It's free real estate. Funk finally retired, bro. Was the OG sound effect merchant? Yeah. Yeah, put your hand in the Abrams tank. You will figure it out. Throw on a YouTube video. Figure out how to drive one of those Abrams tanks. Okay? It's yours now. It's free. Those rifles are yours. Those guns are your guns now. That Abrams tank is yours. All you need is a YouTube video to figure out how to drive one of those motherfuckers. Or find the most autistic guy in your village. He probably plays War Thunder. He already knows how to drive the Abrams tank. It's a fire sale. He got that shit downloaded.
Different reasons, different issues over the last couple of years. And in not one of them has any other president declared to bring in the United States military to take over a city under the Insurrection Act. What you have here is the government, unlike the response to George Floyd, this is an issue in which the government could very quickly de-escalate the tension and the violence on the ground simply by conducting their business differently, right? By pulling back some of these ICE officers, by bringing a less aggressive tactical approach to this entire issue of finding people who are illegally here in this country. That's why there's violence.
Like, you can't tell me this shit is normal, man. What the fuck are we doing? Here. Also, hold on.
How do I start an F-16? The question's real. I stole an F-16. Flip the master, all the lights begin to feel. I stole an F-16. Set the fuel pump, start the number 2. I stole an F-16. Engines whining as the turbines chew. I stole an F-16. Turn the RER power on right. I stole an F-16. Horizon centered, the line set right. I stole an F-16. Oh, watch the gauges and the needles climb. I stole an F-16. Wait till 20, it will take its time. I stole an F-16. Throttle back down to idle mark. I stole an F-16. Jet breathes deep with a rumbling spark. I stole an F-16. Unlock the gate and push it free. I stole an F-16. The bird comes alive with a roar of glee. I stole an F-16. Roll out the RE, our power on bright. I stole an F-16. Horizon centered, the line set right. I stole an F-16.
A lot of manuals out there, you know, I'm just saying. All of a sudden, in the event, listen to me. Workers of the world, listen to me. In the event that the American military is called back on to the domestic front to dominate Americans on American soil, those bases will be wide open for you. Okay? Those bases will be wide open for you. You might as well take advantage of all of the good stuff that you can sell. You can sell it if you want to. I'm just saying. All I'm saying is there's opportunity everywhere, okay? There's opportunity everywhere. We'll be tanking. We'll be tanking the damage. We'll be tanking the brunt force of the American military, American empire crumbling from within. But if Donald Trump tries to do some fuck shit, tries to do some martial law shit, you know, brings all the troops back to U.S. soil so we can dominate everywhere from fucking California to New York, okay? All of those bases are going to be unoccupied. They do not have the time and the supply chains to basically take all of those weapons and bring them back to U.S. soil. They're not going to do that. They normally don't do that anyway. They melt it, right? Famously, they melt it because it's way less costly to just, you know, destroy the stuff on the bases rather than try to ship them back. I mean, it's basically scrap metal at that point. Who gives a fuck, right? I'm just saying. 800 military bases around the world that we know of. That's 800 opportunities. I mean, look at the Taliban. We armed them to the fucking teeth. We armed them to the teeth when they were fighting the USSR, and then we armed them once again when we left. We were there so long, everything got outdated. That's what, yeah, outdated for us doesn't mean outdated for the fucking Taliban, you know? They're very industrious people. They're enterprising young individuals. They know how to use all of those weapons. They can put those weapons to good use. I'm just careful. This clip will say that this and you'll conspire against the U.S. No, I'm just saying, like, you know, maybe Donald Trump shouldn't do martial law in the United States of America if he doesn't want the rest of the world to decide, oh, these are my weapons now.
Violence and unrest on the street. Now, I'm not saying that violence by protesters is ever necessary or justifiable under any circumstances.
Also, this is called a joke.
Is not. But it is the government that's ratcheting up the tension and the violence here, and they could easily turn that off by simply conducting themselves differently.
Just really quickly to follow up, I mean, you had the situation with the shooting overnight, and DHS says that a Venezuelan national tried to flee and attacked the ICE officer trying to arrest him. I mean, in that situation, do you think a shooting was justified? In that case, he was shot in the leg, that Venezuelan national.
Well, it's very hard to say, Pamela, because we know almost nothing about this. And the reason is that the government's response, their comments in the media following the Renee Good shooting 1 week ago, have proven to us all that we cannot take their statements for granted. We cannot accept what the government is telling us whole cloth. They have no credibility in terms of the way that they are talking about and characterizing the people involved in these events. They absolutely mischaracterized, deliberately mischaracterized Miss Good and her partner as terrorists. They are not terrorists. They didn't commit any act of terrorism. They haven't been alleged to have committed a crime with an indictment or anything like that. So we know that we can't trust what the government is saying about what's happening on the ground. So now you think about what happened last night, and we essentially know nothing at this point. So it's really hard to evaluate that.
We're waiting to hear from the Minnesota officials to get some more details, because right now we only have the DHS side of things.
All right, Andrew McCabe, as usual, thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Joining me now is Robin Wansley, a Democrat on the Minneapolis City Council. I want to start with this. The president has just amped things up, saying he is threatening to use the Insurrection Act if things do not calm down there in Minneapolis, in Minnesota. What is your response to that?
Yeah, so just first want to offer clarification. I am the city's first Black Democratic Socialist city council member, a minority leader. In terms of Trump threatening to use the Insurrection Act, I don't think any of us on the ground here are surprised. Essentially, what Trump has been inching to do since he first deployed ICE agents to Minneapolis about 6 weeks ago was really to build to this place where he can normalize using his administrative powers to go to war with local cities who do not fall in alignment with his administration's political goals, which is to divide.
Realize that like 80% of active duty uniformed military members are based in the U.S. Yeah, I mean, this is I need you to understand something. I'm joking, okay? Like, this wasn't actually a sincere thing that I was saying, that people in Djibouti should go and storm the American military base. I don't think there's many people tuning in from the third world regardless into the HasanAbi broadcast. It's mostly just LARPers. Okay? That's right. Don't mince words. He wants war. Yeah. Like, I wasn't saying you can genuinely learn how to fucking pilot an F-16 off of a TikTok AI music video.
People, terrorize people, keep people in poverty, deprive working class people of their basic needs and also their civil liberties. And Minneapolis is a testing ground in which he's trying to normalize, legalize these very terroristic actions that's coming from our own administration here in the U.S. that we often see happen abroad, actions that we wage against communities abroad. He's doing that right here in his own homelands, his own country that he took an oath to serve and protect. So I am not surprised.
So there was another moment here where Donald Trump apparently told Reuters that he might cancel the midterms. Just kidding. So there was a question that was brought up in the press briefing this morning, and Caroline Leavitt responded in the way that you expect. Let's take a look. About the president's interview with Reuters. Yeah, he had an interview with the Reuters journalist, and he was like, maybe I just cancel the midterms. Unless nobody's going to stop me. Who's going to stop me? Are you going to stop me? Everyone's telling me elections are silly. Elections are silly. It's boring. It's woke. It's woke. So yeah, this guy follows up on it.
About the president's interview with Reuters, you said that he was joking about canceling the elections, but Americans for generations have fought and died for democracy, for this democracy. Are you saying that the president finds the idea of canceling elections funny?
Andrew, were you in the room? No, you weren't. I was in the room. I heard the conversation, and only someone like you would take that so seriously and pose it as a question in that way.
Yeah, dude, just like when President Trump campaigning to become president was like, Project 2025, don't know what that is. Never read it. Don't like reading. Don't know how to read. I'm illiterate, folks. What do you mean Project 2025? What the fuck is that? And then a couple months in, he's like, actually, I love Project 2025. And also, I've been implementing it every step of the fucking way. And also, here's the architect of Project 2025. I am going to send him as a threat during this government shutdown to blue states and fuck your lives up. Yeah, remember when he was just joking? Or when he was just joking, I guess, when he was talking about mass deportations taking place? He wasn't joking. He was being fucking serious, okay? He doesn't joke. When he makes these sorts of fucking jokes, it's not actually a joke. We can't be going, haha, he's just joking, right? Like when he says shit like, I'm going to take Greenland by force, because I also made the mistake of thinking, well, that's just insane. That's not going to happen. But it turns out he very much intends to do so. And it kind of feels like no one can stop him. So let's just stop with this like, oh, I'm just joking. He's not testing out his comedy material, okay? He's testing out his policy material. That's what he's doing when he's just joking. What the fuck? Like, we have the president threatening to sic the American military on people in Minneapolis, Minnesota today, while simultaneously saying maybe we canceled the elections with martial law. That's not a joke. That's just what he's saying he's going to do.
I have a question for you on Minnesota and then also Venezuela.
Sure.
President Trump threatened invoking the Insurrection Act today in a Truth Social post. I'm wondering what his tipping point is. Like, what would it take for him to invoke the Insurrection Act?
Look, that's only a question, frankly, Reagan, the president can answer. But the Insurrection Act is a tool at the president's disposal. As you know, it has been used sparingly, but it has been used by previous presidents in American history. And I think the president's Truth Social post spoke very loud and clear to Democrats across this country, elected officials who are using their platforms to encourage violence against federal law enforcement officers, who are encouraging left-wing agitators to unlawfully obstruct legitimate law enforcement operations. And if you talk to any law enforcement officer, no matter what level they work at, they want to be working with their counterparts, whether that's at the federal level or the federal authorities wanting to work with their counterparts at the state and local level. And it's truly shameful that now for more than a year,
I hate that this is the most like overtly, not like covertly authoritarian, but the most overtly authoritarian government we've had in quite a while. And they're also doing like bodies and spaces ass rhetoric, like words are violence ass rhetoric, standpoint epistemology, my white feelings are hurt, all this shit. It's like, how can you simultaneously be so fucking whiny and so dictatorial at the same time? Like, it's the worst of both worlds. It's both cringe, it's so soy, but it's also so unimaginably fucking reactionary and so violent at the same time.
You've had
it is very Israeli coded. Yes, it is. It is exactly what modern fascism looks like. We genuinely look to Israel to be like, okay, what are the next steps here, you know? Over and over again, we just cry bully our way through everything.
Elected Democrat governors and mayors who have basically held their state and local law enforcement.
Is there a baby in the room? What the fuck's going on? Wait, what?
It's truly shameful that now with their counterparts at the state and local level. And it's truly shameful that now for more than a year, you've had elected Democrat governors and mayors who have basically held their state and
They just got Goo Goo Gaga in the press pool now? What the hell? Bro, these Republican influencers are getting younger and younger, dude. No, that's just Nick Shirley. He's there to ask a question. But mommy didn't give a binky yet, so he's acting out.
Local law enforcement hostage and told them, you cannot cooperate with federal law enforcement. Why? They cooperated under the Biden administration. It's because these Democrats are deranged in their hatred for President Trump, and they are holding their state and local law enforcement hostage as a result. And these Democrat mayors and governors are doing...
It's her snack for later. Oh, God. Oh, brother.
This over
just a little snack on the side, you know?
What? Over the lawful and legitimate law enforcement operations to remove violent criminals from the streets of Minnesota, from the streets of California, from the streets of New York, and from the streets of every state across this country. And you don't see these riots and this vandalism taking place in states like Florida. Why? Because you have a governor in that state who has empowered federal and local authorities to work together. And it's despicable what we're seeing from these Democrat politicians, especially in sanctuary states and cities across the country. That matter.
White House press secretary calls reporter left-wing hack. The argument is so boring. Is always deranged. Is TDS. Is the communism. Is this and this. Yeah. What communism? Where's the communism? Can we have a little bit of communism, please? It seems to me like the only thing that is like communism is what we have decided is what communists do over there, but we have decided to do it over here. Like all the negative aspects of what we associate with communism, we're literally doing here, even though it's not fucking communism at all, with none of the benefits. Motherfuckers talk about bread lines. We got bread lines, and we still have to pay for it. At least when they had bread lines, the government was paying for the bread. It's crazy. Oh, look at these ugly city blocks. They're so gray. They're so ugly. Look at this brutalist architecture. Look at this government. Look at these government housing units. It's like, bitch, what's better? 1 million homeless people sleeping outside tonight? Or those fucking government housing blocks? Give me the government housing blocks now.
Thanks, Caroline. Earlier, you were just defending ICE agents generally, and earlier on, Secretary Noem spoke to the media, and she said, among other things, that they are doing everything correctly.
To be fair, this guy is a left-wing hack, okay?
2 people died in ICE custody last year. 170 U.S. citizens were detained by ICE, and Renee Good was shot in the head and killed by an ICE agent. How does that equate to them doing everything correctly?
Why was Renee Good unfortunately and tragically killed?
Are you asking?
They let him in because he said he was an Irish Republican, and they thought it meant the same thing in America. They didn't realize it means something different over there.
My opinion, because an ICE agent acted recklessly and killed her unjustifiably.
Oh, okay. So you're a biased reporter with a left-wing opinion.
What do you want me to
do? Fuck you, dude. God damn, dude. What the fuck? Oh my God. They got nothing up there, man. They got nothing. It's just worms for brains. These people have like, it's like a tin can up there with quarters just hitting both sides of an otherwise empty fucking brain, empty skull.
Yeah, because you're a left-wing hack. You're not a reporter. You're posing in this room as a journalist, and it's so clear by the premise of your question. And you and the people in the media who have such biases but fake like you're a journalist, you shouldn't even be sitting in that seat. But you're pretending like you're a journalist, but you're a left-wing activist. And the question that you just raised and your answer proves your bias. You should be reporting on the facts. You should be reporting on the cases. Do you have the numbers of how many American citizens were killed at the hands of illegal aliens who ICE is trying to remove from this country? I bet you don't. I bet you didn't even read up on those stories. I bet you never even read about Laken Riley or Jocelyn Nungray or all of the innocent Americans who were killed at the hands of illegal aliens in this country. And the brave men and women of ICE are doing everything in their power to remove those heinous individuals. And
yeah, the heinous individual happens to be your barback or your landscaper or your neighbor. Like half the time, not even half the time with no, I mean, more than half the time with no criminal record whatsoever. Just a guy trying to make ends meet, you know, guy with a family of American-born U.S. citizen children. Everybody understands that at this point. It's only like the smallest minority of psychopaths that look at that and go, this is what I voted for. I mean, this person's The mother of this person's niece was apprehended and detained and I think slated to be deported by ICE. Caroline Leavitt, okay? So she has skin in the game. But because she is such a fucking regime-pilled dickhead, she can't even see the humanity of her own immediate relatives, okay? Lest we forget. It's so crazy. What are we doing? You cannot win elections on the Asmongold based constituency. You just can't do that. They did the meme. What meme? Oh, the Virgin Molotov cocktail, the Chad jar of piss. Oh yeah, I saw this. They threw piss. Make sure to write that down. Bortak agent in Minneapolis says a bottle of alleged urine was thrown at his vehicle earlier.
Write that down. You said someone threw a bottle full of piss at you? Is that what?
Yeah. You wanted all this is all piss.
You're okay with me coming?
He's like, they're pissing on us. They're pissing on us. Brother, look at the gear you have on. Fuck you mean they're pissing on us? What am I supposed to do? Feel bad for you? Get the fuck out of the neighborhood.
We were to take a shot of
Somebody threw a bottle of piss and it went all inside the vehicle too.
Oh no, dude, what? When you were training in Nicaragua, did you think that your job was going to be, I don't know, infiltrating fucking cartels or dominating random wine moms in a fucking Minneapolis suburb? Have some respect for yourself, dickhead. These guys are Bortak, chat, okay? And that's the reason why they have different gear, if you noticed. And that's the reason why they have, and they also are very, very trained, okay? They're trained very differently than the average ICE agent is. These are not like the 47-day trainees. This is BORTAC, the tactical unit for Border Patrol, okay? It's basically the SWAT team for Border Patrol. They train with foreign militaries. They train on foreign soil. They actually fucking are like they're deployed for combating like the cartel and shit like that, okay? And now they're in their fucking Wagoneer that they rented out or brought from Missouri, I don't know, complaining about having piss thrown at them. What are you doing? Do you not have any respect for yourself? Like, what are we doing here?
That's the peaceful protest you're seeing. You guys can't be running red lights. You guys are gonna T-bone into some family.
Yeah, for sure.
Drive safe, like, come on.
That's awesome. Virgin Molotov cocktail. Petrol is expensive. If you fuck up, you set yourself on fire. Giving money to the fucking oil companies. Getting petrol without a car sucks. Police are looking for them. The Chad jar of piss costs next to nothing. Easier to throw. You get the satisfaction of hearing a cop yell, "Oh my God, this is piss." Can be filled on site. Why, officer, those jars are for my cold brew business. Literally anyone can make piss. Nobody expects you to use jars of piss as a weapon. Yeah. They threw piss. Make sure to write that down. I got you. I don't think they understand. Like, there is no sympathy for you, big dog. There is no sympathy here for you, especially in a otherwise comical scenario where you are a trained soldier, trained to kill, trained to do special weapons and tactics style operations, okay, on foreign soil, and now you're deployed to go and fucking dominate random white wine moms that are doing neighborhood watch in a fucking Minneapolis suburb. Of course everyone's gonna make fun of you. Why the fuck would anyone care about you in this situation? You're geared up and ready to brutalize regular ass Americans. Suck my dick. Anyway, before we get back into this stuff, there was one other thing I wanted to cover, and that is, of course, my favorite enemy. My favorite enemy, my favorite op, Jonathan Greenblatt, ladies and gentlemen. Jonathan Greenblatt is, once again, I don't know what kind of conference he's doing, but he's doing some shady backdoor conference, complaining about, people hating Israel once again, right? Oh, this is the longer one. Oh, damn, Tucker Carlson. Is he coming to my defense? That's crazy. ADL CEO Jonathan Greenblatt, while speaking before an LA synagogue, suggests he's helping people behind the scenes to take down Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, and Hasan Piker. I need people on the right to take down Tucker, so I'm trying to help Ted Cruz, Greenblatt reveals. I need people on the right to take down Nick Fuentes, so I'm trying to help people like Ben Shapiro. He says he's doing the same thing on the left.
Jonathan, can you comment on Nick Fuentes, and what do you actually do that effectively can counter what he does?
That's a South African, isn't it? Is that a South African man in a Los Angeles synagogue? Wow. Shocking turn of events. I see the ADL is back to its old ways in some ways, It hasn't changed at all. No, that's not a fresh immigrant, I don't think. I don't think that's a fresh immigrant, okay?
And what are your expectations of the government to be critical of a person that has that kind of platform?
So for everyone's benefit, the question was, can I comment on Nick Fuentes and what he does, and what are you doing to counter him, and what's the government's role?
By the way, his second name is Joseph, a good Jewish name.
Nick Fuentes' second name is Joseph?
Yes.
Look, his last name is Fuentes. Nick Fuentes is a Hispanic person, okay? And he is an open, unapologetic, racist, homophobe, and more than anything, an anti-Semite. He's a toxic, disgusting person. And yet, thanks to X and social media.
Who brought him back on X? Jonathan, who brought him back on X? Yeah, he also calls it X. Gross. Did you see Canada's APAC wants to bar you from the country? Yeah, I saw that. Who unbanned him, Jonathan? Say it with your chest, big dog. You were defending him not that long ago when he was throwing up the double sig Heil, as a matter of fact. When you said he was just a quirked up white boy. Remember? Remember the guy that you hang out with all the fucking time? The guy you hang out with all the fucking time, he is the one who unbanned him.
He's been incredibly effective at getting his message out there. I mean, social media is a super spreader of anti-Semitism and hate. And people like Nick Fuentes, they're like patient zero spreading
Hell
this.
yeah, 51
Look,
likes.
it didn't help us when candidate, whatever you'd call him, former President Trump had him over for dinner, like at Mar-a-Lago a few years ago. And it doesn't help us that when given the opportunity, people in positions of power don't renounce this guy. Now, look, to his credit, J.D. Vance has done that. But we have this challenge right now on the right, and it's like a good thing because there are bad voices who've been elevated. Like, look, Nick Fuentes is disgusting. Tucker Carlson is disgusting. Candace Owens is disgusting, and so on. But there have been good people like Ted Cruz and Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin who are pushing back on these, Speaker Johnson, pushing back on these revolting lunatics. So to answer the question, I think the only way we are going to defeat the rising anti-Semitism on the right is from the right. I think the only way we're going to defeat the rising anti-Zionism on the left.
Wow. Notice he doesn't say rising anti-Semitism on the left, and it switches gears to anti-Zionism. For this crowd, of course, there's no difference between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. As a matter of fact, anti-Zionism is even worse than anti-Semitism in many cases, right?
Is by people on the left. So what I try to do at ADL, what we try to do is to provide data, is to provide tools, is to step up, but often quietly behind the scenes. It doesn't help. I don't think it helps the Jewish people, and it doesn't disarm them.
Yeah, you know what helps the Jewish people? When you, as a representative of combating anti-Semitism, run around talking about how you, as a Jewish person, as a Jewish representative, associate all of the crimes of Israel with Jews, and then say, as a representative of the Jews here in the United States of America, I am controlling the media in secret backroom dealings. I'm sure this will not foment anti-Semitism. Motherfucker, in an effort to combat anti-Semitism, he's basically just literally making people more anti-Semitic. He's just running around being like, hey guys, just want to let you know, I am controlling the media. Obviously, the very fact that I have not been banned yet is a testament to how little motion he has. Little bald man over here. But yeah, we're trope maxing. We're doing tropes. Yeah. The reason why he's doing it quietly behind the scenes is because it's not working. Because he's not just doing it quietly behind the scenes. He's doing it very publicly as well.
When I go after Nick Fuentes or Hasan Piker, a revolting person, they should call him Hamas Piker.
No! No! Oh, got him! Oh, we got to run that back. Look. This is the part that I saw where he like briefly brings up Nick Fuentes and then has so much more to say about me.
And it doesn't disarm them when I go after Nick Fuentes or Hasan Piker, a revolting person. They should call him Hamas Piker. He's here in LA. And he's just a putrid, says horrible, slanderous things about Jews, about Zion.
Hamas Piker. Putrid. Oh, I hate him. I hate him so much. Oh, bro, this is my J. Jonah Jameson, dude. Why I oughta get me pictures of Spider-Man. Oh, I wonder who he's working with on the left, by the way. Quite the interesting situation. Who could he be working with on the left to take down Hamas Piker?
Says horrible, slanderous things about Jews, about Zionists, about Israel.
And has a big platform.
Yeah, so you might not know Hasan Piker, but if your kids are watching video games, you better believe they do. Because on Twitch and on Steam, he's everywhere, let alone on YouTube.
Steam. I'm everywhere on Steam, dude. You don't even know. Every video game has a little Hamas Piker in it, okay? Every single developer has aligned with Hamas Piker. We are doing the resistance. Mukawama, okay? This is what we are doing. Every video game has a little Hasan Piker in it.
An Insta. So anyways, long story short, we definitely are working a lot to try to get the platforms to kind of enforce their own terms of service so that we can pull down the most offensive hate speech or get them to do it. But I need people on the right to take down Tucker Carlson. So I'm trying to help Ted Cruz. I need people on the right to take down Nick Fuentes. So I'm trying to help people like Ben, and same thing on the left.
I do just want to say, when I talked in the sermon about the nuance of every human being and how we're all children, I didn't mean Nick Fuentes.
At least he doesn't have smoke for me. At least he's like, yeah, fuck Nick Fuentes. Jonathan, on the other hand, is like, no, Hasan, Hamas Piker. Yeah, so everybody has been fucking clowning on this dipshit on the timeline. Great. The ADL found the 500,000 Hasan-centered Max Payne clones I listed for sale on Steam. Carl Biger says he's lying. My Hasan schoolgirl skin for Isekai Succubus isn't even allowed on Steam Workshop. You can only get it on Nexus mods. Just imagining Greenblatt in a dream sequence levels, but instead of the crying baby, is Hasan saying truthful things about Israel. Truthful but hurtful. Yeah. It's so awesome. It's so awesome, dude. I mean, I love it personally. Keep coping, keep fucking seething. I said, Jonathan Greenblatt is more mad at me, an avowed anti-Zionist, than Nick Fuentes, an open anti-Semite. Very interesting priorities for this asshole. And yeah. It's so funny because it's like he's just so mad. He's so mad that his fucking project is failing. He like literally the worst at his job. I cannot think of a person that is worse at his job than Jonathan Greenblatt. Because like technically his job is supposed to be, he's not lying. What is this? What the fuck is this? The Fire Rises character expansion. Oh, this is, wait, what? I guess I am all over it, dude. Mr. Beast, civilian, military, Joe Biden, Zoran Mamdani, Asmongold, Ben Shapiro, Brandon Herrera, Charlie Kirk, Donald Trump, Tyler Robinson. List of current features: APA, General, Hasan Piker, Luigi Mangione. Kanye West, Luigi Mangione, Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes got more mentions than me. What the hell? How to unlock characters. Even the way Hassan bin Laden, Lamau, your haters are everywhere. HasanAbi unbanned after one single day. Why? Funny how VTubers get banned for more than Hassan bin Laden. What is happening on Steam? Okay, maybe they are talking about me on Steam. I didn't realize. Yeah, Jonathan Greenblatt was watching me play Dispatch, and he did not like that I chose Blonde Blazer. He was devastated. He was actually also a water boy truther.
Hamas Piker didn't even choose Waterboy. It was obviously the real play. Is he homophobic as well as anti-Zionist, which is the worst crime you can be? It's the worst type of bigotry you can engage in.
Speaking of which, we have the Canadian CIJA, didn't know what this was. Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs is the advocacy agent of Jewish Federations of Canada, UIA, representing Jewish federations across Canada. Says, controversial US-based streamer Hasan Piker is scheduled to speak at the University of British Columbia on February 12th. He has a long-standing record of statements that justify violence, endanger public safety, amplify extremist actions, and demonize Jews and Israelis. Canada's immigration law is clear. Foreign nationals do not have an inherent right to enter Canada. We're calling on the government of Canada to review this matter and act decisively. Okay? Head to actionhub.ca to urge Vancouver-based local MPs ensure authorities do not allow individuals to promote dangerous rhetoric and platform Canadian-listed terrorist entities into our country. He must be stopped before it's too late. And this is Avi Lewis, who is running for, I think, NDP leadership right now. And if I'm not mistaken, maybe the husband of famous professor, been on the stream already for a brief moment, Naomi Klein. She was at the Zoran Mamdani. Election night victory party. We talked briefly, if you recall. But yes, I will be at University of British Columbia. Hey, Hasan the Hun, excited to welcome you to my university. Here's a briefing we wrote on the group trying to have you barred from the country. Yes, Trumpism Canadian style. It's a thing. But yeah. That's wonderful. If I am allowed into the country, I will be at University of British Columbia. They treating you like you're Maccabi Tel Aviv coming to town. Okay, first of all, if I was actually a hooligan, Maccabi Tel Aviv, oh, they listed your crimes here. Send a message. More information. On October 29th, New York Congressman Richie Torres sent a letter to the Twitch CEO Dan Clancy to express an alarm about the amplification of anti-Semitism on Twitch in the hands of Hasan Piker. On a live stream, he said, it doesn't matter if rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me. The Palestinian resistance is not perfect. Yeah, it doesn't justify genocide, which was true. It's a true statement. He platformed a Yemeni TikTok influencer who is claimed a Houthi pirate by the name of Rashid El Haddad on his live stream. Again, none of my good crimes. During a Twitch live stream, which is no longer available, Piker said America deserved 9/11. In an undated live stream, he demonized Orthodox Jews as inbred. Not even what happened. On October 12, 2025, Piker tweeted demonizing Israel as innocent Israeli hostages were returned home. Wait, which one is that? God, I talk so much shit about Israel, I didn't even know. Oh, this. Israel is mathematically tens of thousands of times more barbaric than Hamas ever could be. This is not even in dispute. Anyone who refuses to see this is blind. It's true. Literally, when you don't have an argument and you want to defend your favorite fucking genocidal ethno state, you just go, oh, anti-Semitism. Why I oughta. Please stop spamming Sasha Riley, okay? I'm not going to get to that right now. Yeah, my bad tweet is one that they just have no fucking answer for. What is this, kick clips? Why am I clicking on a kick clips link? What the fuck is wrong with me? All right, where's the website? Wait, did I accidentally click out of the website? Where the fuck did the website go? Hold on, I'll find it. I'll open it again. Wait, no. Can you send me the link again? Where did I can't. Control-Shift-T is not working, which means the website is still open somewhere, right? I lost the motherfucking tab. I don't know how. Oh, it's because I clicked through. Got it. One of my favorite things that these guys also end up doing on accident is they post like sexy photos of me to be like, look at this dangerous man. We cannot let this dangerous man on campus. And it's like, it's just like a hot photo of me. I always, they should have posted like when they did the handsome face of terror apologia. That's why it's my favorite fucking article that's ever been written about, my commentary. Hasan Piker's rhetoric is incompatible with Canadian values and raises serious public safety concerns, especially amid the surge of anti-Semitism we've seen across social media platforms on our university campuses and on the streets of Vancouver. How old are you? How old do you think I am? Their community win section. Wait. IRGC listed as a terrorist group. Toronto International Film Festival. Hizb ut-Tahrir canceled as a terrorist organization. Safe access zones for Toronto. Confronting the Iranian threat. None of these seem like big W's, I don't think. Kneecap ineligible to enter Canada. I think they're just like taking ownership over shit that's happened. Yeah, it was like a rogue MP that decided to do that, right? Straight up propaganda media. I mean, this isn't even media. This is like what is this? The watermelon seller Emperor Sardaukar from the age of 6. They are trained in the ways of watermelon merchant warfare. In order to even feed themselves, they must outwit and maneuver Turkey's top ice cream tricksters who hold dominion over all their food. He deleted the post in shame. Good. How dare you speak out against the Turkish Sardaukar. Toronto? Please get it right. Toronto? Are you going to meet Northern Lion? Is Northern Lion in that part of Canada? Is he around British Columbia? Because if he is, I 100% will link up. Oh, 100p. Yeah, I'll link up with him. Oh, I would love to link up with him. That'd be sick. Vancouver sold out. Rachel Maddow a week before, not sold out. Yeah. Yeah, baby. Sold out arenas. You already know what it is. You are a brand risk. He don't know you, little bro. No, I'm gonna hit him up right now, actually, and see if we can link up and build. Link up and bald. When are you having that family podcast on? Oh, the podcasters that talk to their hog mom and dad. I'm not just having them on. I'm having their parents on as well. We're going to be calling in from the studio to have a conversation with them, and that's going to happen next week. That will take place next week, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's continue. Are you going to meet up with Trainwrecks too? Isn't he in Vancouver now? Probably not. All right. Where were we? So I talked about the imminent threat that I present to the great, glorious nation of Canada with my virulent anti-Zionism. Big threat, big danger, very scary stuff, guys. Israel is fucking gross and awful. And obviously, that's the worst thing you can possibly say. It's the most anti-Semitic thing you can possibly think. You should not think it. Am Israel Chai. Am Israel Chai all the way.
Nuts.
Anyway, here's a clip that's going viral of let's get back to Amer Israel, okay? Our very own backyard. Also Israelifying at an alarming rate. Let's take a look.
This is nuts. This is fucking, yeah, and you're right in the middle of this shit. What the fuck is going on, dude? This is insane.
Have you ever gone out to these sort of things before?
Never. I've never protested in my life. My brother's here. He does it all the time. I've never. Yeah. Like I said, I'm far enough away, but close enough, and I sit in my cushy house and look at shit and get mad, and they're just trying to fucking scare people, and but why shoot people? You know what really pisses me off is the fact that they detain people, cuff them, and then still beat the shit out of them. They tell you it's immigrants, only immigrants. It's fucking anybody. I have friends that got detained, and all they were doing was fucking driving home from work. What the fuck?
Sounds like you don't fit the definition of the...
No, and I'm not fucking paid to be here like everybody fucking says. What the fuck is that? I gotta work in the goddamn morning, just like everybody else. I'm just here trying to stand up for community, dude.
This is the real median voter, by the way. This is precisely the reason why I was saying, like, whatever you see on the internet and on Twitter is not real, okay? That does not represent the broad majority of Americans. The broad majority of Americans that don't vote or vote Republican but are otherwise normies and not thinking about it, like, it's very difficult for you to comprehend how out of touch most non-voters are, okay? Because you're constantly tapped in. You're in this ecosystem where you're being fucking pummeled with, like, everything that Donald Trump is doing, everything the Democrats are doing. It's sometimes really difficult for you to comprehend, like, what the normie person thinks, okay? This is the normie person that saw what happened in his own backyard and was like, this is fucking ridiculous. This is it.
We're all human beings here. I don't give a shit who you are, where you came from, what color you are. It doesn't fucking matter. This is wrong. This is not.
Yeah. No, this is how the average person is reacting to it. What you see on this website dudes like are far more representative of the median than people who keep spamming, yeah, I voted. And get 30K botted likes. She's gonna fall. Are you talking about Kaya? Nah, she's got it. Your tweet writing voice is like Nick Shirley's all-time voice. Okay, calm down. It's fucked up. Even if it's true, you shouldn't say such things. Yeah, from afar, you think, oh my God, half of Kaya's body is off the bed. What you fail to consider is that she's very fat. And her fat rolls may look like she's actually falling off the bed, but there's a lot more fat on the other side of the bed. So she's not falling off anytime soon. That's not fat, it's skin. Stop bullying her. She's fat and also has a lot of skin. Notice how someone was mean to you about your Twitter voice and now you're being mean to Kaya? Do better, HasanAbi? True. Fair. The best. Bite him? Oh, you mean bite him, Kaya? Oh. I bite her sometimes. I bite her fat rolls sometimes. Little chomp. Let her cover some news for once. You don't want to hear what she has to say. She is far more radical than I am, chat. She is far more radical than I am. You understand? Like sometimes you hear, if you heard the things that she says about what must happen to America, because remember, she's Chinese, okay? She's a real Maoist. She thinks Deng was revisionist. She thinks that China is doing social fascism now. I always try to tell her, like, you don't understand, like, they're moving at their own pace in a transitional socialist state. She's like, no, there's no such thing. They've betrayed Mao. Mao said Taiwan and Israel are two imperial bases in Asia. Israel for the Arabs, Taiwan for the Chinese. Like she's like, where's China? She keeps saying like China, if they were real, if they were still following the legacy of Mao Zedong, if they were still applying Mao Zedong thought, they would have already fucking attacked Israel. And I'm trying to explain to her, like, you know, China's trade maxing, right? Yeah. So I'd probably get banned if I had Kaya on the stream. I'd probably get banned. W imagination on your part for Kaya backstory? No, she is. She said like Mao Zedong in I forget exactly what year. She knows better. I keep forgetting, but she said Mao Zedong said Taiwan and Israel are two colonial outposts for Western imperialism. Taiwan for the Asians and Israel for the Arabs. Yeah. Mao Zedong. Yeah, she said that the front of you. Aiden Ross calls out Hasan for constantly shocking his dog and Kaya and preaching. Dude, you said this is a serious clip, and then the clip he sent me is this. Aiden Ross calls out Hasan for constantly shocking his dog Kaya and preaching nonsense to his audience while living in a $6 million mansion. Shy face. Thank you, chatter. It is. Bro, you must address this now. Watch it. Yes, you're right. my house's property value went up. It's $6 million now. I love you though. Well, thank you. I love you too, chatter. What is this? Bro, unrelated to drama, but this made me spit my coffee. Liberal women will divorce their husband and only let him see his children once a month and cry about how ICE hurts their families. Yeah? Oh, come on. Oh, come on, dude. God, perhaps the most divorced man in America. Is there a level of divorce that's worse than this? I mean, this is like Kanye levels of divorced, right? Yes. Anyway, speaking of my $6 million mansion, of course, all of your subscriptions to the Piker Broadcasting Service go to the HasanAbi Mansion Fund. So please subscribe if you would like to see me in an even nicer mansion. This time a $10 million one. Oh, this is... Wait, how did you get this photo of Kaya's room? This is Kaya's bedroom. PBS is sponsored by nobody except for you. Okay? You, the people. And PBS, Piker Broadcasting Service, is sponsored by you, the chatters, the chat, the audience, and it's for you, the chat, the chatters, the audience. Thank you. Piker Broadcasting Service. If you want to learn tomorrow's news today. Oh, yeah, there's this as well. This is a horrible story. I'm going to get to it in a second. Oh, now that we've done some fun stuff. Every Democratic Party governor should join a mutual defense pact. They should call on France, Germany, and the UK to send observers of the situation in their cities. The United States is on the verge of a major rupture. Oh, God. I mean, he's not wrong, but it is pretty funny to think that they would have any power. You know what I mean? Yeah, what are they going to do? They can't even stop America from taking Greenland, dude. What is this? Greenland will never be yours. We, the Dutch, are sending one officer to Greenland. Excuse me. The Germans are sending 13. Okay? The Germans are sending 13 officers. 13 officers. The Dutch are sending one. It's a real coalition. A coalition of the willing, if you will. I'm going to have to get involved. That's funny because that's basically like what this chatter is saying. I'm going to have to get involved if Donald Trump keeps acting up is basically has the same power of, you know, Germany sending 13 troops to Greenland, you know? You might as well you might as well go there and check out the situation on your own, you know? This is the Dutch soldier, by the way. The one guy the Dutch sent, De Hunekop. What the fuck is this? I don't even know what this is. It sounds like a slur. Anyway. No, that was unfortunate clickbait. The NL thing was a high-ranking general scouting for American training exercises. You probably know already, but I found out Greenland's population is like 90% Inuit, so it's probably the same old. So it's the same old white supremacy abroad. Yeah, and they got tattoos. They got face tats, bro. Scary. Okay. Do you know how scary that is? Think about that. MS-14.
Make our communities safer.
We began in Minnesota, where there's another shooting involving ICE. This time, a man was shot in the leg. The shooting prompted a new round of protests last night, and federal agents once again used controversial tactics against the demonstrators. Lana Zach joins us from Minneapolis. Lana, good morning. So what do we know about this shooting?
Well, honestly, there's a lot that we still don't know, but federal officials say a migrant was shot in the leg after attacking an agent with a shovel. We have yet to confirm that story, but it's just the latest in a city that is still reeling just about a week after the shooting of Renee Good. I spoke with her attorney about what comes next.
Overnight, federal agents and protesters facing off again after an ICE officer shot a Venezuelan migrant in the leg. According to DHS, the officer acted in self-defense following an attack by the man and 2 other people using a snow shovel and broom.
This is an impossible situation that our city is presently being put in.
Earlier, Governor Tim Walz had urged Minnesotans to protest peacefully and to document what he called ICE agents' atrocities.
They're pulling over people indiscriminately, including U.S. citizens. They're breaking windows, dragging pregnant women down the street. This long ago stopped being a matter of immigration enforcement.
This is the second person shot by ICE agents in a week.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you.
The mission that we've been told about for over a year is that it's to get the worst of the worst. I can tell you that Renee was the best of the best.
We spoke to Renee Good's family attorney, Antonio Romanucci.
Did Renee weaponize her car?
Looking at that video, the speed of the car, the direction it was turned, and what she said to those officers beforehand, the totality of the circumstances would indicate that she did not weaponize her car.
On Tuesday, 6 federal prosecutors stepped down amid pressure, sources say, to treat Good's killing as an assault on the ICE officer. Now,
this is so fucking nutty, dude. Like, federal government sends 2,000 psychopathic Gestapo to Minneapolis. One of the psychopaths ends up killing a 37-year-old mom in broad daylight. And then instead of going, hey, my bad, this was an accident, we should this is a bad apple, but ICE actually does a good job, they decide to fucking put the pedal to the metal and double down, triple down, quadruple down, and try to find a way to be like, no, this person is actually totally deserving and a terrorist. And not only that, but also on top of that, her wife is also a terrorist. They're a part of a fucking terror network. It's so insane.
Now the family is pursuing its own separate investigation.
The thought that there is only a one-sided investigation is really not palatable to the family, nor should it be to the government or the American people.
As for Jonathan Ross, the agent who killed Good, federal officials say his actions were also in self-defense and that he suffered internal bleeding. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche accused Governor Walz and Mayor Fry of stoking violence. The mayor says he is calling for peace.
Moist Critical had a take on this. Okay. See, woke is back. I told you. Black t-shirt and all.
To speak on Renee Good, shit is horrible. I still can't believe that anyone thinks that that was defensible action from ICE. Of course, Charlie is a lib. It is incredible how someone can watch a video and depending on like their political brain, they'll see 2 different things. An ICE agent putting himself in front of a vehicle that is like the anti-protocol, and when the vehicle moves and turns to the right, just immediately starts blasting, then it's like, yep, justified. In a sane society, because it was justified. Whatever, brother. You got a crazy set of eyes on you, man. I'll tell you, if this happened on Joe Biden's watch, it would be a very different tune right now if an American citizen got gunned down in her car.
It's true. Again, the normie meter has spoken. This is out. I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you. Woke is back. Cutie Cinderella selling fuck ICE stickers. All this shit is coming back in a big way. I told you. And the pivotal point that I saw wasn't even this year. It was last year when the first ICE protest happened in Los Angeles. That's when people were like, "Oh, that was the first time when people went, wait a minute, this is not good. She's not selling them. She's giving them for free. Oh, my bad. I don't know what she's doing." And for the record, this isn't even like a woke take. When I say woke is back, like this isn't even supposed to be fucking woke, okay? This is supposed to be normal. This is the normie take.
Things that
So this is what I saw.
we don't cover the news here. However, there's some things that I don't feel comfortable not saying anything about. Of course, everything that's going on in the world right now is fucking horrible and terrible. And there's something you guys know about me, and I like leading change with kindness. That's something that is very, very, very important to me. And something that I've seen a lot of impact with. And so it's not something that I'm going to stop doing. And so something that we...
It took Charlie this long to turn woke? No, man. Charlie's always been fucking woke adjacent. Look, I call balls and strikes. Charlie has always had a very woke takes. I mean, he fucking literally defended trans people, okay? That's the one thing, like, defending trans people or criticizing Israel pre, like, I don't know, a couple months ago, like maybe a year ago, is unthinkable. It's not his fault. He's from Florida. He pushed Kaigate though. I don't care. Yes, I know he did. Okay. He did. Does he lean into stuff on the internet when he sees things going a certain direction? He does. He's got to continue farming his like balanced and nuanced perspective. And someone like myself is obviously very biased and draw up a lot of attention and anger and resentment from a lot of people who also assume that they're actually centrist or whatever the fuck. It is what it is, okay?
are going to be doing to help, help lead the world with kindness, but also spread how I feel is I Paint Burbs made she made an incredible drawing of a bird destroying a piece of ice that says fuck ice. And I'm commissioning 500 stickers of that bird. I'm going to put a link.
He gave Sneeko more grace than you, man? Yes, because at the time when he was talking about Sneeko was also a part of that like edgy normie sphere audience. Okay? That's it.
In our Discord where you can essentially sign up and get a free sticker, because I want you guys to have free stickers that say that. So I think that's awesome, and I think it's important. And also a percentage of the stickers are going to support families that are being torn apart by ICE. And so I am paying her and then also donating $2,000 because of how much I'm spending. It's $2,000 is going to the cause. And so, yeah, I'm really excited. And just, be ready in the Discord for a free sticker because fuck them.
Anyway, didn't mean for this to get clipped. Was just excited to give my community stickers. I Paint Burbs is going to be selling the stickers if you're interested. However, I'm buying a chunk from her in bulk in order to give them to my community for free. She's donating a portion of all the sales to support families that are currently being torn apart. A lot of you in the comments are very confused. Hopefully this clears it up. Support artists, fuck ICE, and fuck all you shitheads in the replies being shitheads. Again, fuck ICE is now a position that you can say without people eating you up. Or even if people eat you up, because I'm sure like the fucking Asmonmold Brigade saw this and got very mad, right? And instantly they'll be like, Cutie Cinderella, you're a bitch, you suck, blah, blah, blah. How dare you do this? You fucking want terrorism to happen in this country. You're Hasan's friend, all this stuff, right? But now there is a level of comfort and protection that you get from the crowd. This is why protests are important. This is why saying your mind is important. This is why when you see something that's going on that's wrong, that's objectively wrong, you come out and you fucking speak out against it. Because when you say something, when you see something and you say something, you give confidence to those around you who also see the same situation, who also want to be able to criticize this kind of thing. This is why I always will do whatever the fuck I can to give voice to the voiceless, no matter what, no matter how much people fucking ruthlessly come after me with smears and slander. It doesn't fucking matter. Someone's got to do it. Because if we all give up, and I wouldn't be able to do it if I didn't have this audience either. I'd still do it, but it wouldn't have the same level of impact and the same level of protection if I didn't have such a fucking sizable community of like-minded individuals, empathetic individuals, kind individuals who see right from wrong. So that's it. We have power in numbers, and we have the numbers. But for far too long, unfortunately, for far too fucking long, especially in this media environment with like Elon Musk's Twitter takeover, people have created this like false assumption inside of them. People have been following Voice of the Voiceless, get the fuck out of here, loser, LARPing chat. You don't have the numbers and are losing them. You created this sort of lame dichotomy on this app. Because Hasan is losing relevancy, lol. You guys are the same, just puppets online. Check mod comments. Asman Chud. Okay. Anyway, these are Muslim. There are Muslim Nazis too, trans Nazis as well. What's going on? Somewhere along the way, I think this guy got one-shotted, I guess. I wonder what his journey was. In any case, as I was saying, husband, but she wears chokers like a slut. They are third world parasites. Hasan is a trust fund loser who has no real opinions, Lamau, just hogwash. Hasan is R-worded. Hasan's dog. Lol, Zach Water, shut your bitch ass up. Hasan is bleeding like the tail of his old dog. Farmed. You good, buddy? Are you all right? What happened? Are you okay? What took place in your life that was so dramatic that caused you to fucking lose sight of what you used to believe in? You know, following us is January 2nd, 2026. So I guess like we got to go around there to see what was the moment. Oh, it might have been Venezuela. They don't catch these people, though, Hasan. They don't even try to catch them. So this is the best alternative, shaming. It's one of the ways societies police themselves. Hasan's take is bad on this. Hasan has moved past this is just how poors behave like Robin Hood. The fraudulent state investigating itself and using the evidence to discount efforts that are ushering federal efforts cringe. There are no children in any of these places. Oh, he got filtered. He got filtered by the Nick Shirley video. They only followed you again after you went into Asma's chat. He got filtered by he got one-shotted by the Nick Shirley video. He was like, yeah, them Somalis, dude. Yeah, he's been in here since 2020. First message in 2020. And then one fucking Nick Shirley video and he just loses it. Or 2022. I thought it came out. She lied. No. Lex Neurodivergent W. Brother, that's the easiest filter to clear. How did you get filtered by Nick Shirley? That's the most embarrassing fucking... Like, being a Nick Shirley victim is the most embarrassing type of victim you can be. Because, like, it's not even like a particularly intelligent person that duped you, you know? Wait, why did you link this to me? Oh, because older logs. 2021. Lamau, imagine being 13. Lamau negative. Been in here since 2020. And then watches the most mentally stunted adult that you cannot even clinically consider to be a fully fleshed adult make a slopaganda video with zero new evidence in it, falsely tying it back to an ongoing investigation. And that was it for him. He was like, nope, I already have my biases about his logs in your chat. Lol, Trump's team gotta hire Asmongold at this point. The defense is wild, even coming from someone who voted for him the first time. So on April 14th, 2025, he was shitting on how much Asmongold was dick riding the administration. What could have taken place? Dude, excuse me, guys. I am fascinated with stuff like this because obviously my job is to try and help people understand what's going on, right? So when you have someone that's been around for as long as this guy has in a community like this one, who in the past was, you know, seeing how biased of a propagandist Asmongold was for Donald Trump and like dick riding Trump into oblivion, having that guy turn around with one fucking YouTube video is like, did you get a traumatic head injury or something? Like, what took place in your life that caused you to have such a significant reversal? Did Somali Antifa fuck your girlfriend or something? Is that what happened? Did you get hit with a Fetterman stroke gun? Victim of divorce? I don't know. He's not even responding. I don't know. Did he fucking change his username in shame or something? I don't know what happened here, but I can't even see his logs no more. He went nonverbal. Like, how do you go from how do you do this? Like, how does this happen? This channel has been closed by the user? No. He deleted his account in shame? Buddy, I don't know if you're still in here or not, but you didn't have to do that. We get this daily, man. Ask them about Asmon and they dip instantly. That's crazy. What the fuck? I don't get it. When people are like, see, I didn't even like repeat the energy he had for me in the chat. Like, you don't have the numbers, you're losing them. You created this sort of lame dichotomy on this app. Voice to the voiceless. Lol, you guys have no politics, just reactionary shit. What happened to this community? Hasan doesn't care. It's only America bad. You said you would be fine with re-education camps. It was justified. All of you are suburban LARPers. U.S. always bad. Hasan is a multimillionaire benefiting from U.S. hegemony. Laughable socialist LARPers. Lol, no one cares about Kyle. He's never been right because Hasan is losing relevancy. I don't, like, did he get fucking brain broken by Reddit or something? Is that what happens? Like, how does this happen to a person? How do you lose sight of like your worldview in its entirety? How do you go from like, you know, talking about how much Asmongold is deep throating Donald Trump to being like, I love Asmongold and I think he's right about the Somali third world parasites? Maybe I'm reading too much into it. Maybe I think like people are just like fucking around. A Canadian org is defending you. Seeking to bar us on the hunt sets a dangerous precedent for global censorship in Canada. We can't let lobby groups dictate which voices are safe for Canadians to hear. CIJA's campaign proves that they're willing to sacrifice free speech to silence critics of Israel. UBC must resist calls to censor Hasan. Is this going to be a big deal? I feel like it's not, right? The CIJA has no motion. Anyway, I get sad about stuff like this, you know? like, I guess it's there's always a higher priority for certain things, right? Like in his mind, I think like maintaining American hegemony around the globe is much more stable. So he has like tremendous fear of any sort of pushback against that sort of thing. So then that causes him to snap out of like any sort of critical thinking skills he may have previously had. It could also be that he just has like unexamined, you know, racialized opinions, right? Like unexamined racialized opinions about like migrants, bad kinds of migrants that are coming into the country. So then like any sort of propaganda is very effective in moving him directly on the directly to the opposing side of the argument. But what I will never understand is how people like go back on virtually everything that they believe. You know what I mean? It's a combination of two things. They don't expect their messages to be read. They just want chat. They just want to chat the shit in the void. They're not actually prepared to receive flack in front of 40,000 viewers. This is an acquired skill, speaking from experience. Because, like, yeah, Megaphonics, he's the real victim here. But yeah, it's just strange. Ugh. It is very strange that you, like, this is a phenomena that I've observed in this community for, you know, I've been doing this for many, many years now, right? Like, there are a lot of people who come in here, they tune in for years, and then there's like one issue that they disagree with me on, and it's like a super, super serious disagreement in their mind. And they don't go, okay, maybe I don't agree with them on this one, but I agree with them on like 90% of all these other things, right? And instead of just moving on from it, they basically go, I now hate everything that this person used to represent in my life. I don't have my own personal worldview. Like, we've seen people go from literally being hyper woke in my chat to defending white people saying the N-word because they went over to Destiny's community and became fans of Destiny. And then they just like, and because the only organizing principle in that corner of the internet is basically resentment towards someone like myself, their North Star goes from, you know, trying to combat bigotry or try to educate people to how can I make everything about Hasan and how can I turn everything into a fuck Hasan contest? Like, I don't know. I've never had a situation where I have let go of my personal convictions because someone was mean to me. Plenty of groups have been mean to me in the spaces that I occupy. You know, Black Twitter came after me with the Nicki Minaj saga, if you remember. Trans Twitter has come after me on numerous occasions because I said, you know, the Harry Potter game being boycotted is probably not the best move, but instead is better to like fundraise off of, you know, playing it for like a trans charity or something. But at the end of the day, like none of that changes my mentality. I mean, I haven't dropped combating anti-Semitism, even though virtually every fucking official professional organization that is tasked with fighting anti-Semitism has called me the #1 anti-Semitic terrorist in this country. Like, there are so many avenues where I would drop my values, drop my convictions if I operated off of like spite, right? But I don't. So I don't understand how others can do that, right? I don't understand how others can just turn around and be like, nope, this is like, I've literally decided like my whole worldview is shifted. It's a privilege of being a part of the ruling group. You can easily change your moral standings if you have no fear for reprisal. You know what that reminds me of? It's kind of like when a white rapper gets motion and then turns around and is like, I'm doing country music now because rap music is not real music. Like that type of shit. It's kind of like that. When you got many such cases where people will be like, I'm a rapper, or, you know, I love black culture, guys, trust. And then like a couple months after they farm that to oblivion. And then they fucking turn around and they're like, I actually don't fuck with rap music or black culture. It's actually a very urban and not for me. I wasn't even like shitting on Post Malone there, by the way. He's not the only example of this. And to my knowledge, I don't even think Post Malone has like said anything negative about black people in general. There are certainly better examples of that. Nah, you basically quoted him directly. I don't know enough about Post Malone's situation to talk about Post Malone. Nah, he's fine. People just give him shit because he's doing country now. No, he has literally said that. Oh, okay. Never mind. Anyway. But yeah. What is this? Cutie Cinderella's calling me. Hello? You're on speaker on my stream. I'm live.
No, because freaking people are joining my Discord trying to get free stickers because you watched the clip, and I just wanted to clarify that I'm not making money off the fucking stickers.
Okay, I didn't think that you were making money off the stickers. I watched the clip and your clarification for the record.
I just, at this point, I don't know how many times I say something, and then it's like the opposite thing is what everyone decides I said, and I'm like, what the hell?
Oh.
So I just wanted to clarify.
I wouldn't know what that's like.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know. I don't know what that lifestyle is like. It's crazy.
My ass just got a freaking root canal. I get on Twitter, all of a sudden everyone's like, she's stealing money. I'm like,
Yeah.
what the fuck?
Oh,
I'm just giving away free stickers that are cute and supporting an artist.
Oh, good luck.
And supporting victims.
Good luck. Good luck
Okay.
good luck on everything, including the root canal. Hopefully, we'll see you soon.
Well, I just wanted clarification because so many people from your show, your stream, joined my Discord because they were really excited about the stickers, and I was like, I hope they know I'm not selling them. I'm giving them away for free.
Yeah.
Okay, just
All right.
making sure
No
everybody
problem.
knows.
No problem. None of you are getting stickers. Cutie Cinderella is farming all the money for herself. Sorry.
No, I'm not.
That's my takeaway from this convo.
Money for stickers. I'm selling. I'm actually gonna, when I get back from Utah, I'm going to Hasan's house and I'm stealing his clothing, and we're doing an auction.
Okay.
We're gonna auction off all of his clothing, and all of the money is gonna go to charity. Unless
It's gonna be
he doesn't
millions.
like charity.
There's
then he can
millions of
say that
dollars.
right now.
I hate charity.
Oh well, okay. Well, never mind then.
All right. Bye, cutie.
Okay. Goodbye.
Who's gonna fit in that shit? It's true. You could put two people in one article of clothing. Anyway, all right, let's get back to it. Tensions erupt in Minneapolis after another shooting involving an ICE agent.
Overnight, violent crashes between federal agents and protesters in Minneapolis after a federal agent shot a man during an immigration operation. According to the Department of Homeland Security, a federal law enforcement officer shot a Venezuelan man who they say fled a traffic stop and then attacked the officer, adding that the officer fired to defend his life, hitting the man in the leg. The department also saying 2 other people assaulted the officer with a snow shovel and broom. The injured man is in custody. He and the officer were taken to the hospital. The scene quickly descending into chaos. Smoke and flashbangs filling the night sky. Agents deploying chemical irritants as demonstrators sent fireworks in their direction. ABC affiliate KSTP was on the ground as crowds gathered around the city.
The smell of those chemical irritants is definitely in the air. You can see a group of ICE agents right now. It looks like they have at least one person in custody.
This is already a very tense situation, and we do not need this to escalate any further.
Officials calling for peace, acknowledging the city is on edge.
For those that are taking the bait, you are not helping, and you are not helping the undocumented immigrants in our city.
It comes 1 week after the fatal shooting of 37-year-old American citizen and mother Renee Good. The incident sparking protests, violent scenes playing out on a daily basis. Agents firing pepper spray, dragging people from cars. This newly released video shows the frantic moments as heavily armed federal agents used a battering ram to enter an immigrant family's home in Minneapolis.
Can you put the guns down? There's kids in this house. There is kids in this house. Show the warrant first.
37-year-old Garrison Gibson, an immigrant from Liberia, was facing removal for a decade-old drug conviction. But his lawyer says he has been checking in with authorities for years.
So if he's this dangerous person, then why are they letting him walk around?
And once again, the mayor here in Minneapolis saying the situation here with thousands of federal agents here on the ground is simply unsustainable. He says his officers are working tirelessly, responding to this chaos instead of focusing on basic 911 calls. George.
Faith Booby, thanks.
A new fury has been unleashed.
Jacob Frey is such a coward. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, I've already mentioned this over and over again, but like, I think they have to fucking bring in. They have to bring in the local law enforcement, even though the Minnesota Fraternal Order of Police said that they stand firmly with ICE. Like, they have to order the cops to defend the citizens. They have to order the National Guard to defend the citizens. And the fact that they're not doing that, well, you know, eventually the fucking federalized National Guard is going to come in and not defend the citizens, you know? Like, I think what's crazy about it is, like, there are a million things that you can do at your disposal with local law enforcement that actually has more power than the federal agents here. Okay? It's your jurisdiction. It's your backyard. You could give them tickets. You know what I mean? You can issue moving violations. You can trespass them if the public knows that cops are on cops are on their side. Straight up. I know that this sounds stupid because we're talking about fucking Minneapolis, right? Where the cops clearly weren't on the side of the public. And you know, the George Floyd assassination took place not that long ago. And then they burnt down the police precinct. But things supposedly changed after that, right? Like, this is an opportunity for local government to show that, like, yeah, these guys who your taxes pay for their salaries, they will actually defend you. They will defend you against federal incursion. I think it's wild that they're not doing that. Even if it's like beneficial for their own goals. Like, if you want harmony to be, if you want there to be some kind of harmonious existence between local law enforcement and the local population, this is literally a gift, okay? There is no way the police will defend citizens' law that goes against their own interests. I know. But at the very least, like, what they should be doing is trying to even create an environment where the cops would do the right thing, okay? And you're wrong, by the way. There have been instances where police have been deployed, like even fucking Karen Bass, as a chatter was saying, got ICE out of Hyde Park, okay, with local law enforcement. Like, there have been instances where there's been pushback. It's just not something that they're doing at all for some weird reason. They did it in Portland, too. They did it in Chicago. Brandon Johnson. So this is literally, like, in the most cynical way, this is a PR opportunity. This is an easy W for the cops to get one.
In Minneapolis. Down this street, a man from Venezuela shot by an ICE immigration officer. just a week after a woman was shot dead by ICE, a 15-minute drive away.
Wouldn't it indicate insurrection if that did happen? Yeah, no, I'm saying force a constitutional crisis. Yes. Like, you have to force a crisis. The crisis is here. Look at what I'm looking at. Do you have eyes? That's the crisis. So you have to use every tool at your disposal to stop this. You have to push back. You can't just rely on a decentralized resistance effort from Neighborhood Watch, okay? Because that's where it's at currently. And decentralized resistance will inevitably lead to an accident or a more dangerous situation, which is an inevitability at this fucking point, okay? And when that happens, then the National Guard will be federally mandated to go in and start fucking shooting protesters, I guess. People don't have the capacity to imagine that things could get much worse. For some weird reason, strange reason, the way that we always approach stuff is just like, oh, this happened? Oh, who could have foreseen this? Oh, well, there was nothing we could have done. That's not the case. There's always things you can do, okay? There's always things you can do. And it's very weird. It reminds me of the danger that I saw with Donald Trump in the election cycle, right? And just kept repeating over and over again, you're fucking up the bag. Kamala Harris, you're fucking it up. You're fucking it up. You're making a lot of mistakes. You're behaving like this is a done deal. It's not the case. And now liberals still turn around and yell at me and act as though my warnings were just stupid. My warnings were like cynical, that I should have just assumed that Kamala had it in the bag. And then maybe she would have won. As though I have more command and more influence and more power than like Beyonce and fucking Taylor Swift. A lack of political imagination is how I would coin it for what it's worth, or political curiosity. Yeah, our political imagination on the left flank of the two major parties, which doesn't mean that they're leftists at all, obviously, okay, is unimaginably stunted. It's stunted. Republicans have tremendous political imagination for cruelty, tremendous room for cruelty, and they invent new ways of behaving cruelly every single day. I mean, this is it. This is one of the examples. The utilization of Trump's own personal Heil Hitler brigade, where they have basically federalized the Gestapo, their own version of the brown shirts, that are now reliant on the government dime to go and do cruelty to Trump's political enemies. That right here is political imagination on the right, okay? They're doing it. And if your response to this is we should force ICE agents to wear QR codes so that you can, like, right before they shoot you in the fucking head, you can pull out your phone camera and take a photo of the QR code so you can get the badge number of the dude who's shooting you in the head before you get inundated with a bunch of fucking Kalshi ads, and your phone just shuts off on its own instead of filming the process of your assassination. Like, if that's your fucking solution to the problem, you've lost your damn mind. Thank you, Open Presents, for the 100 gifted subs. We said Project 2025 was already being implemented before Project 2025 was even formalized. We said that Trump was definitely going to pursue it, and people didn't think that that was the case. Or not people, but like the adults, the serious thinkers, made it seem as though it wasn't all that significant. I kept yelling about the anti-immigrant sentiment being fomented by the right and how it would justify tremendous atrocities on U.S. soil. Over and over again, I talked about it at the DNC. I warned politicians actively. I talked to them directly. I told them, if there's no pushback, if there's no organized counter messaging against this kind of stuff, people will not imagine how violent this will get until it comes knocking down their doors. All of that happened. All of that came true. It's not like I'm a particularly brilliant person gifted with fucking foresight. I was just operating off of what Trump was saying. I was taking it seriously. And I'm warning once again, if the government continues behaving this way and there is no local pushback, not just community resistance, which is great, but if there's no pushback whatsoever, then people are going to realize that there is no one coming to save them and that they only have, their neighbors. And there will eventually be a person who takes matters into their own hands in self-defense. And then all hell breaks loose. If you don't want it to get to that, inevitability, you have to start using local law enforcement to, at the very least, be a fucking nuisance. Create additional hurdles that ICE must clear. This way, you get the local population to believe that the cops that are paid, the cops that get their salaries paid for by the taxpayers' taxes are actually on the side of the citizens. Nobody's coming to save us. We really do only have our neighbors. We have to organize and build actual power. Individual action will never bring us liberation. Only organized collective action. I agree with you. But I'm just saying, this is me hoping for a Band-Aid on a hemorrhaging wound in the process. Because this kind of pushback is not going to comfort people into assuming that, they don't have to do anything any longer. It'll at the very least make organizing easier.
And this is the result.
You can see the ICE agents moving up, trying to expand the perimeter they have around this shooting scene.
You're saying Florida is using cops to assist ICE? Yeah, but this isn't Florida. This is a blue state, a blue city, and getting bluer by the second. And the Democratic administrations that are supposed to be defending their own fucking tax-paying citizens are just out there sending Christmas letters, dude. What the fuck? You saw the shit that Tim Walz posted. You're the governor, man. What the fuck are you doing? You're not some regular ass dude. You're the goddamn governor. You have a responsibility. You have a responsibility to protect your constituents. This is federal agitation. This is terrorism. The goal here is to dominate the masses. What good is it to literally rely? What good is it to vote for Democrats if this is what the Democrats are going to do? It's not even a strongly worded letter. Exactly. I am making a direct appeal to the president. Let's turn the temperature down. Stop this campaign of retribution. This is not who we are. This is who we are. And an appeal to Minnesotans. I know this is scary. We must speak out loudly, urgently, but also peacefully. We cannot fan the flames of chaos. That's what he wants. What a beautiful way to examine our current affairs when Tim Walz sends this fucking dipshit ass letter to Donald Trump, and then instantly all of the fucking replies are just bots selling that fucking quality leering hoodie. Those who fall behind, those who think about this in terms of like electoral victories, do not have the capacity to imagine how much worse things will get. Okay? That's why I was laughing at that one chatter who was like, oh, well, don't you think we shouldn't be saying anything until the midterms in order to secure victories in the midterms? Like, what fucking midterms? Not only does this kind of cowardice actually annoy people, not only does this kind of lack of action piss people off, and it causes them to think, why the fuck am I voting for you then? Because you're not doing shit. But also, there might not be any midterms at all. What are we talking about? I just don't get it. I think this TikTok summarizes it good.
I'm deeply troubled by what's happening. That's why I just introduced a bill to the House that just says, no. Keep on fighting. I'm deeply troubled by the actions of evil kidnapping racism agency. If elected, I vow to only fund them $90 billion. I don't want to say this, but fuck the bad guys. You wanted more? Whew, somebody should do something about this. It's getting pretty bad. Somebody, not me, not me. You guys should do something about this. Wow. This just shows you need to give me more money. By any votes necessary. The rise of evil baby-eating goblins in this country.
How peaceful do you as a country want to be against fascists? I mean, it's getting there is my point. And if these guys don't actually do anything, like, this is why I always laugh about the people claiming that, like, people like myself are accelerationists, right? Except Kaya is a third worldist accelerationist. Let's be real. That's true. Kaya. She's rising up against place. Hello. Hi. America is more cruel to the hungry than the fascists. Yeah. Funnily enough, the Dem admins literally aren't saying someone should do something, maybe you. They're literally telling people to not even fucking resist. I mean, they are. They just keep saying, like, well, if you do resist, like, make sure it's peaceful, okay? Make sure you film it when they're beating the fuck out of you, okay? Make sure you at least film it on camera so we can have a good cry over it later. There is only, I mean, I happen to believe that there's a finite amount of time and there's a finite amount of punishment that people will take until they realize no one's coming to fucking save us. We got to take matters into our own hands. Okay? And if you want to avoid that decentralized form of militancy, you have to get organized. And it's not just the people that have to get organized. I mean, there's already a general strike happening that they're calling for in Minneapolis, which I'm working to attend potentially. It's going to be on the 23rd, I think, or 20th. Wait, what day is it? I was talking to Omar Fateh about this. Let me pull it up real quick. Yeah, January 23rd. Yeah. ICE out of Minnesota, a day of truth and freedom, no work, no school, no shopping, march downtown Minneapolis at 2 p.m., January 23rd. They're gonna have snipers on roofs looking for you. Everyone in this chat knows this. I don't think the federal government is gonna assassinate me with a sniper rifle. Famous last words, I guess. But in any case, you are protected in the crowds, okay? You are always protected among the citizens. I've been to enough protests that have turned into quote-unquote riots through police escalation of violence enough times to know that. I know how I feel. I have a question for you. I have a good question for you. Can you please answer one question? Muhammad Hazara. All right, bitch, ask the fucking question. The fuck? Inshallah, we will hear the question from Muhammad Hazara. But yeah, the point is, you know, when you attend this kind of stuff, you realize that, like, when you're at the edges, you're the least safe. When you're closest to the cops, you're the least safe. When you're surrounded by the people, you're the most safe. From the outside looking in, it feels as though, what is it? Why the Iranis called themselves Persian? Dude. That's the question? Man, I don't fucking know, dude. Yeah, because they all watched the movie Prince of Persia and they played the video game Prince of Persia. That's why. And they thought it was cool because it is a really good game. Anyway, this is unacceptable, dude. Look, the Trump-Vance administration just used your taxes to pay for an ICE agent to do this to a 21-year-old kid who was only protesting because another ICE agent killed a mother of 3 who was only there because ICE agents are kidnapping your neighbors.
What can you tell us about your injuries now and the prognosis? Will you be blind in that eye for life?
From what I've heard the doctors say and everyone else, yes, I will be blind for life. They said my globe was ruptured. I had my lower lid was cut up and they had to take skin from my temple to fix it. There's a lot to it. I don't remember all the things that they said. I have fractures in my skull that they can't fix, and I can't sneeze or cough because it's dangerous too. I remember also when I shot, there was pepper in it, and I had pepper down my throat. It made it hard to breathe for a long time. They pulled a piece of plastic the size of a nickel out of my eye. They said I had shards of metal, glass, and plastic all throughout my eye and behind my eye and in my skull. And they also said that I had a piece of shrapnel metal about a few millimeters away from my carotid artery. And they said it was a miracle I survived because if it got any closer, if it hit that, I would have died that night.
Totally blind right now? You see nothing out of the eye?
Nothing out of this eye. Yeah, it's black.
What can you tell?
I mean, what can you say, man? What can you fucking say? Here, you want to see the video? In Santa Ana. Just shot him straight to the fucking face. Animals. Wear goggles, or would that make it worse? No, goggles are definitely recommended. Yes. Yes, you should always wear PPE. Always, and they sometimes do have PPE that they hand out at the protest too. I responded to this call in an EMS capacity in Santa Ana. We transported the ICE officer that dragged him away. It was a surreal experience, a lack of humanity by the officers, and they were all terrified of having people see their faces. When we're taking him out of the facility, he was begging us to cover his face with a blanket and demanding an unmarked police escort. Seeing the way they behaved when they think you're on their side is so eye-opening. The other injured protesters were treated. Yeah. Fucking cowards, dude. Can't they arrest you for passing out PPE? No, they can't. They tried to do that to the other person, but nothing came of it. For the record. If you recall, I duked it out with former friend of the show, Alex Michelson, when he was doing his classic local news beat where he was like, this guy's a real terrorist for This guy's a real terrorist for handing out face shields. Hello. Oh, what's that? What's that over there, huh? What's going on? What's happening? No, don't go in there. Don't go in there. Out. Get out of there. Someone wants the treats. Oh, now you want to do plays. Oh, what are you doing? You licking the air? Ugh, smells terrible. Ugh. Former friend of the show? Oh, no, I'm memeing. Alex is not a former friend of the show. That was just a joke. Still a friend of the show. Anyway. El Kaya didn't catch the treat. Oh, she's so bad at that. Fish was way better. Fish was way better at catching treats. Kaya cannot catch a treat for the life of her. If her life depended on it, it's crazy. Kaya Tola. Sexism? Sorry. It's just the truth. You can fucking call it sexism or whatever you want. But it happens to be the truth. Anyway. All right, we got more stuff to cover. Let's get back to this devastating reality in America.
Tensions were already elevated here. This will only inflame them further. Officers using flashbangs and tear gas to try and break up this crowd. 6 children were taken to hospital after the car they were in was hit with gas. Their father says they were here visiting a relative.
I don't know if it came from the bottom, came through the vents, but my car just filled up like it caught on fire.
And your kids?
My kids can't breathe. They're at the hospital.
Someone else has been shot in this.
Yeah, innocent people.
Tonight.
Innocent people, innocent kids.
Did you tell the officers what they'd done?
Yeah, I was arguing with the officer to call the ambulance for 5 minutes.
He wouldn't call the ambulance?
No, he told me to call them back and get them on the line.
Go home! Go home! Part of the anger being directed towards ICE is because of their perceived aggression, and this is doing nothing to help.
I was literally the one like this, and then I was standing closest in front. They shot me up and down, pushed me really hard, pushed me.
Oh, this is the video that I already had lined up. 3 flashbangs in my car. ICE knew we were trying to leave. My 6-month-old can't breathe. Trump's goons terrorize a black family in Minneapolis to the point where EMTs have to come to help his child get away from the chaotic, dangerous scene.
Yes, the ambulance is bringing my newborn out the house. He can't breathe. How long? 6 months. And the fucking officer, I told him I was trying to leave.
The officer knew you were trying to leave?
Yes, the officer knew I was trying to leave.
He's the ICE officer?
Yes. He literally called us trying to leave.
Yeah,
they 3 flashbangs at my car. Yes, they hit the outside and under my car. My car. It doesn't even fuck the car.
For the record, this is why I jokingly say, who gives a fuck about Bortak in this situation, you know? Because this is what Bortak and other ICE agents are doing. So excuse me if I don't feel any fucking sympathy towards you and how piss covered your car is, okay? It's preposterous. You have military gear. You're coming into people's neighborhoods and you're fucking tear gassing their babies. Get the fuck out of here, dude. It's completely ridiculous. Challenge coins found in the ICE vehicle. Clip from Status Coop stream tonight of the various documents and challenge coins found in a car abandoned by ICE agents after they shot a man in Minneapolis.
Is it live? In the original shooting that happened here tonight, the ICE agent vehicles that were parked on the street in the shooting, they had to leave their cars behind because they got surrounded by protesters. One of the ICE agent vehicles got broken.
Don't show it. Wait, really? Wait, why? Stop showing this? They got banned from Twitch for showing this? Why would they ban them? Was it for this or something else? Okay, I'm stopping it. I didn't show it. Like, you can't even see anything in the fucking clip. But it was for saying the names. That's ridiculous, dude. They're doing their fucking job. They're doing their goddamn jobs, dude. So you can have, I'm sorry, you can have Asmongold literally every day talk about how the government should go and fucking kill protesters to show them a lesson, and he goes unbanned. But if you have actual on-the-ground reporters doing independent journalism and they get fucking banned, are you crazy? What the fuck is this platform doing, man? What are we doing? Teach them a lesson. He's even demanded people terrorize the cops if they choose to. They choose to defend the Somalis. Independent. Doing on the ground. Instead, insane. The audio is safe to play. It has no names or info. Play the audio. I mean, there's no reason. Explain the clip. What were those papers? I assume it's just like a... I assume it's... wait, what? The fuck is going on? I can't even... Did the tweet go through? No, it didn't. People are saying it shows addresses and phone numbers. I think it has the hotel that they're staying at and shit. Maybe that's the reason why. But it's operating procedures, contacts, maps, etc. And also challenge coins. What the fuck? Elon Musk, Mercado Media, and Status Quo need to be banned from X ASAP. They also removed them from Twitch. Their channels broke TOS. Oh my God. Show the medals at least. I'm not going to fucking risk it. I don't want to get banned. Challenge coins are what cops and the army gives to people. They just like make it themselves. But it's a challenge coin is also known as a military coin, a unit coin, memorial coin. Commander's coin is a small coin or a medallion bearing an organization's insignia or emblem and carried by the organization's members. It's been around for a long time. I mean, they used to have it before World War I. Here are some examples of them. But cops also issue it. to one another as well. It's quite controversial, as a matter of fact. At least the way that cops do it. They're basically just like, yeah, they're little trophies. Sometimes issued to one another. Sometimes that people pay for to issue to one another for, like, you know, doing an operation or whatever. Yeah, they have loot drops. I did IT for police departments. They gave me one all giddy, and I was like, why the fuck do I care? Maybe I should start carrying that for these hogs. I mean, there's not much to talk about other than the fact that people broke into the cars, apparently, after they left the cars. And maybe they broke into the car. I can show this. This is fine. There's no information on this, but...
Oh my God.
They were able to break the fucking, the trunk and get the loot. Here, this was Cash Patel's challenge coin that he made for himself. Is the MAGA parent interview still happening? Yes, it's going to be happening next week, though. Yeah, it's unimaginably ugly. That is the Punisher, yes. Anyway. All right. Where was I? Showed you the family. All right, let's continue.
Me and then shot me like close with, I mean, just these things.
With what? Pepper bullets, I think.
Pepper balls, and I think maybe rubber. Yes, I love this country so much. I think it's the greatest country in the world. But what they're doing to the people, this is what they'll do to me. They'll shoot a woman in the face.
Stories of people being violently dragged from their cars or plucked from buses.
Shut the fuck up, chatters. You're talking about a dude who just got brutalized by fucking cops and ICE, and you're over here calling him a clown. What the fuck are you doing? You're just typing at home. Okay? He's right. It's the same reason why I don't fucking leave, okay? It's the same reason why I don't leave the United States of America. Everybody always says, Hasan, why don't you fuck off? Why don't you leave? Both my haters and lovers alike. Why don't you go live somewhere else? It's getting dangerous out here. This is the reason. Because I still have a firm commitment and belief that there are far too many kind-hearted people out here who can recognize right from wrong. Okay? Stop being weird. That's what's so fucked up about it. Look, I don't have any... Make no mistake, okay? I don't believe that... the left is ever going to win over patriotism back from the right, okay? That's not a real thing. Patriotism in the United States of America is measured by how racist you can get, okay? But if you have people out there who are trying to stop this kind of federal incursion, this kind of terrorism from happening, those are the real patriots, technically, okay? What is more patriotic than wanting to redistribute all of the fucking productive output that we have back to the people rather than a hand-selected few billionaire parasites? That's patriotism, technically. Okay? That's what this is. If I didn't love this country, I would fucking leave it. I have enough financial security to be able to go anywhere else I want to. Okay? Patriotism, unfortunately, in the United States of America, broadly, is mistaken with all the jingoistic, rah-rah American nationalism. But the people that fucking refuse to leave, the people that actually push back, the people that actually resist, the people that actually demand more, those are the people who actually want to do right by others, by other Americans, okay?
Stops by ICE are spreading here.
They're trying to kill our people. They're trying to take our people from our state. For what reason? We do not know why. Leave us alone. We don't need y'all here. We don't want y'all here. Go somewhere else.
I just live 3 blocks down, and what the hell is this? Look at them. They're in army fatigues. They're all lined up blocking the street, standing there with their rifles.
Can you believe this is America in 2026?
Oh, no.
I'll talk about Mahmoud Khalil in a second, too.
No way. No. I never thought. This is Nazi Germany in 1934.
3,000 ICE agents have been sent to this city by Donald.
Like, those people are not card-carrying DSA members, chat. Those are just regular-ass people. Those are regular-ass grandmas. Those are your neighbors, okay? The difference between people like that and maybe your parents is that your parents are fucking ruraloid Oklahomans who haven't experienced this yet, okay? That's the only difference. That's the reason why they have this, like, entitled attitude where they look at that and go, this is exactly what I voted for. Make no fucking mistake.
Trump to carry out his migrant crackdown.
What's your name? What's your name?
Critics say they're inadequately trained and pressured with arrest quotas to meet. It's a combustible combination, and it's being met with increasing resistance.
Yeah, look at that. That's a PSL. That's a PSL voter right there.
Nobody knows where.
Take off your mask!
Oh yeah, angry mob demands federal agents leave the Minnesota restaurant too. That was awesome. He's a fat fuck.
Out of here, you fat little
Un-American pieces of
Nazi piece of
Some families in Minnesota say that they're living in fear with the increased ICE presence.
And that is why one mom in Minneapolis is leading the charge.
For the record, a lot of people hear this, and if they're Trump supporters, a lot of people hear this. I'm not going to watch Crackhead Barney, dude. Her nipples are going to slip. And are you guys trying to get me fucking banned? Like, first you send me the status quo video, then you fucking send me Crackhead Barney. What's next, dude? Link porn. Link porn right now. Fuck it. Let's go ban for ban, dude. Fuck it, chat. Link some fucking pornography. Why don't you? Let's do some porn reacts. Let's go out with a bang. God damn, dude. What's happening today? Are y'all all right? Anyway, Trump supporters look at this and go, hell yeah, put the fear of God into those illegals' hearts. Not realizing that it's not just the illegals. First of all, you shouldn't be excited at the prospect of someone who has less than you getting fucking destroyed, having their lives destroyed by, you know, the federal government. That's psychotic. But even if you don't understand, like, this is not just the illegals that are being threatened here, okay? It's everybody. It's everybody. It's your neighbors.
To help families at her daughter's school. Arshanu Her spoke with her and joins us now with her story.
Right now in Minneapolis, Destiny Prosper feels like there are just so many questions lingering, but the mom in her is searching nonstop for an answer.
Families are struggling as is to put dinner on the table. And then we add in the increased ICE presence here in the Twin Cities. Folks are afraid to leave their home. and they're not getting their basic needs met. Now our kids can't go to school out of fear.
Destiny's been thinking of ways to help families at her daughter's school, Jenny Lind Elementary in North Minneapolis. Students in Minneapolis public schools have the option right now to learn virtually for the next month if they feel safer doing so with the increased ICE presence locally.
Even though my child isn't, say, directly affected, her friends aren't there. She's noticing, Mom, where is so-and-so? They didn't come to school. And it hurts that I have to have that conversation with my 6-year-old.
Destiny decided the answer is action. She launched a GoFundMe to raise money for families at the school who need some help, and will even deliver necessities to people's homes if she has to.
You are a part of our community. I think that's the biggest thing, is that these families are feeling singled out. They're feeling like they don't belong. And one thing I've learned being here in the wonderful state of Minnesota and in Minneapolis is we all belong here.
She says others are already quickly jumping in to help her as well. So any of the negative comments she may have gotten for doing this won't stop her, and she'll continue to work hard like a mother.
This is for the kids. Like, we've gotten this far. There's no turning back now. No turning back now.
In Minneapolis, Chanu Herb, Fox 9.
And Destiny did say that she has talked with school administration and they have been pretty helpful.
And she says the gift cards to give to families can also be a big help, as well as just volunteering their time to deliver. If you'd like to help out, her information is on a GoFundMe at fox9.com.
We're outside the Federal Whipple building, and it's been getting a bit tense.
Protests continue to engulf Minneapolis 1 week after ICE officer Jonathan Ross shot and killed Renee Nicole Good. Federal officials say that the shooting...
My 67-year-old moderate live farmer mom from rural Kentucky is open to attending her first protest. She's nervous about protesting, but has been angry for a long time. I'm proud of her. Yeah. Dude, I swear to God, it's more boomers than anything else. It's kind of crazy. Stop saying 6'7". Oh my God, this chat, y'all are so fucking stupid. I'm telling you, dude, it's the fucking wine moms, dude. It's the Karen Vanguard, white woman Vanguard. It's crazy. Like, the people that have been straight blue ticket voters who think like, oh, I'm moderate. Like, those are the fucking people. And the non-voters too. Those are the people who are pissed off. There's real opportunity here for those who can seize it. Kind of feels like Democrats as a party are not even remotely invested in seizing it, though, because they keep saying we have no options here. We've run out of options. We have no way to respond to any of this. You know, it's not going to work.
With self-defense.
What are you doing?
Tensions here have been mounting for a month.
Are you bored, lady? Is that what it is? You didn't get your energy out this morning? Okay. Kaya, okay. Come. Hold on. Ooh. Saw a little clump. Okay, let's get, all right. Barbara here, just throwing my local rapper response on the West Coast. Hell yeah.
Ever since a surge in immigration enforcement brought thousands of ICE agents into the city, hundreds more are expected this week.
Democrats are punishing the voters for not voting for Kamala? No. The Democratic Party is just cowardly. They don't even care about like being vindictive here, okay? That's not the case. I think they're pussies. They're cowards, okay? They're babies. They think, you know, if they roll over, if they keel over and you know, really get the Americans to realize how fucked up the Republicans are, maybe they'll eke out a marginal victory. I don't think that's going to be successful. There's tremendous discontent towards the Democrats as well. Okay? But when I'm talking about like the Democratic voters, a lot of the liberals are actually waking the fuck up. They're waking the fuck up because we didn't see this in 2016 because of the liberalized version of resistance, the hashtag resistance that took place that treated Trump as an aberration and not like a logical conclusion to American fascism. that said, this is not us, this is not who we are. Liberals basically were able to soothe themselves into believing that the liberalized version of resistance was enough, and that the Democrats were actually seizing on that opportunity at the time, and therefore thought voting for the Democrats would be the best possible way to solve this issue. Okay? Now, and you might have been too, how do I call it? How do I say? You might have been too young, some of you, not all of you, but you might have been too checked out of politics at the time. But we observed all of this stuff that was going on back then. Okay? And then 2020 came around. And after the defeat in 2024, I think a lot of liberals who are lifelong Democrat Party voters realized maybe the Democrats are lying to us, and this whole like centrism, hugging and kissing Liz Cheney, avoiding talking about Gaza while, participating in this genocide. All this stuff was maybe not the most effective way to go about it. The whole like lesser evil voting as the modus operandi for the Democratic Party was ineffective. It was unsuccessful. And now you're seeing the Bernie-crat movement within the ranks of the Democrats. Now, it doesn't go far enough by my estimation, even though I will still respect Bernie for, at the very least, like standing by and letting, far more radical candidates come out. Like he does actually prop them up, whether it be Zohran Mamdani, Abdul El-Sayed, candidates that have better positions than Bernie does on American foreign policy from time to time. Or even on certain issues, right? So liberals have been very, very positive towards candidates such as that one. I think Bernie Sanders' take on a lot of these issues, like Medicare for all, things of that nature, no like identity politics infused sinister messaging. This kind of attitude is actually broadly received by the base of liberal voters as a positive, as a better mechanism for change, as a better way to win elections. LAOC, this was a great position on AOC's part. You guys are wrong. And David Shore has to bend the knee here as well. Well, Mr. Popularist, we recently tested a dozen public statements from a diverse set of Democratic elected officials on the murder of Renee Good, and this was the top testing one. I wonder what this one looked like. When Pablo Reports asked Elisa Slotkin the same question, this is how she responded.
Senator, I'm sorry if you've already been asked this, but where are you at on ICE funding? And do you support increases to ICE funding?
I mean, they had a massive increase with the big, beautiful bill. And my issue is not just the quantity, but the left and right limits that they have to employ with all these new officers and all this new training. So I am certainly undecided on voting for any homeland funding package.
Are there any specific writers?
More like Elisa Slopkin, am I right? I mean, dude, come on. Come on, either shit or get off the pot. What do you mean you're certainly undecided? Who the fuck still thinks this kind of messaging works? Who are these guys talking to? Whoa, Kaya, what the fuck? Your big old ass, you're gonna break shit. Who are these guys communicating this message to? Ain't nobody's receiving this positively.
You'd like to see?
There's a couple things I'm interested in, but that's for internal negotiation.
We'll ask again next week.
Senator, I know you're not endorsing in the Senate primary.
Senator, I'm sorry if you've already been asked.
I hate these motherfuckers so much. The pathetic groveling continues. I know. I'm going to get to that in a second. Hold on. Let's finish this video and then I'll get to it.
Now, Minneapolis finds itself at the center of an escalating standoff between federal and local government. Just this week, 6 federal prosecutors resigned amid pressure to treat.
My boomer parents are suburban, lifelong conservatives, petite Borgs, and they're fully supportive of everything in the Trump admin across the board. I can't help but feel like most white people are like them. Yeah, that's because their suburbs haven't been impacted. Someone that they know hasn't actually been on the receiving end of this shit. The Trump administration is very careful not to do these kinds of raids in like super rich neighborhoods where they, you know, hire some help or, you know, kidnap their fucking landscapers, right? So they're insulated from the worst aspects of this cruelty. And therefore, they just keep assuming that things are fine, that this is good. It's like somewhere out there, other people are getting dominated. Some of those people, is it still a bannable offense to be from Naperville? Yes. Yes, I'm banning everybody from Naperville. Not everyone is like that. Not everyone is like that. And, you know, moments like the Renee Good assassination wake a lot of people up, even if they are in the fucking, even if they are in the suburbs, you know. Having said that, however, there's always going to be some people who are irredeemable, you know.
Good's death as an assault on a federal officer.
This appears as an attempt to kill or to cause bodily harm to agents, an act of domestic terrorism.
To Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara, the shooting was inevitable.
The biggest thing that I am afraid of that is real is that we can have a tragedy happen in this city.
O'Hara took over the Minneapolis Police Department in 2022, 2 years after George Floyd was killed by police.
Yeah, remember Abundance and the 107 Reasons Why It's Not My Fault? Books made to satisfy the anger of liberal voters and de-radicalize them while offering them nothing tangible. That worked in 2017. It did not work this time. As much as they pushed Ezra Klein, became irrelevant in less than a year. No, they're still pushing it, and they'll continue pushing it, right? That's not going to stop anytime soon. They did this with, they keep trying to slap on new paint, a fresh coat of paint to the same dog shit that is third-way neoliberalism. David Shore's popularism is one of those examples as well, where they constantly shy away from figuring out how popular it is to say fuck Israel. They shy away from figuring out how popular it is to say fuck private healthcare. We need Medicare for all. They shy away from how popular it is to say no military intervention, no more military adventurism, an anti-war position. It's weird how the popularists are always trying to figure out what's popular within the confines of the pre-existing Democratic Party's mandate. Okay? They don't want to say how popular it is when it comes down to saying fuck ICE, abolish ICE. That's it. It's just same shit, different day. They're trying to say the same shit in a different way. That's all this is. Okay? And maybe they get some people, maybe they dupe some people, maybe they delude some people. That's why I get really fucking annoyed with like liberal commentariat that spend every waking moment trying to say it was the left that is the reason why Kamala lost. Oh, y'all still happy about your protest vote or whatever, imagining an unsatisfied voter that doesn't even exist. If you look at the actual data, they did the same exact thing with Hillary Rodham Clinton's defeat as well. And it's even more laughable this time around because it was fucked up back then too when they were like, oh, the Bernie bros, they fucking caused Hillary Rodham Clinton to lose. And it was really interesting to say that because the operating principle there is, once again, I am owed your vote, right? That's just not how people go out and vote. The competition here isn't between those who vote for the Republicans over the Democrats. The competition is between those who want to vote for the Democrats versus versus voting for the couch. Okay? People who don't vote could be urged to go out and vote for the Democrats, but you just have to sweeten the deal. And the fundamental principle of democracy is that you're supposed to extract concessions from your elected representatives. Your elected representatives have to market themselves to you, have to tell you, we're going to do things for you, okay? We're going to help you. Here's how. But the Democrats completely refuse to do that. Every single time the election comes around, they just keep going harm reduction, harm reduction, harm reduction. So that's why no matter how much people shit on the pod Johns here, I still have a little bit of sympathy for them because I think they've also recognized that things have to change, you know, and they've had their own personal defeats in the past as well. They've had their own personal problems in the past as well. But at least, unlike many of the other liberal commentariat, they recognize that there needs to be a coalition here. It's not about like yelling about the left over and over again, but instead about trying to build a movement. And they're not standing in the way, but instead opening up new avenues to bring these guys into the Democratic Party, the Bernie-crats and the like. So that's why I have all the fucking smoke for liberals who are still trying to do sectarian infighting to try to fucking claim that it was actually the left that didn't vote hard enough for Kamala Harris and that's why she lost. Just a pathetic fucking group of people that are still, 39 years after the Japanese occupation ended, behaving like one of those imperial fascists in the island of the Philippines, you know? Just still fighting a fucking dying battle, a lost cause. The base has moved beyond them. The base of voters have moved beyond them. They've moved past them. And they're speaking to an increasingly smaller audience of party dick riders at a time when the party is experiencing unprecedented unpopularity. They're not asking the question, why? Okay? They do not realize that this attitude is not only unproductive, but harmful, because if the party consistently goes back to those fucking commentary people and uses them as their primary mechanism of communicating with the audience, they're not going to be able to speak to a broader base of support ever. You're describing the comment section in 90% of our politics. I know. There is definitely... They exist online. They are just as marginal as the MAGA base is, okay? You understand? You need to understand. These are the real people, the people that see what's going on and get fucking pissed off enough to go out and take it to the streets. That's where the actual base is at, on the left flank, okay? That's where the actual base is. They're not on fucking subreddits talking about how, oh, the left is the reason why Kamala lost. Y'all should have voted for Kamala. That's not a real sentiment being shared by a lot of people, okay? They're marginal. Just like the people who look to Renee Good getting assassinated in broad daylight and said, this is exactly what I voted for. We should be killing more of these like queer white women. Hell yeah. That's not a real constituency. Now that might be a bigger constituency than the liberals who are still entertaining the vote blue no matter who narratives, right? But that's not a ginormous constituency either. That's copium? No, it's not. I promise you it's not. You're talking about 20% of the country versus like 3% of the country, but that's still 20% of the country, okay? If the MAGA base is 20% of the country, okay, the liberal, like, vote blue no matter who is like 3% of the country that is still, complaining about Kamala's defeat. Most people have moved on. They're dialed in. They're locked in on what's happening in front of them. They're looking at fascism unfolding in front of their eyes, and they obviously fucking hate it. So much so that they are taking matters into their own hands. So just don't pay attention to the fucking liberals that do shit like that. Every now and then they try to get mad and try to fucking chirp a little bit. But, until it reaches a certain point where it's a nuisance for me, I don't really talk about that shit at all. Okay? New Emerson poll on Texas Senate Democratic primary. Overall, 47% for James Tallarico, 38% for Crockett. Latinos, Tallarico has a plus 34 boost. On the whites, Tallarico has plus 29. Independents, plus 29. For Democrat voters in general, Crockett has a 1 point advantage. And for black voters in the state of Texas in the Senate Democratic primary, Crockett has a plus 72 boost. God damn. I will say this one more time. I will repeat this over and over again. If Tallarico ends up winning the primaries, I promise you, the black voters, the black Democratic primary voters that voted for Jasmine Crockett will still vote for Tallarico. They are diehard Fedayeen. They're not going to fucking pull out. Okay? They are the most reliable voting bloc for harm reduction narratives, for harm reduction voting. The same would have happened with Bernie Sanders as well, even though we never got to experience it. I've been burned so much in the past with Texas policies, they ain't going to win. I mean, they're probably still going to lose to the Republicans. We're talking about the primary. Tweeter in chief when it comes to policy, Gavin Newsom, whom many consider to be a frontrunner for the Democratic nomination, is working to stop a billionaire's tax. Newsom, closely aligned with Silicon Valley, is pitted against California's top labor unions. Fascinating 2028 ramifications. He knows where his bread is buttered at the end of the day. This is why I don't trust him. Why ain't you have him on, bro? I mean, I've talked to his team. I know there's a couple HasanAbi heads in his team. I've been talking to his team, but he's been ducking me. I tweeted it out earlier. I said, I have an open invite for California governor as a tax-paying California citizen and a mutual fan of Fortnite Friday. Jonathan Kahn says, has Gavin ever sat down with a left-wing podcaster who would ask him actually tough questions? The answer is no. At most, it was like Atriok and them. You know, and they didn't hold his feet to the fire. And the most tough questions he actually received was from Connor on Fortnite Friday. Here's the tweet if you want to fucking blast it. He would sit down with Charlie Kirk before you. He has sat down with Charlie Kirk before me. Didn't he call you a free spirit? No, he said I was a remarkable person or something, but I think that was just glaze.
We've been stuck over the last several weeks as the local police kind of getting dragged into the middle of these situations where there's community that's angry and frustrated about what's happening.
Do you work with ICE?
No, there's a separation ordinance.
Wall Street Journal doing a ride along with cops.
We have nothing to do with...
Always expect the Wall Street Journal to find the worst angle to cover the story. Every other outlet that we looked at is talking to the protesters, talking to regular people, showing how angry they are. Wall Street Journal is like, who can we go to here?
The federal actions that are taking place. But then when our cops show up, the people who are protesting then turn their frustration and their anger on our cops. We have been trying for the last few years very intentionally to try and rebuild trust with all of our residents in the city because of what happened here 5 years ago. And the concern is when we have outsiders coming into our town wearing vests that say police, engaging in methods that are both unsafe, but also that are just questionable, acting like an asshole to people on the street. I mean, it's just damaging to the reputation of all of law enforcement, not acting like a professional on the street, talking to people in ways that are not respectful.
Where do you think this is gonna go next?
What this should lead to is somebody in charge taking a look at things objectively and saying, hey, maybe we need to look at our procedures. Hey, maybe this actually was preventable. That's what police agencies have been doing in this country for many years. The situation that we're in, it feels almost like things are kind of upside down.
What happened to Good wasn't an isolated incident. The journal identified 12 other instances of federal immigration agents firing at or into vehicles since July. And one other resulted.
The National Police Association and the police union both publicly supported ICE and put the fault on the protesters. This guy's a minority position. I mean, he's the police chief at the end of the day. It's good that he's saying this stuff. Yeah, a Border Patrol agent scans the face of a driver as they stop and question him on the street during an immigration enforcement operation in Minneapolis on January 13th, 2026. Utterly dystopian. If I had accused the Republicans of wanting this world 5 years ago, I'd have been accused of lying and exaggerating. It's ironic because I did say it over and over again. And yes, David J. Byer of the Cato Institute is not wrong. They did say I was fucking exaggerating. All the goddamn time, as a matter of fact. I was saying this nonstop. Part of the reason why I was saying this is because, and this is how it's gone historically, what we do over there inevitably comes here, okay? That's the imperialist boomerang, okay? That's how it always works. First, we see this kind of stuff happening to Arabs in countries like Iraq or in places like Afghanistan, to the people that we are destroying and dominating, okay, with our imperialism. Then we watch it happen and unfold to Palestinians in even worse ways, if you want to understand how much worse it's going to get. And then inevitably, those are the testing grounds for this kind of enforcement. Inevitably, it makes its way to the home front. It makes its way to the domestic battle. All that right-wing talk since the 1990s about the danger of a violent, unaccountable federal government whose agents would one day gun down Americans in the streets, I foolishly thought that was a warning, but it turns out it was more of a promise that they were making. Yeah. The pic comes from here, by the way, from The Atlantic. 4 photos to describe to you the month of January in 2026. 1 year into the Burger Reich. The first year of the Trump Burger Reich has not even been completed. There's 5 more days. This is the best graph to show the imperial boomerang. Imperial boomerang, when tactics of colonial rule exported abroad or imported back home. U.S. troops left Iraq. Their combat gear went to the police. Oh, yeah. Wait, you guys want to see something? Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find the coverage that I did on this, because I did an article on this way back in the day under Obama. Does anyone have the video? I think there's got to be a video out there somewhere. Talking about the buyback programs that Obama engaged in. Oh, bungler. That's when I discovered you, Law. I wonder if I can find the video. But yeah, I mean, you can see it visually represented in front of you in these graphs. I forget the name of this program now. Fuck, what was it called? What is this? Ay, ay, ay. And that we should do buyback programs. Of buyback plans where there's like gun buyback schemes where I could just like take the gun there. No, those are gun buyback programs that I've talked about. No, there's a 1033, right? Yeah. God, Google search has gotten so much worse. Hasan Piker during his time at the like AI overview shows it, but nothing else. Look at this. Like, what is this? What are these links? I said Obama buyback program, Hasan Piker, the Young Turks 1033. Hasan Piker during his time at the Young Turks likely discussed the 1033 program, which allows the transfer of surplus U.S. military equipment. Click the source, Boomer. This is not a source. It's just bolded. Anyway, whatever. No, the little icon ink below the paragraph. Wait, what? What? Where? Oh, this? No, that's a gun buyback program. That's not the one. These are the links that it shows. It's not the right one. You're trolling, right? Links on the right side is show all. No, it doesn't show anything. Stop asking not to politicize gun violence when it's a political problem. Is not the right video that I was thinking of. It can't find it. It's fine. I can't find it either. Fuck it. Who cares? Yeah, whatever. Oh, God, Google is so fucking ass. To be fair, though, I've done too many. I've done too many fucking videos. Let's be real.
DHS told the Journal that in all of these incidents, the officer acted in self-defense because the drivers were using their cars as deadly weapons. The spokesperson called the chief's remarks, quote, disgusting, and said this rhetoric encouraged assaults on officers.
Our ICE officers and our CBP officers are seeing highly coordinated campaign of violence against them. They still need to be able to carry out those operations. We do have to send those federal reinforcements so that we can continue with these operations and make sure that people and our law enforcement are safe.
Across the Twin Cities, a vast network of volunteers have mobilized to track federal agents.
I'm not impeding. You guys are all here.
It's pretty wild to look at all this and go, yeah, base, by the way. I genuinely can't understand how fucking inhumane you must be, how monstrous of a piece of shit you must be to look at all this chaos unfolding and go, this is awesome.
I'm not impeding. Go back to your vehicle.
Found your take. It's from 2017. It's definitely not the right clip. It's a fucking thank you. Free use femboy. Week off for you. I knew that it was a poop sock. I clicked on it. Take a week off.
Me, bro. Let's do this. Drop your weapons. Let's do this. Get out. Go ahead.
The day after Good was shot, we joined Amanda Kohler and St. Paul City Council member Hwa-Jong Kim on an ICE watching patrol.
Hey, this is Amanda and Hwa-Jong. We're heading from North End towards Midway, unless you need us elsewhere.
Right now, they're looking for cars that they think might belong to ICE.
Could I get a plate check, please? I look at cars very closely now.
If the license plate comes up on a database compiled by activists, they'll sound the alarm.
You're hearing just a really incredible organized level of response in our neighborhood.
Thank
dispatch. I have 2 white men in military fatigue driving a white sedan. I'm hoping they will pass me here so I can get a plate.
In St. Paul, we have about 17 neighborhoods, and right now most of them have a neighborhood signal chat.
When ICE activity is confirmed, volunteers blow whistles and honk car horns to warn immigrants in the area. Others follow ICE cars to the location of the raid. DHS has described these actions as interference by rioters and agitators.
Get the f out of here!
Is there a concern that the movement's being co-opted by people who are not sort of operating, who have not been operating the way that you have for the last month?
Frankly, different people have different spice levels, is how I talk about it. I am personally very committed and preach nonviolence, for not just because of ethics, but because I think it's what's strategic. I don't want to give them any ground to claim that anything they do is justified. I'm not there to intervene. I'm there to just get that person's name so we can make sure that person gets legal support and their family gets notified. And I'm there to make it take as much time as possible. So whether that's blowing a whistle to annoy them or even just like making small talk. And I understand that I'm not gonna like stop them from doing something in the moment, but I can certainly slow them down.
Okay, whoever's mobile, get after it!
Here at home, a protester blinded by a non-lethal.
All right, we covered this already. Okay.
Now to break.
Mahmoud Khalil, the decision to free Mahmoud Khalil has been reversed by a federal appeals court.
Breaking news, a federal appeals court has reversed a decision that freed Mahmoud Khalil, the former Columbia University student and activist. Khalil, a green card holder, was a leader of the pro-Palestinian movement at the university. Immigration agents arrested him in March on charges that he aligned with Hamas. Khalil denied it. He was detained for 3 months before a New Jersey judge ordered him released. Well, now the appeals court has ruled the judge did not have jurisdiction to do so. That could allow the government to detain Khalil again. He released a statement saying the ruling is disappointing, but he will continue to fight.
Rising tensions.
It's fucking insane, dude. Zoran had a statement on it. I retweeted it. Last year's arrest of Mahmoud Khalil was more than just a chilling act of political repression. It was an attack on all of our constitutional rights. Now, as a crackdown on pro-Palestinian free speech continues, Mahmoud is being threatened with rearrest. Mahmoud is free and must remain free. Yeah, they're not gonna let it go. The government is still trying to make a active battle out of this because, as I've said over and over again, this is the #1 Israel dick-eating government of all time. Literally, we cannot, we basically gag ourselves on Israeli penis. This government is just choking on it on a daily basis, fighting one another to be the first to suck it. It's disgusting. And of course, the secretary, Marco Rubio, for the fake news peddling misinformation about the appellate ruling for Mahmoud Khalil. Here is our stance in simple terms. If you sympathize with terrorists, your presence is contrary to the national and foreign policy interests of the United States. You are not welcome here. Fake news. Yeah, we have the most insatiable appetite for gagging on Israel to the best of our ability. It's like, please, sir, can I have some more? I will choke if my lungs are not filled with Israel. It's not even just the Israel stuff, though, right? Aren't they still going after Kilmar, Brega Garcia? The government simply can't accept that they're wrong? Yes. If you have a green card, you must support Israel to stay here is the point here, but basically, listen, this is not even just about Israel, as I brought up in the Mahmoud Khalil situation, and many people didn't understand it. Just like the ICE stuff is not just about, is never really about like apprehending criminal migrants or whatever. Okay? This is just the entry point. You're opening the door to violating people's First Amendment rights. This is the way that this administration under Project Esther, which is a subsection of Project 2025, have decided is how they're going to go about destroying constitutionally protected freedom of speech. They just know, they know that the best possible way to tackle it is the only avenue where there is a tremendous amount of influence, which is anti-Semitism. Okay? Anti-Semitism is bipartisan. People attacking those who criticize Israel as anti-Semites is a bipartisan position. This is precisely the reason why 3,500 college campus student protesters were arrested for daring to maintain the now popular position on Israel's genocide. Okay? Like Secretary of State Marco Rubio said, Mahmoud Khalil's detention and potential deportation are not about free speech, adding that his visa would have not been approved had officials known he would organize Gaza war protests. You understand that this is ridiculous, right? You can't do a post hoc rationalization to deny someone a green card. What's next? Denaturalization? What if Mahmoud Khalil had not organized Gaza protests after he became a naturalized U.S. citizen? Do you take away his citizenship? All of it is illegal, for the record. What Marco Rubio is saying here is illegal. Make no fucking mistake. Yeah, I mean, we already know. Pretty close to confirmation that Israelis are spying on college campuses and sending that information to members of Congress. Yes. Black Nest, inside Canary Mission secret web of unlisted sites. One Canary Mission affiliated website, Black Nest, reveals the group's internal operations, plans to expand, and how they celebrate deportations and firings. Fact and evidence-based profiles attack the messenger, not the message. Anonymity as a tool to scare the enemy, providing real consequences for anti-Semitism and anti-Israel activism. Data-driven expertise in North American anti-Semitism. Impact-driven, we change the behavior of the enemy. Bottom-up approach, using individuals to take down orgs. We are the adult in the room. When an Egyptian writer wrote for The Nation about having to flee the U.S. after the arrest of Mahmoud Khalil, Canary Mission celebrated their high-impact role in his self-deportation and internal trackers. This is after 100 gigs of data from unlisted websites was found. These websites are associated with Canary Mission, which revealed their internal workings. DropSite documented this, which revealed their internal workings, employees, and an internal website called Black Nest, where the group celebrated its impact arrests, and deportations. Black Nest is just one of the names of several unlisted websites and content management systems used by Canary Mission, whose doxing operation is run out of Israel and is used by the highest levels of the Trump administration. This is a Mossad operation, okay? This is an Israeli operation that operates on U.S. soil with no scrutiny whatsoever, and we saw them deploy the doxing vans in the immediate aftermath of October 7, if you recall. Greenblatt says he has 40 full-time employees spying on DSA et al. And forwarding it to the FBI.
We measure and track. Number two, we monitor and disrupt. We have a whole apparatus. I have 40 analysts working.
Like, this is a spy, okay? I need you to understand. This is a spy for Israel. It doesn't matter that he's an American citizen. He is a fucking spy for Israel. Spying on American citizens. And this is what the ADL used to do back in the day as well. It's not even new. This is like old shit. The ADL in the 90s were spying on American citizens for the apartheid state of South Africa. And it's the same with the Canary mission as well. Just since no one is noticing this, we also confirmed an employee of Israeli nonprofit Megamot Shalom employee works on Canary mission. More confirmation that it's operated in Israel by Israelis. Okay? It is one of the craziest fucking things that is happening in real time. I know he called me Hamas piker. I know. I saw that. Jonathan Greenblatt is an agent of Israel. Canary mission also is an agent of Israel. They literally operate inside of the American boundaries to get American citizens and American immigrants that have green cards, that have that are on the process of getting their citizenship deported before it gets there for the crime of maintaining the popular position. Maintaining the popular position on Israel. It's fucking crazy. Bro, everyone is spying. Cope harder. What the fuck do you mean everyone is spying? Okay. Is the point when you find a spy, a foreign spy, what do you do to them? If he was Chinese doing this for China, what do you think would happen to him? Are you okay? How cucked can you be? Aren't you a fucking American? Aren't you America first? What are we talking about, man? Oh my God, I love America drama. Baby Jesus save us. You have a big mouth, Hasan. Please return to Turkey and try again. Why are you beefing America? America will go down in history as the greatest land ever. America the Great. This is what I don't understand with these like America first dildos too, where they're like, America's the greatest land of all time. And it's awesome. It's awesome that we let Israel spy on our citizens, Israel spy on Americans, and then fucking collaborate with the American federal law enforcement because, again, Israeli spies have their hand so far lodged up the asshole of the American law enforcement apparatus that we're making the FBI that we pay for with our taxes do the bidding of Israel. You don't have a fucking country, man. Wake up.
Working full time, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, monitoring extremists. We monitor them online, social media, messaging apps, video games, cryptocurrency, podcasts.
Yeah, Epstein was another version of this, okay?
Short form video, Wikipedia, LLMs. We monitor these people and we share the intelligence with the FBI.
Yeah, look, former U.S. Navy.
You saw last.
Yeah, former U.S. Navy sailor gets nearly 17 years in prison for spying for China. Jin Chao-wei sold technical manuals for American warships to a Chinese intelligence officer who had recruited him on social media. Okay? Yeah, if only he was Israeli. We could maybe even elevate him to a position in Congress or something. You know what I mean? If he was doing it for Israel, would be fucking kissing him. Would be hugging and kissing him, being like, thank you, sir. Please. Because we were going to give the manuals ourselves to the Israeli government, but I'm glad that you took the initiative. Jonathan Pollard at least got. Yeah, Donald Trump, the ultra-Zionist, biggest dick eater of Israel, literally shipped off Jonathan Pollard in Sheldon Adelson's private jet. He was treated like a fucking hero in Israel. If that's not a flex on America and every single American, I don't know what to tell you. That's why it's so funny when these dumb motherfuckers constantly talk about these dumb motherfuckers constantly talk about how much they love America, how America first they are. This is Israel first, bitch. Wake up. You are a dog to Israel, okay? Every single one of you. Every single one of you that doesn't recognize that you are a fucking servile little dog to Israel, and many people in Congress are too. Anyone that doesn't want to rip apart this institution piece by piece is a fucking dog to Israel.
Last month you heard about the thing that happened at Wilshire Boulevard Temple. Our analysts investigated what happened. They said they were Korea
Oh, they're spying on the DSA. It's fine. We hate those fucking commies, right?
Town for Palestine.
No, you don't hate those commies. You hate America.
This group of people. They weren't. We were able to ascertain they were from a group called the Turtle Island Liberation Front. Turtle Island is how like left-wing activists refer to the United States. They don't call it America. They call it Turtle Island, like the Iranians call it the Zionist entity, right? They won't call it by its name. The Turtle Island Liberation Front, we gave them a whole dossier. What is
Wait, so that fucking fake ass bullshit, the Turtle Island Liberation Front fake ass nonsense was actually their doing? That's awesome. That's fucking awesome, dude. That's what the ADL is doing. Remember that group that they caught that was going to do terrorism on New Year's Eve or whatever?
Turtle Island Liberation Front. What are their ideas, their goals? Who are they? We identified the people who were in the synagogue. This was on Wednesday, December the 10th. On Monday, December the 15th. This is going to ring a bell.
They were making pipe bombs in the desert. They were making pipe bombs in the desert with a fucking federal agent, dude. The fuck out of here.
Kash Patel announced they cracked a terror ring where they arrested 4 people who were planning New Year's Eve bombings. Turtle Island Liberation Front. At least one of the people I know for certain was in the building at Wilshire Boulevard Temple, vandalizing it and disrupting the event. So we're monitoring left-wing radicals like the DSA and the anti-war crazies and the pro-Palestine.
The anti-war crazies.
We're monitoring right-wing extremists like white supremacists, armed militia groups. We're monitoring political Islamists and Christian nationalists, all of them.
I want to remind people that the ADL was caught spying on American citizens on U.S. soil in collaboration with apartheid South Africa. They were spying on Jewish anti-apartheid protesters as well as black anti-apartheid protesters and trade unionists and student organizations. They were caught, and I believe they had to pay, I think they were fined for it or something. I don't know. This is a real thing. New details, extensive ADL spy operation emerge. Inquiry. Transcripts reveal nearly 40 years of espionage by a man who infiltrated political groups. His codename at the prominent Jewish organization was Cal, and he was so successful at infiltrating political groups that he was once chosen to head an Arab American delegation that visited Representative Nancy Pelosi in her Washington, D.C. office. For a time, Cal tapped into the phone message system of the white Aryan resistance to learn of their hate crimes. From police sources, he obtained privileged personal information on at least 1,394 people. Again, an Israeli spy. And he met surreptitiously with agents of the South African government to trade his knowledge for crisp, new $100 bills. These are among the secrets that Bullock and David Gervitz, a former Los Angeles-based operative, divulged in extensive interviews with the police and the FBI in a growing scandal over the nationwide intelligence network operated by the Anti-Defamation League. Officials for the Anti-Defamation League, while denying any improper activity, have said that they will cooperate with the investigation. They have refused to discuss Bullock and Gervitz. Transcripts of the interviews, among nearly 700 pages of documents released by San Francisco prosecutors last week, offer new details on the private spy operation that authorities allege crossed the line into illegal territory. In 1993, they were getting punished for it. Now, Jonathan Greenblatt, the current leader of the ADL, is openly talking about how he's doing this on U.S. soil. Will there be any pushback? Fuck no, of course not. Of course there won't be any fucking pushback. Get the fuck out. I knew they were bad, but not this bad. Fuck. Yeah, no, they are this bad. And they've been this bad. This is one of the reasons as to why Jonathan Greenblatt fucking hates me, because I call the ADL the Apartheid Defense League. Yeah. No.
And then we train. We're the largest trainer of law enforcement.
Someone came up to me after services and said, I really want to ask him a question, but I can't be there. So I said, okay, give me the question, I'll ask. Here is the question. The question is, it used to be when Nazis were marching that Jews would show up with clubs and get into fights. He says, now I know we can't do that anymore, but has the ADL ever considered hiring people to countermarch, especially people of different ethnicities, so that because social media and publicity are so important, people won't see marches unopposed? So I have now asked.
So I think it's an interesting question. I think that we have to do, like to quote Wayne Gretzky, is not go where the puck is, but where it's going. And this has been a big lesson really since 10/7 in part. So I can tell you, we have taken resources and redistributed it really towards the LLMs, towards generative AI. Folks, I got to tell you, how many of you used ChatGPT in the last week? Raise your hand. Folks, I'm going to come back here in a year and you all need to raise your hand. ChatGPT is ground truth for the vast hundreds of millions of people. It has over 1 billion users. It's been around for like 2.5 years. So like marching in the streets is one thing we could do, but what I would rather do and where I'm investing is building the technology to train the LLMs more effectively and working with OpenAI, with Alphabet, with Anthropic, with Meta, with Microsoft. We are working with them now to train the LLMs. Heck, we're in conversations with Alibaba to train their LLM because the Chinese AI models are profound and potent and they're much more cost effective and they're spreading. So marching in the streets is certainly one thing we could do, and I get why that matters. But what I need to do is go where the puck is going. So we are investing in Wikipedia, LLMs, and trying to change the game before it changes us.
Trope maxing. He's making Israel GPT real.
Deborah asked a question, wouldn't it be more powerful to say Jew hatred than anti-Semitism? Well, one thing I should just say is, again, protect, advocate, educate. We have centers of excellence at ADL, our Center on Extremism. We also have a Center on Anti-Semitism Research. Our Center on Anti-Semitism Research is run by a Stanford PhD. He's actually observant. We have several PhDs on staff. We have a network of academics and scholars we work with around the country. So we've done the research. We've literally done the research. And we're running everything all the time from focus groups to attitudinal surveys to like randomized controlled trials to identify what interventions work most effectively. And we've tested this. And the funny thing is, doesn't matter. The term Jew hatred we find in our research, when you say end Jew hatred, Gentiles think you're talking about the hatred of Jewish people. You understand that? As if we were the ones hating. Deborah asked a question, wouldn't it be more powerful to say Jew hatred than anti-Semitism?
Wait, what? Oh my God. Are you serious? ADL research suggests that when you say end Jew hatred, Americans by and large assume it's the Jewish people that are doing the hatred. Oh my God. That is crazy. I mean, what do you say? What do you say to that? Holy moly.
The largest US military base in the Middle East putting some personnel on standby to leave. As Iran temporarily closed its airspace, Flight Radar 24 showing the nearly empty skies over the country amid fears of US military strikes on Iran. After 3 weeks of protests against the Iranian regime, more than 2,600 people, most unarmed civilians, have been ruthlessly killed, according to human rights activists, with more than 18,000 imprisoned. Now, President Trump saying the killing and the execution of protesters has stopped.
We have been informed by very important sources on the other side, and they've said the killing has stopped and the executions won't take place. There were supposed to be a lot of executions today, and that the executions won't take place.
One young man set for execution, 26-year-old Irfan Sultani. His cousin, Samaya, telling ABC News these execution verdicts are issued overnight with no warning. She says Irfan always felt he shouldn't stay silent and would stand among the people. Under growing pressure, this morning, Iran's judiciary confirming Irfan will not face the death penalty, although he will still be charged. The Iranian foreign minister telling Fox News no hangings are planned. And with
like, charged with what, bro? Charged with what? Like, this shit is fucking... The weaker a government gets, the more silly its control is over speech.
the stern warning to President Trump.
My message is do not repeat the same mistake that you did in June. You know, if you try a failed experience, you will get the same result.
Warning the US not to attack as it did last year when it targeted Iran's nuclear facilities. Well, this is the most significant period of turmoil in Iran since the revolution 47 years ago. President Trump says Iran will stop the killing, but he's also told people to continue protesting, and many are going to have little confidence the regime won't use deadly violence again if they do. Michael?
Yeah, as you said it, Ian, a lot of turmoil there. Thank you.
Heading overseas now, President Trump claims the killings in Iran have stopped. His comments come after days of nationwide demonstrations and a violent government response that left thousands dead. Trump had previously suggested that the U.S. might intervene to support the protesters. Holly Williams is in northern Iraq, close to the border with Iran.
This video appears to show Iranian security forces raiding a hospital and searching for wounded protesters. By some estimates, more than 12,000 people may have been killed in Iran's crackdown. Now, President Trump says he's had assurances the violence has ended.
We have been informed by very important sources on the other side, and they've said the killing has stopped and the executions won't take place.
Iranian human rights groups had warned that one protester, Irfan Sultani, was scheduled to be executed yesterday. The regime now says he hasn't been sentenced to death. Iran's government may have ended its campaign of deadly reprisals, but
that's what's so crazy about Iran. Literally the most, like one of the best educated countries on the fucking planet. And they're still pulling shit like this. It just doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry. I get it. You're in a fucking bad neighborhood. You got many ops. But it's just so psychotic to be so intelligent, so fucking so well educated, have the productive forces to be able to duke it out with nuclear superpowers in your backyard, and then do this like complete barbarism. It just doesn't. It makes no damn sense, dude. It just, something's got to give, like I keep saying. The population is smart, inspire the government? No, that's not true. You're wrong. You're absolutely wrong about that. No, the Iranian government, for all of its fucking stupid ass opinions about what people can and can't do, actually doesn't drop the ball on education at all. It's a theocracy that places a lot of emphasis on its productive output, and also on top of that, a lot of emphasis on higher education in general, both for women and men. In any case, this type of response is only shortening the lifespan of what remains of Iranian sovereignty, in my opinion.
Protests have likely left it weakened. Okay. In the mountains of northern Iraq this morning, just 30 miles from the border.
I'm not going to say anything. I mean, come on, dude. You think Israel has something to do with it? Brother, they're literally interviewing CIA agents. What the fuck do you mean? Does Israel... Of course Israel has something to do with it.
Border with Iran, we met with fighters from an armed and outlawed Iranian opposition group, the Democratic Party of Iranian Kurdistan. Commander Sayran Gargoli told us the protests in Iran have given them hope. Sounds like you're saying that there's a real possibility that the regime can be toppled. Yes, she told us, if the people who are demonstrating on the street get international help. The group represents the Kurdish ethnic minority, around 10% of Iran's population. Mustafa Hijri is the group's leader and told us they have thousands of members inside Iran.
And if you give the word, they will take up arms and rise up against the regime.
Yes, he said, but he told us for now, it's...
They say shit like this so that the Iranian government turns around and just slaughters a bunch of ethnic minorities and then pisses off even more ethnic minorities to take up arms. Same reason why Israel was so heavy-handed with the "we're doing this protest, keep rising up" early on. Also, yes, this is absolutely a joint Mossad-CIA operation. Come on, dude.
Too early. Hijri told us that his group would welcome US strikes on Iran if they targeted the Iranian regime's security apparatus. Nate.
Holly Williams in northern Iraq, thank you.
The newswire AFP is reporting that a number of Gulf countries, namely Saudi Arabia, Qatar and Oman, are leading efforts to dissuade Trump from striking Iran. A Saudi source speaking to AFP characterised that diplomacy as, quote, long and frantic. Well, with me to talk a bit about this is Lila Jacinto from France 24's Foreign Desk. Lila, it is clear then there are regional dimensions to what's happening in Iran.
Absolutely. And AFP is not the only news organization to report this. There have been consistent reports in several news organizations. I mean, what's at stake is basically a fear of a regional blowback, that the domestic situation could spark regional implications of this. Now, bear in mind, these countries, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Oman, these are Sunni Arab states. They are, they are not natural allies of the Shiite regime in Tehran, but and Saudi Arabia, in particular, has is not opposed to the weakening of Iran's military, particularly its nuclear capabilities. The fear, though, is the fall of the Iranian regime could bring about a scenario that is a lot worse. Because, Iran is a vast country. It shares borders with 7 countries, and all of them are watching this to see if there could have regional implications for this. Turkey, which does not share, Turkey, yes, it does have a border with Iran, actually, is also particularly concerned. It is also a country that has been calling for a diplomatic solution to this crisis. Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan this morning warned of, call for a diplomatic solution. Because if you see, if you see the map, Iran borders Iraq and Turkey. And if you see the ethnic dimensions on the map.
Yeah, bro. Insanely fucking diverse. I'm pretty sure that's not even like how the population enclaves are, for the record. That's just the language, like the most common language, or maybe it isn't. It's where they initially are from, right? Because it's not like, this is not accurate either. Like, because everybody lives everywhere. Does Turkey have nukes? American nukes.
Of Iran. There are ethnic groups. Iran has many ethnic groups. In addition to the main group, which is the Persians, which is around 50 to 60% of the population, the ethnic groups primarily are in the border areas. So the Kurds to the northwest, bordering Iraq and Turkey. You have the Baloch, which is right at the border in the southeast, bordering Pakistan. They are around 2% of the population. And then there are other minority groups. And there's an ethnic dimension to this security tapestry in Iran. The Turkish intelligence agency, MIT, has been in touch with the Iranian Revolutionary Guards, the IRGC, and they're both concerned about Kurdish fighters and weapons crossing the border, as this unrest continues. Now, Turkey is keenly watching, in particular, this one particular group. It's called the PJAK, which is linked, sort of the Iranian arm of the PKK, which is the Iranian-based Kurdish group. The Kurds are an important minority in Iran. They make up around 10% of the population. They have historically been opposed to the regime in Tehran. The last unrest that happened in 2022, which was sparked, if you remember, by the killing of Mahsa Amini over the headscarf issue. Mahsa Amini was a Kurdish young woman. And in fact, the Woman Life Freedom Movement, that very slogan, it's originally a Kurdish slogan. So this is a historical slogan. It's Jin Jian Azadi. It got Persianized into Zan Zendagi Azadi. But these Kurdish groups have a long history of mobilization, and Turkey is closely watching this. In the southeastern corner of Iran is the Baloch, in this province, Sistan, Balochistan. They have ethnic cousins across the border.
I mean, look, I'm not even going to hate on France 24. This is the most comprehensive ethnic breakdown of Iran I've seen on a normal television program ever. Like, Americans do not know anything, okay? This is like stuff that I briefly cover every time I mention how diverse Iran is, but it's kind of cool that they are, they're using a CIA map. It doesn't matter. Americans don't fucking know anything. Even basic facts. Tehran has a high population of Turks, significant of Kurds who also live in Tehran, but these imperialist dogs don't give a fuck about any of that. This is what they want to do with Iran, turn it into 7 countries. Tell me what that number reminds you. Yugoslavia, maybe? No, this is, yeah, they want to balkanize Iran, 100%. But balkanizing Iran won't actually turn into like viable state boundaries. They want to Syrianize Iran, in my opinion. They want to turn it into Syria or Libya.
In Pakistan. And there are a number of militant groups, Sunni Islamist militant groups, that have functioned in this corner of Iran, opposed to Tehran. Over the past few years, and particularly after the Women Life Freedom protest, a lot of these groups sort of came under the umbrella of this militant group, Jaish al-Adl. And this...
Isn't it at least good the Kurds will finally get their state, though? What are you talking about, brother? Oh, my God. I swear to God, we have so many fucking CIA agents in the chat. Oh, my Lord. Ay, ay, ay. Yes, we should do an Israel for the Kurds in the middle of the region. Because one Israel is not enough. Like, what do you mean? You just described America carving out a fucking nation state. The difference, of course, between Israel and an American-backed Kurdistan is that Kurds are at least, like, indigenous to the region. Okay? At least Kurds are indigenous to the region. Kürt dinleyişi çok daha onurlu alaylar hak ediyor. Law, didn't you say yesterday we're going to be nicer to people who may be ignorant? Yeah, except he's literally saying like, oh, well, let's let America carve out a fucking a destabilizing nation state smack dab in the middle of like 4 different countries in the region. If there is a Kurdish statehood that will be designed in the future, it has to be done in cooperation with all the other countries that already exist where the ethnic Kurds live. Okay? We're talking about Iraq. We're talking about Iran. We're talking about Turkey. We're talking about Syria. There are so many countries in this region that would need to participate in the design of a Kurdish nation state. You know who we shouldn't be talking about? The United States of America or Israel. They cannot have a hand in this design. Because if they do, then that nation state will just be another aberration, not dissimilar to Israel. Yeah. Ask this genius what happens. Yeah, also Kurds are routinely getting slaughtered anyway. Ask this genius what happens to the Kurds in Syria for the past year after Israel and Turkey and U.S. ousted Assad. Yeah. You also don't realize that, like, and this is the problem with everything, especially in Iran as well. Like, even in Syria, Kurds don't live in just like ethnic enclaves. They live everywhere. Same with Turkey. Same with Iraq. Like, they've designed an autonomous zone in Iraq, at least, where there is like a semi-autonomous Kurdish region in northern Iraq. But there are, different populations living in this territory, cutting it off and creating it off of like, cutting it off and creating it off of like one ethnicity is going to be unimaginably complicated. And without any sort of regional autonomy in question, without ever factoring in other nation states in the region, it's just never going to happen. That's why Americans always do this shit. By the way, this kind of partitioning is not new at all. I mean, this is how these nation states were designed initially.
Region has also been seeing a lot of protests. What there is very little doubt about is in the vast number, the death toll of these latest protests also includes Iranian security officials who have been killed. So the region, all the players in the region really worry about what is
kind of the opposite. The partitions that do exist have been done without ethnic considerations. You think that Westerners did not specifically design Arab nations with sectarian conflict in mind? Are you crazy? No. You think it was mere happenstance that Syria and Lebanon are unimaginably diverse countries. I mean, it's a very diverse region to begin with, but that absolutely is the primary design. Chop it up into a mix of different ethnic backgrounds, different religious, different people that follow different versions of the same religion or different religions, and then give one of the more pliant minority groups control over the entire country. Divide and conquer. Yeah, same with Africa too. If anything, the new design is now trying to build like ethnic enclaves. What is this? Orphilia? Hasan, I have an ED and you have helped me so much. I eat with you when you stream because I live alone. Hasan, I have a severe ED and you have helped me so much. I eat with you when I stream because I live alone. Hell yeah. We got a eating W chatter. Let's go. Sorry that I fucking scarf it down super fast.
What is the after? What is the scenario for if the regime falls? And so the push right now on Washington
is an eating disorder.
Come up with some diplomatic solution to this.
We didn't have a chance to talk about anything internationally. I think the biggest security threat to China.
Carney calls China a partner in the New World Order. My fucking goat, Marx Carney, the real chairman. Doing the damn thing. Going to China, living my fucking dream.
Canada's China.
China, you say?
Yeah.
And I believe the progress that we have made in the partnership sets us up well for the New World Order.
Prime Minister Mark Carney is here in Beijing with 5 members of his cabinet. He's got the ministers of industry, foreign affairs, natural resources, international trade, and agriculture. Plus, he's got the premier of Saskatchewan here. And they were all officially...
Wait, he didn't even meet with Xi? Are you fucking serious? There's no way they fucked him like that. The first part was him saying China is the biggest threat. Second clip was him bending the knee. He's meeting tomorrow. Okay, I got sad for the Canucks. More like Canucks. Holy shit. Sorry, I'm being ruthless because I'm jealous. I'm jealous of any European leader that gets to meet the GOAT. You're watching Canadian slop. Be careful. Why didn't you meet Xi? Because I'm not fucking touched by the heavens, okay? I don't have the heavens mandate. He met the premier of China today, then Xi tomorrow. How will you feel when Canada gets a BYD before you? Canada already has BYDs. I think they have buses, right? I don't know. I miss China so much. I want to go back. I want to go back ASAP. I miss it. It's so fucking chill. It's so dope. I wish I was there right now. Mexico also. Yeah, I know. Mexico's gotten a lot of BYDs as well. Abdul's going to be here in like 10 minutes. Well, yeah, he's meeting Xi.
Welcomed in the Great Hall of the People by China's #2 in command, Premier Li Qiang. National anthems were followed by an inspection of a military honor guard. And then to business. With Carney and Lee looking on, all those ministers signed multiple new or renewed agreements between the two countries on a host of issues. There was a memorandum of understanding to boost exports of Canadian pet food to China, a renewed commitment to fight crime, and promises to boost two-way tourism. Ministers signed agreements on energy and on plans to boost the use of Canadian wood in home construction. But despite the presence of Saskatchewan Premier Scott Moe at a meeting between Carney and Lee, no agreement has emerged, at least so far, to drop Chinese tariffs on Canadian canola. And even though Carney met earlier today with officials from the world's largest maker of electric vehicle batteries, Canada has not budged on its policy of high tariffs on Chinese EVs. Now, Carney has one more day left here in Beijing, and on Friday, he'll meet with the #1 politician in the country, President Xi Jinping. David Aiken, Global News, Beijing.
President Trump renewing his call for the U.S.
China's out here cutting fucking deals with all of America's allies. Meanwhile, America's over here being like, let's destroy the one reliable security commitment that we've had. Let's just fucking blow up the bag. Let's just blow up the NATO bag ASAP. Fuck it. YOLO. Anyway, there's some other fun stuff that I want to get into. Hold on. Oh, Abdul's here. Unc FD signified it a bait and switch on liberals, but Kamala had a weird laugh out loud.
In a
Are you about to pull a George Clooney, but towards China? Why? What did George Clooney? Hey, what's good? What did George Clooney do? YGNC culture is basically medieval China. Dude, I listened to Vox. What's good? You want something to drink?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm good too.
You
What's
good?
good, brother? I'm all right. I'm pretty good. Let's see if this camera still works or if I broke it. Because I was Dr. Abdul El Sayed in the building, running for Senate in Michigan.
What up, Doe?
And what are you doing here today? I mean, not just on the stream, but you're in Los Angeles. You're in my hood again.
We are. We're trying to raise some money. We got a bit of a fundraiser tonight, and I think our good friend is going to be there. Looking forward to it.
I've never attended a fundraiser
Really?
dinner before. Yeah, I was texting the Pod Johns earlier too to be like, what is this? What's this gonna look like? I've never done that before.
It's
wait, am I expected to open my wallet too? Is that how
you don't have to, man. You don't have to.
Is that how this goes?
Yo, chat. Tell this man.
Is that why I was invited?
No, it's gonna be a good opportunity. There's actually gonna be a lot of different kinds of people there. You know Mike Murphy? You know who that is? He hosts a podcast called Hacks on Tap, and he's from Michigan, like arch conservative his whole life, and now runs a group focused on EVs. And so Mike Murphy said he might show up. So you're gonna have everybody from you to Mike Murphy.
Okay,
so it'll be an interesting conversation.
That's the most arch conservatives, the most right wing it goes.
In that room,
I feel like
probably.
that's gonna be a room that.
I mean, we're not like uber MAGA at this point, but that would be
Yeah.
wild. Stephen Miller walks up, he's like, "Hey, I heard this was an event to support Abdul El Sayed."
Well, for me, I feel like that room, I got ops everywhere. You know what I mean? I'm gonna have ops there because like it's not like a lot of the big ticket Dems. They don't really. I mean, they tolerate me because they understand that like I have the best interests of the country in mind. Even if we have disagreements in how we must get there. But I think you know that better than anybody else, being a champion of Medicare for all from the start. Hold on, let me push that in. That's a major point of disagreement that people like ourselves have with a lot of establishment Democrats. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm excited. I've never experienced something like this before.
It'll be a cultural experience.
You want something to drink?
I'll take. What do you got?
Dr. Pepper, Sunkist, Dr. Pepper Zero.
I'll take Dr. Pepper Zero.
Okay. There you go.
I mean, here's the thing about it, right? I don't take any corporate money. So that allows me to actually have a conversation about what's best for folks. And the problem with sort of the mainstream Democratic Party too often is we want to talk to working people about the challenges that they face. And at the same time, too often Democrats take money from the very same people who are creating the problem in the first place. And so it puts you in a weird position. So you end up saying milquetoast stuff like, I want you to have affordable healthcare. And you'll say, okay, how? And be like, well, I want you to be able to afford your healthcare. You're like, you're just saying the same thing in different words. Like, how do you want to do it? And then they'll say stuff like a public option. You're like, okay, so tell me a little bit about why a public option is actually going to guarantee people healthcare. What's going to say that it's more affordable than what we have right now? Nothing. And you're just trying to create space for the corporate health insurance industry to continue to sustain itself and leech money out of our pockets as we get sick. So,
what do you think of in terms of like populist messaging? I feel like a lot of Democrats have shied away from the term populism, or at least like they regard it as like a negative thing. I don't, obviously. I think there's real populism and there's sloppyism. I call right-wing populism sloppyism. There's just not real. It's more so just ridiculous statements about ridiculous tribalist sentiment, right? For the most part, it's a misdirection away from the real material issues that have impact on people's lives. But as far as that populist sentiment goes, I've been thinking about this quite a bit on messaging GDP. Like, I feel like a lot of Americans kind of understand now that like GDP is not the best metric to assess the
it's not about
health of the average person. And I think it's a really good entry point into having a conversation about private healthcare in general as well, because like private healthcare is a unnecessary middleman that is parasitic in nature, that does not actually drive costs down at all. As a matter of fact, in many circumstances, it's incentivized to drive the costs up, and it's beneficial for the GDP though. I mean, it's explosive. It's a there are a
lot of ways
multi-billion-dollar industry.
There are a lot of ways to extract money out of people, and if the only thing you measure is how much money gets extracted in the economy and how much money moves hands, that doesn't necessarily tell you that that's doing it for the well-being of all of us. I would like take an example of this, right? And this may be popular or unpopular for the chat, but let me just say it. Like sports betting. I got a good friend of mine, right? Our whole relationship used to be comparing athletes from the 90s. Like we'd like trade Barry Sanders videos, right? Because as a Detroit
we hate
kid,
betting here. This is a halal community. Gambling is haram. We don't participate in that. But go on.
But like you just my guy can't watch ESPN anymore. He's got problematic gambling. So basically, everything about his entire experience growing up is gone for him, because the minute he turns on ESPN, they're trying to give him some sort of incentive to go spend some money on something he's going to lose money on. And like, look, don't bet, that's okay. But when you start putting it in people's faces and as an industry, you're making money on people who can't control themselves, that's a problem. Now look, that industry is billions of dollars. It makes a whole lot of money extracting from people who can't make a rational decision about whether or not to make a bet.
Yeah.
And like, you're right. That would benefit the GDP. To your point about populism.
Well, that's why CNN is sponsored by Kalshi now.
Insane. Like, so we're going to bet on all the news items. I mean, here's the problem with
They're doing it already. They're ruining it. Ruined sports, and now they're ruining, I guess, news. But the news has already been ruined. So
I mean, even in Michigan, Eastern Michigan University basketball players just got indicted on point shaving scheme. Right, so now you got these college kids, probably don't have that huge NIL deal. It's not like Eastern is a huge basketball school. They're like, all right, I can make some money off the side. Somebody's gonna bet on something, and they'll cut me in. I mean, it's just corrupted sports. Now the question is, all right, well, like if you now have a betting circumstance, and we know news actually changes political outcomes.
Oh yeah,
there's a huge conflict of interest there.
Yeah, and also you have accounts like Polymarket on Twitter routinely posting like very heavily biased sentiment, and I can't tell if it's directional so that they can like game out the outcomes of certain bets to like juice up the numbers in a specific direction, or if there's like an actual political purpose that it's serving. Like it's genuinely terrifying that they're like that. This is what we're doing now. It's just like
how can we monetize everything?
Yeah,
and that's the problem. I mean, like that's the problem. Look, at the end of the day, when you start thinking that there are certain things that are just monetizable, like political outcomes, you don't realize that the whole point of our political system is supposed to be about providing basic dignities for people's lives. At this point, it just becomes another game. And like, this is the hard part of these incentives, right? If all you're measuring is how much money is throughput through the economy, then at some point you start making really problematic decisions like allowing health insurance corporations to leech off the top of our healthcare so that CEOs can make $18 million a year, which, by the way, is the income of the CEO of the largest health insurer in Michigan. Every single one of those dollars came out of somebody's pocket. Now, if you're looking at GDP, you're like, that's great. If you're actually looking at the well-being of people who are downstream of that, that sucks. And unfortunately, here we are.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it becomes increasingly clear for, I think, more and more Americans every single day that like, it's our economy basically is just like a carcass for 90% of the population, and for the top 10% of wealth, we're just like holding on to this like perma growth mentality. And no matter what the cost of that might be to the quality of life for the average citizens, we don't really care, and we just keep pumping it.
To your point, right? Like, you think about where the economy is right now. Just look at the top stocks. The top 7 stocks are all invested in one thing, which is AI.
Yep.
And the implications in local communities are huge. So we just dropped last week a terms of engagement for data centers, because there have been 15 data center projects proposed in the last year alone, and all of them are collaborating with our local utilities. DTE is one of them. They are the biggest single spender to corrupt Michigan politics in the entire state. And then they're coming in here trying to okay these projects like through darkness of night without actually following the normal process. And meanwhile, our rates for electricity have gone up faster than 46 other states. I lose my power 2 or 3 times a year for 3 or 4 days at a time. And so like folks are freaking out. They're like, okay, so now you got one project that's going to increase the overall electricity output for all of DTE by more than 100%. And we're supposed to believe that like we're not going to eat last and our rates are not going to go up?
But the economy is entirely reliant, like you said, on AI. So bubble or not, if it pops, everything falls apart because we've stacked all of our bets against that.
And here's the crazy thing. These companies are relying that one of them is going to win. Like the whole logical architecture of this is that they're a race for AGI. There's going to be one winner.
Yeah.
So that means like what happens to the other ones?
Yeah, it's going to, and you know, it's going to be real crazy when we get there and we find out it's Chinese, the winner of the AGI race. Because I feel like this kind of stuff has to be open sourced. And in many respects, it was, and it still kind of is, right? Like as far as like taking all of the information and sucking it into the AI machine, that part is open source. But then they also farm it out for people to try to make this as cost effective as possible. But it's even then, it's actually operating on a loss all the time. Every time you like generate an image, you're actually not only destroying the environment and hiking up people's electricity costs, but you're also eating away at the existing revenue that they've gotten from all the numerous times that they raised money.
So Hasan, I'll tell you the crazy story. I got a letter in the mail over the holiday because one of the books that I had written had been sucked up into Claude to train it. And Anthropic was like, listen, we entered into this huge $1.5 billion settlement for all of the authors whose books had been sucked up. And like, well, would you accept the settlement offer? And it's one of those things where I'm like, well, it must be nice that you just steal everybody's intellectual property and then after the fact to be like, let me just pay you off to shut up. And like, that's one of these companies that has done it. All the rest of them, it's just like, so now here we are. We've got like they're trying to build the machine god. And all of us are supposed to be like, yeah, this is great. And then
a machine god that's sole purpose is to displace the existing labor force, mind you.
And this is the thing about it, right? Like I actually, you know what? I looked at AlphaFold. So folks know I'm a doctor, did a PhD in public health. I grew up learning about protein folding, which is boring as hell, but basically, let me just explain quickly. You have a couple of different kinds of amino acids. They have these different end tails and they can mix in different ways. And the prediction of how they mix used to be really, really hard to do. And that's what causes a protein to fold, is like how they interact with each other. AI was used to help to understand and predict how they would fold. That's a pretty incredible use of that technology. Yeah. The problem with it though, is that there's not that much money in protein folding. You know where the money is? In trying to figure out how to enable all the Fortune 500 to cut their bottom line when it comes to their labor force by like 5 to 20%. And
this is why publicly funded research is so important, which is ironic that this this administration on the one hand is like desperate to try to find the next big thing and be the first to get to AGI if it's even possible to get there, while simultaneously they're chipping away at public funds and research in general, and I feel like they should be investing extra hard in that area, especially in the field of medicine too, like all public research.
I know you were talking about China on the way when I walked in, and you know one of the most frustrating things to me is that they are eating our lunch when it comes to the future of tech, and that's because they're investing
and
when we're
renewable energy
and renewable energy, like all of the important technologies of the future. So I'll tell you a story. 2 years ago, I was speaking at a conference in Kenya, and I love coffee. So whenever I go to a coffee producing nation, I go to coffee farms. So I'm on my way to a coffee farm. I'm driving in a BYD on a Chinese paved road, driving by Chinese built row houses in which the farmers live. And I'm looking at the driver. I'm like, yo, and I already know the answer to this. I'm like, who built all this? He was like, China. And I was like, all right, so what do you think about the US? And he looks me in the rear view and I see his eyes and he's like, I don't think about the US. And that's the thing, is that like we used to be the country that did those things. And like, you know, my parents immigrated to this place. They took a bet on America where they had rights and where this was the best single place. My parents are automotive engineers, right? Like, or my dad's an automotive engineer and my stepmom's an automotive engineer. But like my dad took a bet that like this was the best place to build cars. And for most of his life, that has been true. And I worry that we're giving up on that, right? I still believe in American auto workers. I still believe in American engineers. It just seems like Donald Trump and all of them don't, right? Because I think when you look at where the competition for the automotive industry is, we've got to be able to be thinking about all the different kinds of cars we can make and being able to compete on the international market. And frankly, what they've basically said is like, yeah, we're not going to do that anymore. And I'm like, all right, so I'm from Michigan where we make cars. So you're basically telling me that we're not going to compete on the international market because we've already given up on a competition with China, right? Because we don't want to invest in research and development with them.
Have you heard Jim Farley say that his daily is the VY or no, is the U9 or something?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah,
I mean, like
he straight up said, I went to China, I saw the EVs, and I was like, if they come here, the SU7, he's like, if they come here, that's my daily now. If they come here, we're cooked. It's crazy.
I believe that we can, like, our ingenuity is better. Our engineers are better for now. But like, I think about my dad, man. I'd like, you know, imagine it's not 1978 and it's 2026 and you got a kid who's like the brightest in his class is in Egypt and he's looking at what's happening in the United States and thinking,
he can't even come here. We're denying immigrant visas. Yeah. It's like, oh, you want to come here? You want to come here and work? You can't work if you've ever said anything mean about JD Vance. You can't even get a visa. And at the point of entry, we're going to harass you. And we keep repeating over and over again that like, oh, your time here is limited. You're not a part of us. You're not a part of this country at all. You're completely cooked. So why the fuck would they come here? I guess like the only reason why people come here is because like we dominate the rest of the planet and we crush them into submission. So it's better to at least like not be under the boot.
I mean,
so that's the only reason.
But like you know, I know what my life would have been if my parents didn't come here. Right? I know what it would have been. I also know what it has not been for a bunch of kids who grew up 15 minutes away from me, didn't get the same privileges I did. I love America. I love America enough to want her to be better. And if you want a place to be better, you got to be willing to call out what we're not doing right. It's like you watch your kid sticking something into a socket and you're like, no, I'm not going to say anything. Like if you love your kid, you tell them to stop.
Yeah.
And I just think we have to have an honest conversation about what it means to have some tough love about the challenges that we face right now. And
yeah, but what if your kid's a little slow? Because America is the slow kid that goes, oh, you don't want me to put the fork in the socket? I'm gonna lick the socket now. I'm gonna stick my tongue in it.
I'll tell you about kids. Even the smartest kids take a minute to have to figure it out. And like, you know, at the end of the day, like we have a moment right now where I think people are seeing just how insane a lot of this is. I mean, we were talking about immigration and the value that it is offered for this country. We did this thing in America where we were the place where all of the best and brightest from all over the rest of the world decided to come, right? And here's the thing that frustrates me the most is that a lot of folks who look at that and say, well, what's there for me, whose families have been here for generations and generations, part of me says, the very people who are now telling you that you should hate immigrants are the people who undercut your entire possibility of getting a high quality education. They disinvested in your schools. They disinvested in your healthcare. They disinvested in your communities. And then they basically kept saying, well, as long as we're able to import the best and brightest everywhere else, the top of our economy will be doing just fine. And part of me is just like, these people have been lying to you for a very long time. We should have been invested in your schools. We should have been invested in your communities. We should have empowered you to be able to compete with the best and brightest everywhere. But like those people lied to you. And now they want you to hate the very immigrants, right? That they have disempowered you to be able to actually be able to compete in the best way. And so like, to me, it's about going back out there and being able to say, look, we're going to reinvest in public schools, urban, rural communities, and make sure that our best and brightest, that all of our kids, right, have the best means to an education in the future to be able to compete with anyone, anywhere. And that used to be the case in the United States, and I think we lost that back in the 80s. Ronald Reagan, y'all.
I had a conversation about this with a very unexpected person on my flight back to Los Angeles, Neil deGrasse Tyson, but he was talking about how like America has never been motivated by anything but, profit. And the only times where they've actually gotten their shit in order was during the space race. They had to compete with the USSR. And that's the only time where there was like tremendous investment into public research in this field, because they couldn't let, because Yuri Gagarin, USSR is the first to beat America in the space race. So we had to one up them. And
Sputnik, and then the ability to orbit the Earth. Yeah.
So then inevitably we land on the moon, except according to my rocket scientist brother, we might have lost the recipes on how to get up there, or at least it's like far too costly to get up there anyway. But in any case, my point is, I feel like we're not even doing that with China at this stage. Like we're taking a different attitude, or taking a different approach, where we look to the tremendous amount of money spent on R&D on the renewable energy side. And we've completely said, all right, you know what? You guys dominated that. You own the manufacturing and the procurement and the refinement of all rare earth minerals around the planet. They're not so rare, but they're obviously very costly to efficiently produce, right? So they own all of it. They own all the battery technology and everything like that. They own all the solar panels. So we're just going to flip the table. We're going to double down on our efforts and control every oil-rich nation we possibly can. And it's crazy because, like, we're stunting our own growth, because instead of trying to compete with China, taking advantage of the unimaginable wealth that we have, educating our population, fixing our infrastructure, we're just engaging in more military adventurism overseas and trying to destabilize countries when we know that inevitably, we know that eventually fossil fuels is finite and will become obsolete.
And not only that, we're cooking ourselves in the process.
Yeah, and it's also destroying the planet.
It's a crazy thing, because China is the first country that figured out how to export infrastructure. That's what it is. But look, we have a whole industry to make infrastructure. We built all the infrastructure we could possibly need in our own country. So we're just going to go to sub-Saharan Africa, where, by the way, 30% of the world's under 40s live, and just build all their infrastructure and then sell it to them on these long-term loans that basically empower us over their government. And then we're going to build the future of renewable energies and sell that to them too. And then we're sitting here, literally, this is the thing about Donald Trump.
Better loans than we offer. Better loans than all the conditional loans that the IMF and the World Bank have offered historically.
But we're out here retrenching on ourselves, disinvesting in the future of tech that people are focused on and interested in, that's more efficient over the long term. And then not only that, but Donald Trump, I don't know if you just saw this announcement. He's like, no, Chinese autos can come and build here as long as they employ American workers. I'm like, so you're basically giving up on the American auto industry, which is insane.
Wait, there's no way that he would allow that to happen.
That's what he's floating.
He was just hanging out with Jim Farley. What the fuck?
You know what happened, man, is that Ford auto worker, that hero.
Yeah, the one that said you're a pedo protector.
Pissed them off. And now he's like, okay, watch. This is the thing about it, right?
That's crazy.
Yeah, but that's what they're floating right now. That's the conversation. That and everyone gets a high deductible health plan.
And he's not going to hold them to account to make sure that those factories are unionized too.
Definitely not.
Yeah, he doesn't give a fuck about that.
He's going to try and use this opportunity to break unions. Right? Because let's be clear, the union movement is one of it is one of the first enemies of any sort of fascist state.
Yeah.
right? They go after unions because unions are an independent source of organizing and can make real demands on both the state and on corporations. And the union movement is one of the most important things standing between us and where Donald Trump wants us to go.
Let China come in. Trump reiterated his openness to Chinese auto investment in the U.S. while speaking recently in Detroit. Early on the campaign trail, Trump, he just wants to be
Detroit.
Obama.
He said it in Detroit.
He wants to be Obama so bad. This is like when Obama when Obama built a Chinese factory that closed down later. You know what I'm talking about? And then he made the documentary Factory.
And this is the other thing, right? It's like, so we're in this international race around AI, but he's like, you can just buy the chips because we're gonna make money off of it. But it's like the short termism is insane. It's just insane.
Well, I mean, shutting China off from even purchasing those chips initially caused China to go and develop it on their own. And now they've actually made tremendous breakthroughs in what is it called? Like not the chips itself, but like the manufacturing of chips, like the thing that you need, the technology that we wouldn't allow, the EUV lithography, the technology that we would not allow to export from the Netherlands to China, they basically went around and designed it on their own. So now, they're probably 5 years to 10 years out from mass producing all that stuff. They've already started engineering their own NVIDIA style GPUs. They're going to flood the market, and it's going to be good for the American consumer, but it will be terrible for the American stock market. Like I'm a citizen of the world. Like I don't think about this in terms of like warring nations or foreign adversaries. I think that's a very dangerous idea that a lot of Americans maintain. You're running for Senate, so you don't have to say anything about this. I understand.
Let me just say something. Look, I think we do our best when we are leading on building things that are productive, that create opportunity for folks in this country and abroad. And like, I don't think it's a zero-sum competition. Either we win or they win. I think we can all win. One of the frustrations I do have with China is that like they've often broken the rules, right? Like they very much enforce their own patent law. And then when it comes to our patents, like
you're talking to the most anti-copyright guy on the planet, for the record.
But like, if you agree to play by certain rules, you play by the rules, right? And that to me is like, I disagree. The other thing I'll just say that is this, like, I think for us, if we're serious about using the rise of a China to build for ourselves, we've got to be really thoughtful about asking, like, where is this puck going? Like,
so you're running for Senate on high-speed rail, is what you're saying now. It's not just Medicare for all. We're bringing miles and miles of high-speed rail, baby. U.S. Steel.
I'll be honest with you. Like, I'm actually really interested to see like what is the future of like what a car is. You know what I mean? Like that is a big open question. That
I actually can't really. I've just realized you're running in Michigan.
No. I'm like, look, I'm all for high-speed rail. Don't get me wrong. I don't think these things are mutually exclusive. But like, there is a big open question about like what. I mean, so you think about this, right? What makes a train a train? It runs you have a bunch of cars hooked together. It runs on a very predictable path, right? It goes between different places. But like, you think about what happens now as more of automotive becomes self-driving. So like, what is at some point you're talking about convergence around some of these things. Like, even think about it. Like, you own a car, right? I own a car. My car sits fallow for like most of the day.
Mm-hmm.
And it's there for me when I need it. I take it where I need to go. But like, in some respects, if your car can drive itself and you can order a car on demand, like ask yourself what the difference between having your own car, having an Uber on demand is, and then having public transit.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying that like there is this convergence in like where the future of transit is headed that I actually think breaks the sort of divide of like car, no car, like light rail, public transit. What happens?
But we don't have any public transit options in general. That's the problem.
I agree, and I think it's a big part of. I mean, it's a huge issue.
It's ironic because like on the one hand, if you're a Ford automotive worker, right? If you're working at a factory and you got a good union job, your job kind of relies on making sure that Americans use cars and not public transit, because if there's more diversity of option, then less people purchase cars and then you're making less cars. But also at the same time, every single worker would probably benefit from having more robust public transit so that they could take advantage of that instead of getting a car. So it would make their lives much better. Beyond that, though, there's also, I think, a cultural importance in this too, because like I think the reason why cities are blue rather than like rural areas that end up turning red is because you're constantly around a diversity of different opinions. You're constantly around a diverse group of individuals. diversity in age, diversity in thought, and it causes you to be more understanding and more empathetic, and it causes you to have a sense of like shared culture. And that's why everybody goes like, oh, New York is the best, you know, New York #1. Even though ironically I'm wearing a Yankees hat.
Detroit #1, but yeah, sure.
Yeah, but that doesn't happen on accident. That happens because people are constantly around one another, and like they're forced to interact with one another, be around other people.
And I think that's a beautiful thing, and I think any urban community is going to have that. I'm just thinking about this, right? Like, if you think about a lot of the things that people want, they want just-in-time transit, they want specific like last-mile solutions, and like you could imagine a world where you had a sort of like public version of Uber, right? That was entirely an EV-based system, right? So it was it was like really quite clean, right? And that it literally solves the last mile problem for you. So it's not just the kind of thing like it runs particular routes and then you have to figure out the last mile. I'm just saying that like the future of where public transit could go in an era where you can have a clean car that drives itself. I'm just saying that like we have this divide that we've created in our minds about like there's public transit and then there's cars. And I'm just saying that like as cars become both more efficient from like a driver standpoint and also more efficient from a renewable energy standpoint, you could imagine a world in which you actually say, look, a public community could operate, right, an Uber system where you do have some shared routes, but like it'll come pick you up, take you where you need to go, and do so at scale relatively cheaply. So
also, like I got back from China recently. I went to China and I saw it's the most American country on the planet. It's so funny to say this because people are like, what the fuck do you mean? But like they are very, like there is definitely a shared culture there. Like their cultural attitudes are quite similar. And one of the things I noticed is that there is robust infrastructure and a lot of public transit, but everybody has a fucking car too. So there's both.
Yeah.
Like you can have both. It's not zero sum. You can have a car that you use on the weekends if you want to, but then also take advantage of, you know, the public transit system that exists. So
and look, I'm actually, to be honest with you, the value of having public transit is huge. One of the great harms that was done in the city of Detroit was actually it used to have a trolley system, and then they undid the trolley system because they built the highways right into the city and tore up that trolley system.
Same in Los Angeles.
Same in Los Angeles. Same in a number of urban communities.
That was the car companies.
Yeah. And that's exactly it. I mean, so I'm just saying that like I actually think that, you know, we this is a debate that ought to be had. I do think that in a lot of ways, right, thinking about how people live and where people live, a public transit system is a great solution in urban communities. You think about rural communities, it's going to look a little bit different. I actually think the excitement of this is that you can start thinking about what public transportation looks like in a rural community in an era where you now have this more efficient kind of car, right? So I'm just saying that like...
And the best part about public transit is that it is the only effective way to reduce traffic density, which is so crazy. Because everybody goes, nah, we'll just put one more lane on the highway.
And it never works.
Of course it doesn't work because it gets bottlenecked when you enter the city. So that's not, you know, when it gets, you're inevitably going to have to do one lane. Unless the new idea is that they just like chop down the building blocks in the city and make the city roads eight lanes long as well.
I mean, that's the other thing is that like, I think this is the hard part. When we think about manufacturing, which Michigan, of course, is a huge manufacturing state, we always think about it with respect to legacy projects that we're manufacturing. We're not thinking about like what is the next thing that we have to manufacture. And this is the hard part. This is like
make Ford make train cars.
I mean, like, you know, like in the middle of COVID, Ford started to make masks.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm just saying that like in Michigan, we make stuff. And what we make, I think we need to always be thinking about what's the next thing that needs to be made, right? And we'll always make cars in Michigan, but like, what is the next set of things that we need to make? And
kind of feels like the only time where American prosperity was at its peak was when we had what resembles a centrally planned economy during the wartime. And that was that, like, we ate good off of that even after the period of World War II ended.
Yeah, the hard part about that is by implication it was like during wartime. So I hope we.
Well, no, I know that's the wrong lesson. Yeah. You can maintain a similar attitude.
I mean, to be fair, right? Like,
and
unfortunately,
not have the economy directed at making a handful of select billionaires super wealthy, and instead focus on improving. Focus on, I don't know, maybe developing like a 5-year project or a 4-year project if that's the same election cycle that we have, the same term structure that we have, and then design a 4-year project, make both of those 4-year projects compete against one another in the elections, and then have that be the initiative for the upcoming 4 years rather than thinking in quarters.
So that's the hard part, right? It's like we have stopped investing in the technologies of the future. And the whole point of institutions like the NSF and the NIH was that you were invested in giving out grants to folks who had great ideas about building the future. We stopped doing that, right? And once you stop doing that, at some point, you are failing to sort of recognize where things are headed, and you're retrenching backwards. And that's not like it doesn't have to be central planning. It's just like, this is where we think this is going. Why don't we invest in this new tech so our industry can also benefit and also grow? And we're just not doing that anymore. And like under Trump, this is the thing about Donald Trump, is that he's always interested in a win tomorrow. He's never really interested in a win in 10 years.
In a way, he's like perfect for American capital for that reason. And we're kind of seeing that.
You're right.
We're kind of seeing that too, like even with Jerome Powell, right? Like Donald Trump is basically touching all the third rails, right? Like in the past, if someone were to say, we're going to take the Federal Reserve and we're going to control it. Like I want you to do this thing. I want you to lower interest rates. It doesn't matter what kind of system you have in place that is like supposed to be totally removed. Obviously, there is an economic ideology driving the Fed as well. I'm not silly. I'm not stupid. And it's not one that favors the working class in general. But even in terms of like dominating the interest of capital, like that was what created stability. You always know like monetary policy is going to pick up the slack because, let's be real, there's no fiscal policy coming because that's happening at the legislative level, and Congress is only good, unfortunately, until you get elected, only good for cutting taxes. But
we should be taxing billionaires. Let's just put that out there.
Yeah.
Hang that over.
Well, you're in the no longer do we want to tax billionaire state right now. Gavin Newsom has some interesting things to say about that.
What did he say?
Apparently, he said he wanted to stop the initiative to tax billionaires. As a matter of fact, does anyone have the link for that?
He's trying to run for president.
No, but that's the opposite of what you should be doing. If you want to run for president, you have to be like, hell yeah, I want to fucking tax billionaires.
Here's the funny thing about folks when they run for office, right? Like you surround yourself by a lot of times by a bunch of folks who want what's best for you, but will tell you what you cannot do. And then for somebody like him, he's thinking, all right, well, how am I going to raise money and how can I appear to be quote unquote more mainstream? And part of me says that like at some point, the whole point of running for office is not to get elected. The point of running for office is to do something if you get elected. That's the fucking point.
Yeah.
So,
and you know what's beautiful about that? When you actually have ideas that will help people's lives, you have a higher likelihood of winning office. Like you have a higher likelihood of winning the race.
This is the thing that Democrats don't realize. Like, are you clocking this whole debate about abolish ICE?
Yeah.
I mean, so, I was out there 2018, right? And because anybody with the brain could have seen where this was all headed. If Donald Trump were to take office again, he was going to weaponize ICE against the idea of immigration and the Constitution itself. And this is exactly what he's done. And the notion that ICE like shot somebody in the face, that is unfortunately almost inevitable outcome of where ICE was headed back in 2018. But now a bunch of Democrats, right, get anxiety about the idea that, oh my God, they're going to weaponize this against us. But you learn the long lesson from Trump. Trump didn't walk out there being like, oh, what is the idea that I can say that is going to be the least dangerous? This guy went out there and said all kinds of crazy shit, but what he was able to do was pick a fight and force people to take sides. And the problem with Democrats is we actually tell the truth. This dude is lying and picking fights to polarize folks. We actually can tell the truth. You deserve to have healthcare in your country. We should be taxing billionaires in an era where we're spitting out more billionaires faster than people can actually figure out how to afford their damn groceries. So yeah, run on the shit that is obvious. But, you know, I'm sure he's got a good set of consultants that are telling him that that's a little bit too far from the mainstream. People feel worried.
But it's not.
He's running against prosperity. Ridiculous.
So that's the problem. The delicate tightrope that you must operate when you're running for president or when you're running as like an establishment Democrat is one that still favors the donors and doesn't disrupt them too much. And what I always find to be frustrating here is that they always happen to tell people what they can't have when it's the working class. Yeah, they have no issue telling the working class, you can't have this thing. Okay. Why can't you have this thing? Well, the real reason is because our donors won't be able to turn profits the same way.
But they will. This is the funny thing.
But
you
yeah,
tax a billionaire 8%. How much does a billionaire's money make every year? About 10%?
Yeah, it's just...
So you tax a billionaire 8%. They're still going to be richer next year than they were this year.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It's unlimited greed. But yeah, even on the abolish ICE concept, like there were plenty of people that were saying this, and it was a popular position from 2017 to 2019. And yeah, exactly. Here's austerity. Steph says abolish ICE was a thing for 3 years, 2017 to 2019, and in those cycles, Dems ran the table in specials, won a blue wave midterm, and set up a presidential cycle where they won a narrow trifecta. But it doesn't matter. Like we have amnesia. We're still having the same debate. It's like, oh, should we say abolish ICE? I don't know. Maybe that's too much. It's like the Department of Homeland Security is a new agency. It did not exist until 2003. Okay. Of course, you can still have Border Patrol. Of course, you can still have Customs. Of course, you can still have an agency tasked with dealing with immigration. But the reason why the Department of Homeland Security was created was so that you can have all of those things smashed into one agency that was unaccountable and a formative part of the surveillance state. And the way that they packaged it was Muslims are coming from the Mexican border and we have to stop them because they want to do a 9/11 every weekend in Naperville. Like,
and this is the crazy thing.
It's ridiculous.
Is that like you look at we've lost the plot. Like, tell me what shooting a woman in the face in Minnesota has to do with securing the southern border. Like, wrong border, right?
Yeah.
And the crazy thing about this is you talk to anybody in law enforcement, like folks who actually train in law enforcement, not these like thugs who cosplay something they saw in Grand Theft Auto and somebody gives them a gun after like 6 weeks of training. When you talk to anybody in actual law enforcement, they look at this and they hang their head in shame because this is not actually law enforcement. What this is weaponization of the idea of immigration against the Constitution to normalize the idea that the president should have a paramilitary force that's answerable only to him, and that kind of violence in public against anybody who stands up to it is a normal thing in this country. And that has never been a normal thing in this country. It never should have been a normal thing in this country. The Constitution is built specifically to protect us from that. And here we are.
Like, there's already issues with existing law enforcement, right? Like, there's already problems there. There's like a need for reform there. But like theoretically, in theory, there's a purpose for law enforcement. Like, I'm not, as far left as I am, I've never been like we have to, there's no need for cops kind of person. Like, you need detectives, you need people that are going to be, democratically organized in some capacity to enforce the established laws that we have. If you go back to its roots, if you go back to the theory behind it, they're supposed to protect and serve the community. And there are many instances where they don't do that. And that, that's a whole different conversation. There is no service for ICE. There is no theoretical good reason for ICE to exist. And because there is no theoretical good reason for ICE to exist, we've had to make one up by consistently lying about how migrants are actually constituting an ever-present danger inside of our national boundaries because they're doing crimes. And this was one of my major problems with the Democrats in the election cycle, where I kept saying over and over again, you have to counter message against this stuff because they are lying. They're just straight up lying about why there must be a necessity for ICE. Because why is there a necessity for ICE? Because immigrants are doing crimes. It's not even true.
And this is the thing, is like, well, if immigrants are doing crimes, if anybody's doing crimes, well, then there's a system that's supposed to take care of that.
Good thing we have law enforcement.
There's a system that's supposed to take care of that. So why is it different when an immigrant does a crime versus anybody else does a crime? And look, you can secure the southern border, and we should secure the borders, fine. But if you're serious about like immigration, then why haven't we built out all of the legal infrastructure that should be processing folks to give them a pathway to citizenship? And if you're serious about keeping people safe, then having a bunch of dudes with guns who are untrained that can cover their face, walking into your community and shooting people in the face ain't it. And
no one is crossing the border illegally if they have the opportunity to go through the legal mechanism. Like, why would anybody go, oh, I can't wait to crawl under a tunnel or pay $10,000 to like a cartel guy to ship me and my family over the border and like do this treacherous trek in order to get into the United States of America? The only reason why this black market exists is because we deliberately have not made the processing easier. This is something I explain to people all the time. The difference between an undocumented migrant and a documented migrant or a natural-born U.S. citizen is paperwork. Yeah. That's it. It's just paperwork. It's a paperwork problem, and that's why for the longest time as the INS existed in American history, a lot longer than the ICE has ever existed, it was just a paperwork crime. And that's still what it is in the books, too. It's not even still, no matter how much they petition and try to change the rules, crossing the border or overstaying your visa is, at least for the first one, it's a civil offense. It's not a criminal offense. It's only a felony if you get caught and then you're deported and then you come back. And even that's a relatively new concept.
Let's talk about what this is. This is about trying to create a legal means to say that only some people who look like J.D. Vance or Donald Trump should be welcomed into this country. I mean, and if you don't believe me, take a look at the whole the abolition of the refugee system, unless you are a white South African.
Yeah,
right?
those guys, the white genocide is so real. It's the most real thing.
And that's
really
the thing about
up.
it. Is like this is about trying to normalize in America where there are some people who can be citizens and other people who are just not. And if you are, right, of those people, both you and I, right, then you should be okay with being second class. Right. And I just am not. Like, I think that's wrong. And I think the ideals of this country are wrong. And that's exactly why JD Vance is out here giving I mean, this must be weird in his house.
In his private affairs,
but
yeah.
like giving speeches about how America is about blood and soil and that there are some people who belong in this place more than others. And I actually agree with him. The people who belong in this place more than others are Native Americans. Everybody else, right?
Yeah, we kind of came over and took their shit.
Unless you're black, in which case you were forced over, right?
Yeah.
So
But this is a good point too. Look, like the fact that they're also apprehending natives right now. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. This is Rebecca Nangle. Native people being detained by ICE proves the raids are not about immigration status but skin color. Since the Trump administration sent 2,000 ICE officers to Minneapolis, at least 5 Native people have been detained, and an unknown number have been stopped and questioned. And I think there's like 5 Native people in Minneapolis that they can't even account for right now. That they don't even know where these people are, and it's like. It's the most ridiculous thing to go to Minneapolis and apprehend Native Americans. Like that's
I mean, it's such a slap in the face. And here's the other thing: ICE's budget, $185 billion. $185 billion is more than the budget of the FBI, more than the budget of the Marines, and that's all money that could have been spent to make sure you had healthcare. You know how much it would cost to abolish all the medical debt in this country? Probably about $25 billion.
Yeah.
Frankly, some estimates you probably could do it for like $3 billion, depending upon the negotiation you had with the hospitals. So for as much as literally some small proportion of our ICE budget, we could eliminate all the medical debt in this country and ask yourself, what would be better for us? Rather than like giving a bunch of dudes who literally were in their mom's basement up until 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, but it's a military, it is a state jobs program for fascists. That's what it is. That's what ICE is. The reality of the matter is there's a historical example for this. Initially, the brown shirts and the black shirts started off as you know, street thugs, right? Like they were organizing on the basis of ideology, but for the most part, they were just like gangs. And then once fascists took power, they turned it into a job that the state gave money for. Like it's just it became a jobs program.
Think about Proud Boys.
Yeah.
How many Proud Boys do you think joined ICE?
Oh, all of them.
I mean, I'm just saying that.
Enrique Tarrio, they actually released evidence that they released the names of every single person that was working for the Department of Homeland Security, and someone was saying that like Enrique Tarrio, who was the former leader of the Proud Boys, is literally an ICE agent now. They're all doing ICE now.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's why you don't see them protesting in the streets. I noticed once Trump came in with the ICE jobs program. I noticed a lot less Patriot Prayer style marches taking place. Is that disinformation? I don't know. Maybe he got paid because he's this is. Oh yeah. Did you see how they hire the hiring process too? Laura Jadid did a piece for Slate where she literally got hired without even signing or submitting any paperwork and is easily Googleable, has talked shit about Donald Trump and whatever. And they straight up hired her. That's it. That's all it takes is for you to have the intensity and the need and the interest, and then you're good. You're hired.
Here's the question though: is like, where does this all go? I mean, this is the thing: is like we're first couple of weeks of year 2. Where does this all go?
5 more days until Trump's first year of his second term.
Yeah, it's not even year
ends.
2. It's still year 1.
Yeah.
Damn.
5 more days.
I was sitting in my office before I ever decided to run for Senate. I was sitting in my office the day that they froze federal funds. It was the same day that our current U.S. Senator decided to retire. And that was the day I was like, all right, maybe this is where we need to go here. But like, that feels like 10 years ago, man. It wasn't even a year ago. And we all looked at it and we're like, damn, this is awful. This is the worst that could happen.
Yeah. It's I don't know where this goes, but it's nowhere good. I'll tell you that.
And the thing is, you could have seen it a long time ago.
Yeah, I've been yelling about this stuff for years. I was yelling under the Biden administration when the first big news hit was Biden's Customs and Border Patrol whipping Haitian refugees with their reins on the border of Texas. And as soon as that news story came out, Biden dropped the whole first 100 days of immigration and basically decided, we're going to hope that if we don't talk about this, everybody forgets about it. On the one hand, there were obviously immigrant advocacy groups that were constantly yelling at them, right? And they wanted to, they didn't want to do something super reactionary and have them get really mad. But on the other hand, they thought, oh, this problem will go away. And then Greg Abbott comes in, Ron DeSantis comes in and turns undocumented migrants and asylum seekers who are technically legally on U.S. soil seeking asylum and turn them into political pawns and started shipping them to Long Island and stuff. At that point, I said Biden has to crack the whip and, prosecute these governors. You think Trump would allow something like that to happen right now? No.
I mean, a lot of this can be explained by just a weakness on the part of decent people to do the thing that needs to be done. And, and then a failure to actually stand up to obvious things. I mean, so much of the frustrations of the last president are either he was weak or he got played, right? Or he was just bought into the worst shit in the first place. I mean, I can't really explain the genocide, so.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he was too old. Like, there are so many... Look.
But Democrats are doing the same shit.
The government is very powerful, right? The government is endlessly powerful. So, of course, even the worst government will end up... will have, like, brilliant people, kind-hearted people working for them, people working in the public sector. And those guys are still pushing the needle to the best of their ability. And one of those programs was safe needle injection sites and mass distribution of Narcan. And for the first time ever in U.S. history...
100 Narcan vending machines, man.
The first time ever in U.S. history since the opioid epidemic started, we, for the first year in 2024, under Biden's leadership, experienced a decline in overdose deaths. And I did not hear one fucking Democrat take credit for that. And you know what's even crazier? Now Republicans are taking credit for it.
And now that they're actually cutting all the programs.
Now, while they're cutting the programs, I was one of the few places. It was me, Democracy Now!, Sam Cedar, Majority Report, and like maybe a handful of different places that was like, this is one of the good things that Biden did. Same with the Afghan withdrawal. Sure, there were issues or whatever, but like ultimately it was a brave thing to do. Like the entirety of the media barely offered it a blip, but I think the problem still was Brandon. It was Joe Brandon. It was Joe Biden. He was too old to come out and celebrate this profound accomplishment.
But it's also the culture of Democrats. Like, Democrats don't fight. This is the funny thing, right? Like, so I'm locked in this primary. Everyone's like, we need a fighter. I'm like, have you ever fought? Do you know what a fight is? Fights are ugly things.
Yeah.
They're not predictable. They don't look nice on TV. They're like blood and teeth. And the problem with Democrats is that we don't actually have a righteously mean bone in our body. And that's part of the problem. Is part of me is just like, listen, man, I'm gonna be the nicest guy. If you come at me, I'm gonna enjoy this conversation, if not more. And the problem with Democrats is that we don't have that, and we actually kind of look down on that. And then the problem is the rest of the country kind of looks at that and says, like, he's gonna say that about you when you're gonna do nothing, and so we lose respect.
Yes. And you look hypocritical when you are known for taking a position, even if your heart is not in it, like, defending queer people, right? Like, everybody knows that the Democrats are supposed to be woke. Like, they're supposed to be the ones who defend immigrants and defend queer people and, you know, defend a woman's right to choose, things like that. So when you are publicly having a conversation where you back away publicly from that position, as the party did in the last election cycle on the issue of immigration, or even after the electoral defeat, talking about, you know, how we should have just like cut off trans people already. It's like, cut off trans people? You never even fought for trans people to begin with. And
it's also the ability to just say, hey, listen, we're going to show up here and fight for rights.
Yeah.
Right. And there's a such thing as a righteous fight. And I think sometimes like we don't really realize that. And the minute we get punched, we feel bad about it. And then we walk away.
In a country that is also more woke than they are reactionary, we are literally, for no reason whatsoever, out of pure fear, just completely dropping certain aspects of the policy-making side and giving the conversation, handing the conversation off to the Republicans so they can dominate the field with whatever lie they want to tell.
They say crazy shit. They move the Overton window, and then we get dragged over there, and then we don't actually push back. It's like, I mean, you see in the way that politics get done, right? You have consultants who do these polls, and then you look at the polls, and everyone's like, well, this is where the public is, so we're just going to say that. And you're like, no, the job is not to say what is already popular. It is to make popular what is right.
Yes.
So the question for you is, what are you going to drive people? What are you going to force people into having a conversation about?
And there are key policies that the base is already on board with that you could put at the forefront of your campaigning.
Like Medicare for all.
Like, exactly. Medicare for all. Or like anything that is about like truly reining back Israel. Like anything.
If you literally say, hey, listen, instead of sending $22 billion abroad to drop other bombs on other people's kids in their hospitals, I would like to spend that $22 billion to make sure that I can rebuild your hospital. What do you think? Most everybody's like
99% is going to say yes. And the 1% is Randy Fine. He's going to say, no, I want to bomb the hospital, please. But you can sell him on other stuff. You can be like, here, I'll give you a Big Mac or something. And he'll be on board with it. But like,
also fuck that guy.
Yeah, I know. He's so fucking. I mean, he is literally no different than Nick Fuentes. It blows my mind that like, you know, he gets to operate in polite society, and you know, he's basically Nick Fuentes, but you know, with a role reversal on one issue, I guess.
Truly, deeply racist, like in his soul.
So.
Every
awful.
time I hear him talk, I'm like, how are you going to say that about it? How is anybody going to let you say that?
How can you say that about anyone? Like, you can't, it's crazy.
Anyway, brother, I got to roll, man.
Oh yeah.
I got to
I'll see you in a little bit.
Hey, I'll see you in a bit.
All right.
We're gonna have him in his first political fundraiser.
I know. Don't tell him that. They're gonna say I'm an insider now.
He's gonna be the most outside. We're gonna keep him outside the house. All right.
Yeah. I'll be looking in through the window.
And friends, listen. Abdul Al-Sayed or AbdulForSenate.com. I hope folks will get involved. Follow us on socials. Hasan, appreciate you, man. Thank you. Hey, let us know when you're back in Michigan.
A little bit.
We'll get some more Dearborn Meat Market.
Hell yeah.
Our friends.
All right. Abdul Al-Sayed. Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed in the building, everybody. Stopping by. I'll be voting for you from Livonia. Yeah, you got one. Yeah, you got a Livonia voter. I would vote if I was in his state. Yeah, I mean, it's just that's why we say, you know, oh, Zoran, that's my mayor. You know, you can now say, Abdul, that's my senator, even if you're not from Michigan. Is La Haine a good movie? Yes, it is a great movie. All right. The Burbs got you from the countryside. We got more. We got more to talk about as we continue. Here is another instance where the permanently wrong. Never forget the permanently wrong consultant class of the Democrats. Kyle went dark woke 2.0.
I don't agree with all of it, but I do understand the logic to what Trump is doing here. Do you?
No, because we don't have a right to act like this around the world. We're supposed to be a nation among nations, not a nation above nations. And they used to at least lie to us in the past and say that this is good for the world and we're spreading freedom and democracy. Now they don't even bother to lie. Now it's naked, rank, disgusting imperialism where they say, we're going to take the oil. And the point is that we're going to take the oil. We're going to take the minerals. We're going to take the precious metals. We're doing this for our corporations. We're doing it for the Epstein class, the billionaires. And this, to piggyback on what Dave Smith said, is frankly not what many of the MAGA voters thought they were signing up for. They thought America First actually meant America First. By the way, you also replaced the Maduro regime with the Maduro regime. Congratulations on that. It's also...
Well, efficiency. It took 20 years and $6 trillion to replace the Taliban with the Taliban. At least this time around, it was a one-day operation and, maybe a couple $100 million. One-day operation, couple $100 million, replace the Maduro regime with the Maduro regime. I think that's progress. I think that's progress if you think about it.
Been now a week straight of pro-regime protests. Now you have roving gangs of Venezuelan militias that are kidnapping Americans. But again, I come back to the fundamental point, which is...
See, he doesn't... See, this is the limitation. Even with our boy Kyle, who is now coming on board with, re-education camps. So that's wonderful. But like roving gangs of Maduro fans or the Chavistas that are armed, going door to door looking for pro-American sentiment. That's my dream. Okay. And ironically enough, I joked about saying like, this is the future Kamala Harris wants, because they were saying like the collectivos were looking for Trump supporters, going door to door looking for Trump supporters to arrest and apprehend. And I was like, fuck yeah. Okay. That's awesome. I love that. And so many liberals got mad at me for that one. They got so mad. Give it a couple years. Give it like one more year. Okay. Give it one more year until the radical white woman vanguard comes on board when they say, arm us, please. Arm us. We will be your fedayeen. We will go door to door with weapons to make sure that everyone is sufficiently pro-woke. Okay? Armed woke Sharia. The IRGC, but for woke. Okay? A parallel security apparatus designed exclusively around the boundaries of empathy and putting the working class first. One can only dream.
Is if you sign on to stuff like this, you're saying might makes right and the law of the jungle is back. What you're saying is China has a right to go into whatever smaller country they want and depose the leader and say we're doing it because we can and we have the right to do it and we have bigger guns and there's nothing you can do to stop it. So they're never going to address that fundamental question, which is why do we have a right? Do we actually believe in international law, or was that all a joke? Are we rolling the clock back to the 1700s and the 1800s and we're going super...
Guys, if we do authoritarian socialism one more time, it will work. Just please, one more Vanguard party. Listen, silence, anarchist. Okay? You got the French Commune for like 3.5 seconds, and you're over here talking shit, okay? At least authoritarian socialism has numbers on the board, okay? It worked. It worked in certain countries. Let's be real. Yes, it failed after an extended period of time. But let's be real for a second.
Primitive style here, and I think the answer to that is yes.
law
They want to go
goes back
super
to
primitive
antiquity.
style.
International law goes back to antiquity. It's not some creation of modernity, whether we're talking about the 1700s or the 20th century.
The Geneva
And of course-
Conventions, the Nuremberg Tribunal, the Geneva Conventions and the Nuremberg Tribunal.
Yes, those
piggybacking off
exist,
of World
but
War II.
international laws, the jus gentium goes back to antiquity. However,
And the
unfortunately,
League
a lot
of
of our
Nations
liberal
was
friends think
useless,
history
so that's why
began
we had the
a few
UN.
decades ago.
The League of Nations was useless. It fell apart, and that's why we had the UN. That's why we had the Geneva Conventions.
Right, I'm
and the
talking about
Nuremberg
millennia
Tribunal, because we
ago,
looked
not
at
merely a
piles
century
of
ago.
millions
But it's true,
of
Woodrow
dead
Wilson
bodies,
failed
and
with
we
the
said
League of
that's a
Nations,
bad
that's
idea. We looked at piles of millions of dead bodies and said that's a bad idea. Let's not do that anymore. Let's actually have a framework and rules and laws. And Trump is blowing that up. By the way, he bombed fishing boats from Venezuela, Trinidad, and Tobago, and Colombia. He just did the regime change in Venezuela. He bombed Yemen and
he bombed
Somalia
drug
and
boats,
Nigeria
that's
and
true.
Iran.
He bombed
He's threatening
narco-terrorists.
Greenland and Panama and
Some are happy
Canada
with
and
that.
Cuba and Mexico. And you sit there the whole time and act like it's okay. Is there anything Trump
It's
can do,
okay.
Michael Knowles,
It's
that
good.
you would say, I condemn it, and you hop off the Trump train, or are you going to tickle his taint for the rest of your fucking life?
Tickle his taint. He didn't like that. Look at his face. He went from smiling to not
Panama
smiling.
and
Look.
Canada and Cuba and Mexico, and you sit there the whole time and act like it's okay. Is there anything Trump
It's
can do,
okay.
Michael Knowles,
It's
that
good.
you would say, I condemn it, and you hop off the Trump train, or are you going to tickle his taint for the rest of your fucking life?
No, there have been plenty of Trump policies.
Dark woke commander Antifa tickle his taint.
That I've criticized because he's only right about 99.78% of the time. So the First Step Act I thought was a misstep. But I would say the rest. Excuse me. I would say the rest of the
Oh my God, he did blowjob noises. Are you fucking serious? Ain't no way. He said you're tickling his taint and he went, ugh, ugh, ugh. My history is shit. Which countries is authoritarian socialism work? You talking like USSR? Yes, the USSR was an example of authoritarian socialism, or a vanguard party actually designing, like, good or bad, it existed, right? I'm not writing for every single thing that the USSR did, but it existed. Another example, obviously, is, you got Vietnam, China, USSR, Cuba. There are places where DPRK to a certain degree, even though, there are some... there's some stuff about the way that they govern themselves that I wouldn't consider to be remotely socialist. But ultimately, when you look at any existing socialist countries, if you consider that to be a level of success, then these are the examples. They were theory turned into practice, turned into existing nation states. And yes, there were a lot of imperfections. There were a lot of problems. And I think it's important to identify those problems and to make sure that you don't repeat those problems. But ultimately, even with global finance capital dominating the entire globe, there is such a concept of transitional socialist states, and many other countries that actually take the socialist example, or socialization or nationalization, and factor it in to their economic production to survive. That's why you have social democracies that are capitalist in nature and yet still have higher degrees of socialization, public ownership over, entire sectors, if not entire industries. Like Norway, one example is Norway, where the entirety of the extraction is nationalized, from the forests all the way to oil and gas. So Clearly it can work. It does work. A lot of people forget that it works, or have no understanding of how it worked for the time period that it did work. I just think there's so much that's possible, and we got to set our sights higher. I'm not trying to derail us all. Love, anarchism in myriad forms has existed for much longer than the disease of empire the world over. Yeah, disease is right. Disease is also another thing that existed for a very long time. Do with that information what you will. Listen, I read Kropotkin, I read some anarchist works. It pains me to say it now, but Noam Chomsky is a good read for a lot of different things. Let's say he's not so great in his later work, being Jeffrey Epstein's best friend, but I am quite familiar with your man's. By the way, chill on that. We tried a thing with everything stacked against it a few times, and there were some problems. So let's just stick with the thing we know doesn't work for perpetuity. Noam Chomsky, calm down, dude. Fuck. He's like 150 years old, okay?
Administration has been very successful. What's your problem? What's
my
your
problem is
criticism?
that you're a cuck and you're a hack and you're not an independent thinker and you're meat riding Trump.
Why do you
and
say
you
that?
know that what he's doing in
I just
imperialism
answered your
and
question.
you don't care.
I just answered your question, and I
99.78%.
corrected
Congratulations. You rented your brain to a war criminal pedophile rapist. I hope you're happy.
A war criminal pedophile rapist? Do you brought up a point? You brought up international law, and you made a very
said, "Did I stutter?" Whoo!
False point, a dumb point, which is that international law began only a few hundred years ago. I corrected you, and I pointed out that the international law is part of the Western tradition. That, excuse me one second. It goes back to antiquity. It's a principle of the jus gentium. And then you said, well, international law has failed because of the League of Nations failure, which I think is actually undermining your argument and proving my point and proving Trump's point, because the liberal internationalism that was established by people like Woodrow Wilson did in fact fail, which is why we need to restore an...
That's so dumb. This is where libs actually win the argument over fucking dumbass Republicans. Because how can you say the liberal international order failed when it literally caused the greatest American prosperity of all time? It was fake. It's fake. It's still might is right, you dumb fuck. The only difference is you were telling a lie to people and you were soothing the masses with the notion that Americans were there to help, okay? It was a much more efficient and much better manicured way of doing colonial domination without making people even realize that they were getting fucked. And the people that realized they were getting fucked, you could just kill them and depose them and kidnap them and implement puppet states in their stead. Okay? And the ones who were talking in the masses were voiceless anyway because they were black and brown for the most part. So in that regard, if you believe in might is right, ironically enough, the liberal internationalist perspective, the NATO Atlanticists, are actually far better at making sure that there is a resilient, domineering system of enforcement than whatever kind of dumb shit Trump is doing right now. Because authoritarianism, let's get back to the domestic level. Authoritarianism exists in every form of governance, okay? The government is supposed to reassert its authority. That's just what the government does, okay? We establish rules in order to make sure that there is there's a social cohesion, okay? We establish best practices and best rules that we could possibly design, okay? And then the government says, I am going to have the authority. I have the monopoly of violence as the state, and I'm going to enforce these rules, okay? When you think about it from the domestic level, authoritarian governments that are more authoritarian than like neoliberal governments are in their mechanism of control actually have to be much more, actually have to listen to their base of support because there's no pressure valve in the form of a democratic process where you vote for someone, right? So you have to be you have to put your ear to the ground. You have to listen to all of the minutia, all the demands that your public is making. Otherwise, there will be a rebellion. One example of this is the IRGC. Doesn't listen to the demands that the masses are making. And then you have hundreds of people that are, thousands of people that are taken up to the streets with arms and they're shooting at the fucking security officers. And then you're killing 2,000 people, 3,000 people, right? That's what happens when you are a more authoritarian country, okay? And the same goes for the international order. If you actually maintain a system that makes it seem as though other countries are sovereign, while you're the one who's fucking dominating them through these covert initiatives, whether it be NATO or whether it be the IMF or World Bank, then even if countries actually get upset or get offended, you can still lie to them and say, oh, you just didn't try hard enough. Oh, you just have inefficiencies in your developmentary process. And that's the reason why you haven't been able to control your own resources or control your own destiny and maintain sovereignty. When you run around saying, we got the biggest dick, eat our cock right now. We got the biggest dick. I want your oil. I'm going to fuck your oil with my dick. My dick is so hard. I'm going to fuck the oil right now. There's no more argument. There's no more marketing. There's no more lying about a less authoritarian mechanism of control. This was the success of liberalism. And now that the endless greed due to capitalism is worsening the contradictions, and liberalism is failing because liberals are the defenders of capitalism around the globe, Trump is moving into the old 17th century siege mentality, okay? And saying, nope, we're just taking it. It's mine. I'm going to fucking take it. It doesn't matter. Well, now that there's no more argument as to why, America is dominating all these countries for anything but resources, what do you think those countries are going to think? How do you think they're going to design their defenses? Okay. Eventually, people are only going to take it for so long until they fight back. So, in that regard, I think, ironically enough, the liberal version was infinitely more successful than what is coming next. Because what's coming next right now, what's happening in front of our eyes is something that was tried before. It's fascism, Okay? It's a much more open way of doing capitalist extraction of natural resources, imperialism, and exploitation. And when you do it like that through violent means, well, there's a bandwidth for that. You know what I mean? There's only you can only go the violent way with hard power for so long. Eventually, people are going to realize that they're getting fucked over, and they're going to take up arms against you. That's why I always say America has 800 military bases around the planet that we know of, but that, devoid of devoid of the soft power initiatives, turns into 800 different military occupations. And no country on the planet, even with all of our technological superiority now, as opposed to, colonial superpowers of the past, has the capacity to do 800 wars in real time. No country can keep up 800 invasions in real time. America is not that country. No country has ever existed that can do that. If England blew a 13 colony lead, America can blow it too. And America is blowing it.
Older and more classical conception of the international order, which is precisely what Trump's doing. So I think you've hoisted yourself with your own petard. And then you just make a lot of vulgar sort of non sequiturs because you don't have a leg to stand on.
All right, let me bring in...
Let me ask you this question. Hold on, Piers, let me ask him a question real quick. Tell me the name of the Minister of Defense in Venezuela.
I don't know. Whatever his name is.
Well, and that's the
Garcia
problem, is that you're
Rodriguez
advocating for a regime change. You don't know the first thing.
I didn't. I just said the opposite.
You're
I argued
advocating for
against
the
a regime change.
He
Kyle,
actually
you have to
said
get
the
cotton
opposite.
out of your ears.
I heard Michael
Kyle, I just want to correct something. You said I'm arguing for a regime change.
the regime remains there, right? So he said the opposite, in fact. I want to bring in Coleman.
No, but he wanted to take out Maduro. Don't give me that cutesy little BS.
Yes, but he made the point that the regime is still... He made the point the regime is still there, and the vice president appears to be much more compliant with running...
So was Maduro, by the way. So I don't even fully understand why they wanted to do this.
Venezuela the way America would prefer for its national security than Maduro. So that's what Michael said. He didn't advocate regime change. Let me bring in Coleman Hughes. Coleman,
kidnapping the president.
One of your predictions came true. The Yard talked about ice.
Genuinely, we put an electrified cheeseburger on the ground and so many ICE agents.
Yeah.
Well, before that. And I think you're not considering that.
Yep, woke is back, baby. Woke is back. To be fair, Slime and Aiden and Nick have been woke openly and have never shied away from revealing their political positions. And Aiden literally has a political podcast anyway. So that they've been about that lifestyle. But my point was, podcasts like The Yard are going to start slowly but surely talking about ICE and how fucked up it is. And it's not just The Yard, right? It's going to be it's going to be all these other podcasts as well. It's going to be Basement Yard. It's going to be, Trisha Paytas. Well, I guess she talks about politics too every now and then. So a lot of the podcasts that you go to for regular commentary and stuff, they shy away from making bold stances that they would have considered bold, stances that they may have considered bold maybe a year ago, even if the individuals on the podcast are very political, will now become more common. This is the depoliticization of politics, okay? And it's happening. The depoliticization of certain political positions on the left are happening once again. And many of you first encountered me the last time this was happening in 2020. Okay? Many of you were there. Many of you were there for the first woke period. Okay? A lot of you first encountered my commentary in identical circumstances. For years and years, I talked about Black Lives Matter when it was actually considered somewhat negatively by the liberals. Liberals were anti-Black Lives Matter. So many of you probably don't know this. Barack Obama talked shit about Black Lives Matter. A bunch of ruffians that were ruining the Democratic Party's electoral chances. That's the way that was interpreted initially. Because when the Democrats are in charge, the cops are supposed to be, you know, Democratic. The cops are the responsibility of the Democratic government. It wasn't until Donald Trump started shitting on Colin Kaepernick that Democrats became negatively polarized against, or Democrats were already negatively polarized against Donald Trump and everything he stood for. Did they start openly saying, yeah, we're pro BLM. Okay. And the reason for why so many people actually tuned in at the time during 2020 was not only because of the shutdowns, but because they were looking for someone who had been there already, someone who actually had these opinions, someone who had a history with these kinds of positions, someone with that background. And the same is going on now once more. Good Lord, dude, these callbacks are making our current state make a lot more sense. Yeah, of course. 2021, I was like 17. Thank you, bro. Yeah, too many of our moms took Tylenol, and now the pattern recognition is too overwhelming to convince us otherwise. Yeah, you're gonna see more like Charlie Kirk. I mean, not Charlie Kirk. Sorry, I don't know why I said Charlie Kirk. You're gonna see more takes from Moist Critical and people like that as well. They'll start, you know, leaning more and more into like they will start revealing their political positions that they've sheltered the public from for a while because there was too much domination in the field of discourse. That's so true. I just remembered, why don't H bring this up when many accuse you of being racist and all that BS? What do you fucking mean, dude? When someone, especially if like a black content creator is calling me a fucking racist, you think I'm going to be like, oh, well, I was pro BLM when Obama wasn't, is going to make me look as anything but even more racist now? You mean they will start farming woke content? They will just not be as shy about revealing their positions because there is unity, and there's strength in unity, and there's strength in numbers. And the more people recognize that like there are a lot more of us with this kind of opinion on the internet, regardless of what, you know, Twitter looks like, than there are of these like weird racist shitheads, the more social stigma will kick back in. Because for like the last, I would say 3 years or so, there was a tremendous amount of stigma associated with being quote unquote woke. It was the cancel culture warrior hour. Every single person was like, fuck cancel culture, blah, 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 fuck woke, all this shit. And people got way too comfortable revealing how fucking disgusting they were, okay? People got hella comfortable being like, I'm a racist, I'm a misogynist, fuck women, I hate them, all this shit. And they, not dissimilar to how SJWs did initially when woke was popping off, got a little too big for their britches. Okay? They got a little too cozy, a little too comfy. And in that hubris, the pendulum will inevitably swing back in the opposite direction because people get grossed out by how domineering vice signaling became. What's a SJW? Social justice warrior. There's no way you're asking that sincerely. You've been here for 5 months. You're joking, right? Social justice warriors. Do people not know what social justice warriors is? It's like a 2016 term that the right. Oh my God, SJW is old woke. Wow. Okay.
For imperialism. We love projecting power globally. A nation at war is so brash. The global south needs a little glamour. SpongeBob, obviously Minnesota needs it too. We can go door to door giving makeovers. The American war machine needs your love and kindness. We will make the world respect us. And look hot doing it. Are you ready to rule the world, baby girl? Together we will rewrite history and build a better world for heritage Americans. Let the oil flow freely. You gotta make your own kind of music. Sing your own special song. Abandon the pretense of empathy. Protect your peace by showing relentless force.
Okay, so hear me out. It's actually kind of awesome when your wife has a boyfriend. Like, she comes home all smiley, way less stressed, and we get to geek out about polydynamics over dinner. Plus, I get uninterrupted gaming time while she's out. It's win-win.
You should have left that one in the drafts, little bro.
Me and my fighter jet.
Early pops.
That was ooh fascism. That's what's happening. Gavin is getting cooked for the Ben Shapiro episode. I really can't stress this enough. The left needs to fight back against his run for president with everything we have. He would be an unmitigated disaster and usher in someone like Nick Fuentes as his successor. Yeah, he's going to have Nick Fuentes as his vice president, okay? That if this trajectory holds, by the time he runs for president in 2028, if we have elections at all, Nick Fuentes is going to be his VP pick. In the interest of Nazi bipartisanship. Here's proof of him standing for nothing.
Was a narrative that was immediately pushed by the Trump administration and Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem that she was a domestic terrorist who was attempting to run over officers with her car and was legitimately trying, not just this officer, but multiple officers. That was the original statement. I said at the time, I thought that was untrue. And then your press office tweeted out that it was state-sponsored terrorism, which, I mean, Governor, I do have to ask you about that. Yeah. That sort of thing makes our politics worse.
Yeah.
No, Ben. What makes our politics worse is a narcissistic pedophile defending Israel dick riding president who only cares about the interests of billionaires, fomenting racialized hatred towards our neighbors, and then seeking the fattest Gestapo agents anyone's ever seen in random Minnesota suburbs. Not calling it terrorism, which is what it fucking is. Shut the fuck up. Why are liberals giving this man a fucking platform and trying to revitalize his career? Do you want to eat Israel's dick that fucking hard? Oh my God, because there's no reason for this racist, white supremacist piece of shit to get any fucking breathing room on mainstream television, on liberal outlets, unless you are CNN and you realize that it's really fucked up that Ben Shapiro lost his audience because his audience realized, oh, if we hate everybody, we hate the Jews too. And they started hating on him. And the reason why you are revitalizing his career is because you want someone to do fascism the right way. And the guy who's going to do fascism the right way, i.e., where you do fascism for everybody but Israel, okay, and you defend Israeli fascism, is Ben Shapiro. Oh my fucking God, I hate this shit. It's so transparent. The only difference between Ben Shapiro and Nick Fuentes is Nick Fuentes hates Jews. Ben Shapiro is Jewish. Nick Fuentes at least says he hates Israel. Ben Shapiro loves Israel. And it's ironic for the Democrats because hating Israel is the 80% position here. So why the fuck are you like, oh yeah, the Republican operative I need to prop up is the one that literally is just as racist as every other fucking neo-Nazi, except he loves Israel. Ah! What the fuck? At least if you're going to prop up a Republican that's just as racist as the rest of them, get fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene on board. At least she says fuck Israel and is seemingly more open-minded about social, like expanding social welfare. You know? Fuck. And I don't even want to platform her either. How about none of that? You know? Fucking hell, dude. Who is this for is the question I keep asking myself. Who is this for? And then you get this guy on, and then you agree with him that ICE is not terrorist at a time when the majority wants ICE to be fucking abolished. You got normie Barbaras and Debras in the fucking suburbs sipping wine and going out with a box of Franzia to go fucking yell at the Heil Hitler Brigade. And Gavin Newsom, with all of his ambitions for a higher office, is sitting around being like, you know what? Oh, I'm disavowing myself. I'm disavowing my previous statement at a time when it's at its peak popularity. Oh. God, I fucking hate the Democrats so much. It is so unbearable, dude. Fuck! Oh. Establishment Democrats are cancer. Saw a tweet that said, has Newsom ever been grilled by an actual leftist? And the only answer people had was the Lemonade Stand podcast. Yeah, I mean, the Lemonade Stand podcasts are not going to be as contentious with Gavin Newsom. They're not wrong. They're great. Okay. I love those guys. But they're not going to fucking grill Gavin Newsom. They're not going to ask him super hard questions. The only time he's actually been grilled is by Connor Eats Pants, ironically enough. Okay. Donor class is torn between running Gavin Newsom for the abundance agenda and bombs over Israel, or running Josh Shapiro on the abundance agenda and support for Israel. If no one is willing to stop this, we should literally run Bernie on life support. I mean, Bernie's going to run on no abundance, Medicare for all, but also support for Israel agenda. So that's great. Yeah, Mecca Bernie rises up, and he's still maintaining the liberal Zionist position for some reason. Everyone around him is like, dude, Israel is poisonous. It's cancer. What the fuck are you doing? And Bernie's like, nope, I'm standing firmly on my commitment to the idea of labor Zionism. I went to the compounds. I went to the communes. I'll have you know, the USSR supported Israel at one point. Did you know that? These guys were socialist. I was in the kibbutz. Yes, as long as we replace Benjamin Netanyahu with an opposition figure that is Benjamin Netanyahu 99% of the way, I'm happy. I'm happy with the results. In some ways, he's just as stubborn as you. Yes, stubbornness is a superpower if you have a good understanding of what is happening around the world, and you can still maintain some ideological impurity as well, where you can like change your mind on things. Okay. If you're stubborn in the wrong direction, you turn out to be like Bernie on the liberal Zionist hill. And that sucks. Bernie is literally the sock time duped by National Socialists and refusing to acknowledge it. I don't even know what the full extent of his perspective is on this stuff, but you know, exactly. I didn't want to say nothing, but you know, we know an example of a stubborn, prideful person that has, maintained the wrong hill. Bases are loaded, and these dudes are bunting and going. Real issues is a masked agents who shot a woman in the face and are tearing people out of their homes. Is polling approved issues tee. Yeah, the fucking polled issues are the masked agents.
Still giving floor speeches over there after hours.
Wait. No, Castro's pretty good. Castro's fucking solid, weirdly enough. So I'm confused. If his take is there's a lot going on, ICE agents are abusing our communities and the nation is at the brink of forever wars. None of this is leaving folks in San Antonio better off. We need to focus on making healthcare affordable. That's a good take. No, this is like he's been there, actually. Joaquin Castro is unironically solid. Yeah, no, his take is good. He's saying, why the fuck are we giving ICE money to terrorize our communities? We should spend it on healthcare. That's solid. I don't know if he says anything else in the video, but if that's the summarization of events, then I'm on board with that. That's a great talking point. Bro, are you talking about AOC holding a position and not letting it go? The defensive weapons? No, I wasn't even talking about AOC. I think AOC's biggest problem is that she's not more stubborn and not more aggressive. Speaking of aggressive AOC, there was a person who was in AOC's corner back in the day that was very stubborn and very aggressive. although there are, you know, some setbacks I have or some skepticisms that I have, like running against a DSA endorsed candidate, or, you know, funding a candidacy against a DSA endorsed candidate. Psychot is the person I'm talking about. I will be having him on the broadcast to you know, see what his positions are. Castro is not great research. No, Castro is great on this issue. That's what I'm saying. He's been on the fuck ice tip, and not only is he on the has he been on the fuck ice tip, but he also is like pretty good on healthcare too, if I remember correctly. Yes, AOC needs to stop reading her replies. That's number one, and stop responding to people on the internet, and also save that energy for, I don't know, fucking Congress. Shit on Trump, shit on all these people, which she does. But I wish she was way more aggressive in holding, in you know, holding these like key positions and be unafraid to take a position in the dark that might come across as like alienating. Like, foreign policy is the weakest side of every American Democrat. There is not a single American Democratic Party member that is like good on foreign policy. Oh, that's not true. Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, there's a couple, right? There's a couple. But I think AOC's too risk averse for sure. All right, this is getting too cute now. I get the whole talk about ICE in the context of affordability and healthcare thing, but also talk about ICE and what's happening in Minneapolis and stop trying to do this clever little game. Plenty of time later to do this. Trump has now spent $30 billion of the... No, I think it's fine to talk about how much money they're fucking wasting on this neo-Nazi brigade. Not to derail, but do you plan on doing Scott Jennings on TAFs? Not today. Remember, I have a fundraiser dinner to attend. If AOC hires Daniel Bessner as her foreign policy advisor, I trust her more. That'd be insane. Is that even in question? That would be so sick. She's going to go with Matt Duss. If there is a thing like that. Still better than 99.9% of Congress, let's be real. And I know everybody hates Matt Duss in here, but you need more edge. You need more edge. But let's be real. Foreign policy, unfortunately, is not the primary thing here. Like nobody cares enough about foreign policy.
I mean, it does.
Yeah.
I mean, our ICE officers obviously are not terrorists.
Yeah.
A tragic situation is not state-sponsored terrorism.
Yeah.
Gavin Newsom walks back calling ICE operation state-sponsored terrorism. God damn, dude. Oh, brother. Why is he trying to revive Ben Shapiro? Because it's the same reason why they're trying to revive Ben Shapiro on CNN. Because he's the right kind of Republican, okay? The Republican that isn't anti-Israel and anti-Semitic. Well, I guess Ben Shapiro doesn't give a shit about anti-Semitism either, as long as they're pro-Israel. Let's be real. Gavin Newsom is trying to fucking position himself as like a responsible moderate. It is so crazy. The time in front of us does not require becoming a moderate with the current unimaginably right-wing prospects of a fascist American future. Okay? The time right now is for action, is for bold, radical action in the direction of common sense. Common sense is not firmly planted on the right. As a matter of fact, it's firmly planted on the far left, okay?
Rudy Giuliani's point of view, who made the point as an advocate for sanctuary policy when he was mayor of New York. He said it keeps people safer, healthier, and more educated. Safer in the context that it allows community members.
I bet you fuck dogs. You abuse your dog. Ew, dude. What the fuck? Why are you posting your fucking weird bestiality fetish in the chat? Gross.
To be more likely to participate as witnesses of crime or victims of crime in going after the perpetrators, more likely to get an immunization shot if they're not worried about the nurse turning them over to ICE, more likely to go to school and get educated if they're not worried about the school crossing guard crossing them and ultimately turning them over to ICE. So it's the tool of pragmatism because of the complete abject failure of the federal government. A sanctuary policy is unnecessary if we had comprehensive immigration reform and we had a federal response that was adequate to the task. But in the absence of that, it's grown from the 70s and 80s and 90s, 2000s. And obviously I got here as governor and we had an established.
Glazing Rudy Giuliani's demented? No, it's like saying amnesty is good. Ronald Reagan did it. It's just, I don't have an issue with that messaging because it's still pro-sanctuary cities. Okay? If you're going to be pro your own fucking actual policy, utilizing a famous Republican who was an advocate for that same policy is not necessarily a bad thing. Remember the Ronald Reagan mention, because I think if the Democrats move in the appropriate direction, they'll talk about conditional amnesty and they'll bring up Ronald Reagan quite frequently.
Framework before I got here.
But it is true that sanctuary policy obviously has had a massive impact as a driver of tremendous number of illegal immigrants in the state of California.
I don't know about that. I mean, you see in a lot of states that don't have sanctuary policies, huge increase in immigration, illegal immigration, massive increases, even far greater than the state of California. Just look as an example. But
in terms of the cost structure, I mean, you recently, for example, had to freeze the enrollment of undocumented immigrants in state health systems to save money, right? I mean, these are major burdens. No,
that's a separate issue. There are 12 states that provide health care for undocs, and we believe in universal health care regardless of pre-existing conditions.
My only point is that the cost structure is extraordinarily burdensome.
But I don't think it's in unpacking it. I don't think it's the sanctuary policies that are driving that.
He was pressed on trans rights too. Ugh.
Why does the parent not have
3 minutes on trans rights? No, thank you. There are certainly cases in which kids are being socially transitioned to school without parents knowing about it. The fundamental question is the question that you're not wanting to answer, which is whether boys can become girls. Yeah, well, I think for the grace of God, yeah. Why is it such a hard question to answer? I don't understand. We're talking about so few people. There's so much hate and bigotry, so much condemnation. It's not an act of bigotry to say a boy cannot become a girl, nor should my children be taught in K through 12 public schools that a boy can become a girl. That's not an act of bigotry. That's an act of rationality and biological simplicity. What? Oh my God, I'm going to give Hasan bagged milk as a gift. I know you have 5 bags of bagged milk in your freezer right now. What is happening? Stop talking amongst one another about how when I enter the Canadian border, you're going to gift me bagged milk. What the fuck is bagged milk? What the hell is going on in Canada, dude? You've done 2 weeks of 7 hours straight news coverage, man. Fuck, you're right. Okay, I got something for you. Okay, are you ready?
He stood unshaken, a voice in the storm, a man of conviction, a heart reborn. He spoke the truth when the cost was high. He lived for Jesus, unafraid to die. We are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel, we'll honor his name. Rally Kirk, is courage our own. Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known. A husband, a father, his family held near. A home built on scripture, on faith without fear. He stood
That's fire. This is the greatest trans revenge one could ever take. Okay, Two Hollis, welcome back. I'm on the treadmill and this ruined my flow. I'm telling you, this is the greatest act of transgender revenge. Hasan only listens to one genre of music, Charlie Kirky. Can you answer the question better than Majority Report? What is this question?
Sent with lasers. Do we have real data that Gaza lost Harris the election? It seems fairly obvious to me, but I have multiple libs in my life that say polling and not just internal Harris polling said that Gaza was people's 18th concern. I'm having trouble finding undeniable data. There's the, I would look at the IMEU polling, which I know is very specific to this issue, and perhaps they'll dismiss it.
What do you mean? There's like 36 different polls that came out leading up to the election that said that Kamala Harris would have actually improved her chances if she were to take a stronger stance on Gaza. It was a significant factor in some states. It was a fairly significant factor in general. It wasn't like the most significant factor. Like, do you think Americans are running around hand on their heart going, you know, I really care about the safety of Palestinians? No, the most important factor was always the economy. I do think that the reason why they killed the DNC 2024 autopsy is because of the how much Gaza was shown as a reason, by the way. Our post-election polling shows ending Israel's violence was the top factor for the voters the Democrats lost in 2024. Harris campaign staff have since come forward to say the campaign didn't even track voters who raised concerns on Gaza. Burying this report is malpractice. Hasan hates Canada, confirmed. He hates Sag. That's why he... Stop reading our chats. Thanks, you didn't read my chat when I was asking you an important question, but you read us being silly, shaking my head. He hates us. He exposed our milk conversations and everything. Dog, who the fuck looked at milk and was like, I want more microplastics? Look up bagged milk? Oh, God. Bro, maybe it's okay if the Canadian APAC bans me from going to Canada. A milk bag. What the fuck? Yum. You're safe? That doesn't exist in BC? Okay, good. Put the milk in the bag, little bro. How do you store it? UBC must resist calls to censor Hasan the Hun. To quote Justice Marcus Kanan's decision about the legality of 2024 protesting encampment at the University of Toronto, while Kanan acknowledged that the protest had caused some reputational harm to Canada's largest university, he noted that, oh, everyone is responding to me. How do you... No, I just meant like if you cut the bag open, the bag is not a hard substance. Like, how does it stay? Like, you have to put it in like a separate container, right? You just rip the sleeve off and then you put it in a separate container after you rip it off one time. You put the whole bag in a pitcher and it stacks in the fridge if you get a holder for them. What the fuck? What the hell? What? You need to get hardware to store your bagged milk? What is happening? Brother. Why are you so pressed? That shit makes no damn sense. Fucking up my brain right now. Milk DLC. What the heliante? Oh, we got milk and milk accessories at the milk store. Canadians got a fridge bra for bagged milk. I'll put it like the milk wants to be in a titty-like formation. The milk is happier if it's in a more malleable container. You know what I mean? This way you can put it inside of a bra and it feels like it's still in a titty as God intended. There are even fridge rack attachments where you can stack unopened bags. Oh, hell no. What the fuck? That's a whole ass milk pitcher. Bro, this country, okay, we need to annex Canada. No, I've realized we need to liberate Canada. Okay. Y'all have had free healthcare for too long. Okay. Socialized medicine, gone. And then the second thing we're doing after we take away socialized medicine and give you freedom is taking this shit away. Okay. You can cold the milk bag out of my, you can pry the milk bag out of my cold dead hands, don't you know? You're not coming for my milk bag, mister. We will liberate Canada. Bro, I went to PetSmart in Canada for some fish and they gave me this bag of milk. What the fuck? Stop. Why are you lumping the Vancouverites with Toronto, bro? Voila, this shit ain't us for real. The East Coast weird. They're a bunch of gerbs, fam. Sick to my stomach. They're all leaving their moms in the hood. Is the business true? Bunch of waste youths in Vancouver, fam. Canadian equals Toronto accent? No, I was doing a Toronto accent specifically. Come to Toronto, fam, if you're going to talk like that, my guy. I know. Wallahi, fam, I'll gurks you in your fucking beak, fam. Oh, I'll gurks you. Have you never heard the saying, tie off the milk bag? No! What the fuck? No, you just made that up. Stop. You just made that up, bro. Oh, Crody. You just made that up. What the fuck? Oh, that's funny. You make me sick to my stomach, fam. How people do it?
Welcome to Bagged Milk 101. Here you have your bagged milk. It's 4 liters. It's 4 liters of milk. We have our tools.
You got tools? Wait, there's so much plastic. I feel like that's just the same amount of plastic as like regular ass milk. What the fuck?
But how is that bag going to fit into that small container?
Let me show you. First you take off the milk bag tag. Also tells you when you can't drink your milk anymore. Eric swears by these. So you can put it on there too. Okay, and then take out your little baby bag of milk. I used to carry these around as babies when I was. Then you put it in here. Get a little thing.
Yo, I didn't even realize the Canadians got this American fat. You know what I mean? This is a specific type of. This is very American. This is an Americanized Canadian.
Take your milk bag opener.
You can tell she's Canadian only because of the accent and the fact that she got, you know, a bag of milk.
Now.
Wait. I mean, she seems nice, by the way. I'm not. Wait, I just. Is that. Did she just. What the fuck was she. What did she just. What the fuck was that?
Welcome to Bagged Milk 101. Here you have your bagged milk. It's 4 liters. It's 4 liters of milk. We have our tools.
But how is that bag going to fit into that small container?
Let me show you. First you take off the milk bag tag. Also tells you when you can't drink your milk anymore. Eric swears by these. So you can put it on there if you want. Okay, and then check out your little baby bag of milk.
Canada's still on top. Even with the milk bag. At least you guys don't have Gestapo in every fucking street corner killing people. Okay? I apologize for the slander. I am reminded that I'm in the United States of America. Not yet. Okay. Yeah. Well, we haven't annexed Canada yet. It's just.
I used to carry these around as babies when I was. Then you put it in here. Get a little thing. We'll puff out. Take your milk bag opener.
That is a specific toy. You should apologize for the rude body shame comments. You're right. You're also right about that. I apologize. Mostly because I said she has the American body type. But you're right. But also, getting back to this fucking tool, why is there also a specific razor to cut the milk bag? They have like, this is, nah, you just use scissors, fool. She's just getting fancy with it. It's called a box cutter. It's a letter opener, basically. That's for rich people.
Now you can give some milk to Polly.
She has such a good attitude about it.
Want some milk? Ella, pouring the milk.
And a nice cat.
And everybody's happy again. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Well, it doesn't. That's like, I mean, this is one-shotting me a little bit. This is breaking me a little bit because it's like, shit is so affordable in Canada. They made up shit to spend money on. I mean, it's not. Not even. That's not even true. Shit's not affordable in Canada either. They got the same Anglo-Saxon mindset on housing being a speculative asset. Have you guys seen that? Like the most expensive cities in the world, and every single one of them is either like a former British colony or British, or, you know, it's just like a Westerner thing. You know what I mean? Loblaws getting greedy with grocery prices. Check my logs, bro. We're starving. What? Steam inside milk inside of a bag of milk? That's a game? What the fuck is this? Yo, you guys are not all right in Canada, man. This shit is fucked up. Maybe Canadian APAC was doing me a service. I don't know how I feel about Canada anymore, but with this milk bag situation, it kind of fucked me up. Fucked me up the whole damn way.
Devastating fires recently broke out in Hong Kong, engulfing.
Wait, what is it? This is just about Hong Kong. All right. I gotta go. You watch American news all day? This is what fucked you up? Yeah. ICE shooting comes after bombshell probe finds new recruits can barely read or write. I mean, we fucking knew that already. All right. I'm done for today. Another 7-hour half day. You already know what it is. I'm going to go to a fundraiser now. First ever secret closed door fundraiser situation. Is that thing on your face a cystic pimple? I don't know what it is, chat. It's been there for years. It's just a part of me now. Anyway, love you guys. And I will see you tomorrow as always, all right? Peace, everybody. Love you all. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
All the shadows trickling in has helped people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in a lie. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find the system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me in so many